smiles from down below. I know I found my heaven. I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best. Feeling like I'm blessed, stressed, feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or Vampiric Fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, Vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, He'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting. With gargoyle troves and treasure specters, you'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or Vampiric Fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, Vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting. with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain a rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter...
We are back for day number 3 for the final week of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall 2024. We meet you and SirCloud as your narrators for the day, and we're down halfway through for the final week here, Cloud.
Yes, and in case some of you might miss your favorite teams from Group B, they will be playing today. And we know that you guys miss Harame Bros. Don't worry, they'll be with us throughout the 6 games that will be played today. And of course, now the race is still on for the weekly #1 and also for which team might make it through to the grand finals.
Yeah, also when it comes to the final week here, getting into the grand finals, one last shot for the teams at the very bottom who didn't make it through before in week 1 and week 2. One more chance to go, one more shot for them to push themselves all out, because right now it's down to the bottom 4 to make it a comeback and bounce back to just cut it through to get into the grand finals top 16. Now the space is limited, of course. It's going to be a relegated 4 teams down there, so this is the time for them to bounce back.
Yes, and this is also the second last day for Group A. They'll be playing another day tomorrow, and then they'll be taking a break on Sunday. So whichever teams from Group A, they'll need to make it happen in these 2 days or whatever the target is. So we're talking about teams from Group A: Austria Esports, Team Max, GOT7, as well as Exquisite. So technically, if we were to break it down, they only have 12 more games to go.
Yeah, it feels like the number seems very small and minute right now. We talked about also the teams that are going to have a quick rest here today, because at least they have the rest in the middle of the week, so it's not so bad for them. They have 2 more days to go, and today the teams or the group that will not be playing it is going to be Group C: Genesis Esports, Kill Animal KE, Fearless Esports, and Flash Vision Esports. These are going to be the teams that will take a break here today, but we're going to have the Group A, like how you mentioned, with 2 more days to go. But in case if you guys just join us, you're going to recap how the flow going on for this tournament. We're starting off with our Sanhok map, the smallest map, and only one Sanhok per day, and then we're going to go a grind into triple Erangel and wrapping the rest of the day with a double Miramar. And also when it comes to the point system, nothing seems to be changing yet. I don't know about next year, but so far this is the same old format.
Yeah, same as since, well, for quite a few number of years now. I start to lose count. But you guys will be familiar with the format by now, including the map rotation as well. But of course, if you want to dive deep into the timing, yeah, this is based on +8 GMT. So wherever you're watching this live stream, do tune according to whichever time zone that you're watching in. We also have breaks in between as well. After the first 2 matches, we'll have a break, and then after the match 4, we also have another break by then before we come back for the final 2 Miramar matches.
And also when it comes to the score system, now we will accumulate each week. Each day is super important for every single team. So for our weekly points, it will contribute towards our weekly ranking later on. The weekly ranking points will contribute towards whoever get the head start in the grand final. So it's super important for every single map, every single time for the teams that especially in the very bottom. So the points having over the head start points so far, we do have Austria Esports 2 weeks in a row by now having their first place back to back for their weekly ranking, which was 20 points and 40 points in total here right now. But the least amount of the points is going to be the 20th place with only 1 point. So for the teams that did not make it for the first 2 weeks, it's going to be super important for them to make a bounce back here, and they have to push their numbers up, because right now the top teams, the top 5 especially, seems to be the same teams all over again, and almost even in the 3rd week here.
Yeah, even when it comes to our voting, right? So today we should see a different one because GE is not playing. But as we go through our numbers, we'll recap a little bit on the overall standings. As of now, Playbook Esports, they are at #1. They have created a gap between themselves and Genesis Esports. Genesis Esports, they are not playing today. So Austria Esports should have an easy leapfrog over Genesis Esports. But let's not forget as well about Yango Galacticos, although they are at 96 points, but it's only 4 points behind the 100-point mark, and they should be able to push themselves up even further as well. But on the other end, Flash Vision Esports, 18 points. Same goes for Time to Quick Esports. They had a break yesterday, so today they're back refreshed. GOT7, 20 points. These are some of the teams that really need to fight for survivability, including RTC, to come up with a Cinderella story to be in the grand finals.
I mean, I agree with the teams, especially on the second page. And also, if you guys kind of notice, there's some asterisks across the board just now. It's going to be some reduction of points of the violation rule before. But when it comes to the teams going to compete here today, we have Group A, B, D, and E. Group C will be having a rest here today. We're re-welcoming about all the teams, our 16 teams here, which are going to be Ozja Esports, Harame Bro, Young Galacticos, Dread Esports, Team Max Act Victoria 9, Strangers Esports, Playbook Esports, Goat Esports, God of Death 7, Time to Quick Esports, Elevate Esports, Risk Guys Esports, Exquisite Esports, RTC Esports, Sin Esports, and Good Game Esports. There's a whole lot of esports down there.
Yeah, that's like what? I'm trying to count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At least on the second half, 7. First half, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 7 plus 5, that's like 12. 12 out of 16 have that esports behind them. But of course, that's to identify the brand and what kind of sport or event are they involved in. So totally understandable here. Out of all these teams, I would say for me personally, I would want to see how RTC will perform, because for day number 1 for this week, they did okay, not too bad. They were in the middle pack, but today they have to push themselves up in case they want to get the biggest share of the prize pool.
Now, speaking of the prize pool, a lion's share of total prize pool, $18,000 will be up for stake and a grab for the teams, especially when it comes to the first place. They will take the lion's share, most amount of major share of this prize pool at $4,500. Then we're going to reduce to the second place and the third place. Up to the fourth place, they have different numbers, of course. 2,400 USD for the second place, third place with $1,800, fourth place at $1,500, while the rest of them do share a couple of same amount of prize pool accordingly based on the rankings here. But don't forget, this is only the league prize pool. For the grand final, it's going to be a different story entirely, so that's going to be another stage for the teams to have motivation to go towards too. And don't forget about our award as well. We have the best performance teams and our weekly terminator as well. And so far we had weekly terminator, it's the same person, Red Bull, 2 weeks in a row by now. But I'm looking for the final week here, Cloud, because we might actually have somebody else this time.
Yeah, potentially there is a challenger for Red Bull here, and that's what we want to see, right? We want to see like a challenge between all these teams and also individual as well. So it's not like the cliche names that come out at the end of the week. It's like, okay, so it's this team again, it's going to be this player again. Come on, gotta push it through, right? And so far from what we've seen in the past few days, I would say like yesterday, Mon Boy have been popping up. He did help his team to get a chicken dinner in one of the matches yesterday, so maybe he could be in the running.
Yeah, I feel like he's probably one of the second or third place right now. I don't know where Red Bull actually stands by end of this week, but it feels like there's going to be a good competition when it comes to the final week, including Federales. Don't forget about him as well. But we won't forget about you guys watching at home. We have the Dracula and also the werewolf version this time. There's going to be a version 3.4 Blood Moon Awakening team mode. It is already available for you guys to tap into it with new team areas, items, transformation mechanics, and even a PvE gameplay to explore. But make sure you have a very good internet connection, whether it's going to be Wi-Fi or your phone connection. It's going to be huge, it's humongous, but it's going to be totally worth it because there's so many things to explore. It feels like a different mode entirely. It feels like a different game, but it's still a PUBG Mobile game. But it just gives you some space to, you know, leave out the competitive scene for a bit and just, you know, you can actually have fun with it and actually do have fun in the game. That's what the game's supposed to be.
Yeah, don't think too much about it, right? Like just join in, enjoy the game mode and the new aesthetics that come together with it. And speaking about aesthetics, we have new aesthetics here for you guys to grab, which is the new Royal Pass A9, currently available inside the game for a limited amount of time until the 14th of November. Though it sounds like, that's like 2 months more to go, but you know, sometimes you might forget. It's like, you intend to get it. It's like then you procrastinate, you wait, you say later, next week or next month, whatever. And by the time it reaches, then, it just goes away just because you forgot. So do not forget about this because it involves a total prize pool worth over 80,000 UC up for grabs. And also, amazing stuff here that comes together with it. At level 50, you get a upgradable firearm, which is the Micro Uzi. Level 100, the new custom color outfit, which you can see here on screen. And there's up to 720 UC of rebate awaiting you guys. So while we wait for the match to start, log on to PUBG Mobile right now, grab yourself this RPA9 and add it onto your collection.
Now, formalities aside, we're done with our ads. Of course, you guys have to be reminded every single time. But when it comes to the matchup here today, I love our prediction. You guys can drop your prediction by scanning over the code later on. But for me, I mean, today it's going to be a Cinderella story. Hopefully it's gonna be the case. The second page, I'm rooting for all the teams at the very bottom. That's including GOT7, yeah. And you're gonna go for Max V9. But coming up from Rim, Anchor, Big Daddy, this is surprisingly, they're changing it today. No more OSJA Esports today, huh?
Yeah, maybe they want to stay away from the casters because when OSJA Esports scored their chicken dinner, nobody predicted them. So they're like, okay, let's bring it to another team instead. I totally understand that. Casters could be a thing, and why not, right? Just try to do it. And if OSJA Esports do score that chicken dinner, then we know it's the casters' death that actually brought the curse to them.
Yeah, but for Vince as well, Zai, it is pretty straightforward. They're rooting for their home country and home ground, which could be PB and Harame, bro. I don't blame them because both teams are super good right now. Risk, guys, personally, I feel like they have a very good potential coming up from Sammy's prediction. TTQ, on the other hand, we don't see a lot of action coming up from them yet. So hopefully today we have more spotlight. But for Max V9, yesterday, I have to say Max V9 do have potential too. But it's just sometimes it feels like they engage too much unnecessary fights way too early on. That's how they get eliminated entirely, because it kind of crossfire between 3 or 4 teams every single time.
Or maybe that's the conversation that Rim has with them over the night after the game yesterday. So let's see what sort of changes that they will bring onto the table, because the boss is still casting their game. So a little bit more pressure for them to perform, but sometimes healthy pressure is needed for them to just jack themselves up, stay focused, and bring in the performance and make the boss proud. That is most important, because he's casting today and he didn't put in his prediction as them as well, so perhaps he must be thinking about the same thing as OSJA Esports. It's like, okay, I don't want to put the cast discus onto my own team, so I just leave it as it is for now.
Personally, I feel like sometimes when we don't predict for the teams, they have lesser pressure for the teams, and they actually do have more focus and play a bit more fun compared to, you know, when you have so much expectations coming up from the prediction, even the voting from the viewers as well. So you guys can vote for some of the teams today, okay? So the teams that you hope for will actually win, or maybe you can just go for your favorite teams all this while. Don't forget about the QR code. Just scan it with your phone. It's super easy, super simple. Open up a camera and just click the link, whatever being appearing on your screen as well. Now, I do want to focus on today's as well, Cloud. We don't have Group C playing, right? And two of the teams coming up from Group C do have their standing position in top 5. That's going to be GE and Fearless. Without these two teams playing it open up so much opportunity for the rest of the team, especially the one in the top 8, to take over that slot.
Yeah, I'm sure teams like OSJA Esports wouldn't mind that, right? Since OSJA Esports, they are the top contender. Playbook Esports, they wouldn't mind that as well. They want to keep teams behind. They need to gain points, and by putting aside teams like Genesis Esports, who have been on the rise, I'm sure they'll be happy with that. But we'll be also happy with the fact that we'll be jumping onto game number 1. Let's go.
Now we're finally getting into our Sanhok map, and this time we have a very south flight path going up to the north, but hey, it's a very small map, so everybody can drop whatever they fancy, still depending on which they want to take over for the initial drop. So far it's traditional drop for most of the team, but we might have some early skirmishes or scrappy fights again once more, depending on the circle when it pops, because if it's going to be around half-team area again. Might be feisty started, but we do have engagement between GG Esports versus Risk, guys, on top of Banta, and this is going to be a fun one to start our day.
Yeah, so we want to see where is our other spots that they might have a fight. But of course, we're going to keep an eye on the Camp Charlie first. Sorry that we have them on the mini screen. Let's see who is going to be the one to go down. The circle will also be important. waiting for the circle to pop. But while we wait for the circle to pop, one of the players on the battleground have already been knocked.
Yeah, there was a quick engagement coming up. First contact made between GG Esports, but not just that. We have 4 teams fighting at the same time on top of Ruins. It's going to be Elevate versus Got7, and that's going to be a clean up by Elevate. That was super fast. I mean, I did not see that one coming.
Well, at least you saw this one coming inside the Camp Charlie, and the fight is continuing on. Baby Harris is knocked by maybe Jisoo with the UMP. Tries to find out where his opponents are at, trying to get a good vision, but no clear path for him. So he has to reposition himself. At the same time, Time to Quit Esports, KH, is in the scuffle with another team, Dread Esports as well. So it looks like a lot of early fights across the map in the first game.
Yep, 6 teams across the map seem to be engaging quite early on. We're talking about less than a minute into the map, and TT getting on Dread right on top of Ruins. Just now we saw Cap Alpha, and now we're back into Camp Charlie. And RSG and GG Esports, this is going to be fun to watch. With barely have enough any arsenals on their side, no gears there whatsoever, not even an helmet on support. And Jisoo, same gears for his side, no troubles too. I mean, how would they want to fight this standoff if they happen to be extending as well? And the circle is quite far from them too, so I assume it's going to be more on the northern side instead of around of the south that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, either one it is, they don't have the circle. So we have seen this time and time again before. But Risk guys, they do have the man advantage, but they need to finish up the job. Now the kid is on the other side of the road. Oh, Bunny gets knocked and eliminated by support. Okay, GG, they are fighting back. And they managed to get another one. A Rider is the next one to fall.
Jisoo, oh, they barely got enough even reserve for the ammunition here. Maybe trying to play around with the S12K, hoping it will actually clear up some corner with those explosions and also that AoE of effect come up from the shotguns. But maybe 007 on the side of Risk guys, they lost 2 men early on, down to the other 2 players to actually make a comeback. On the side of GG, they don't have too much men either, but at least better number compared to RSG. Risk guys, they are risking everything right now.
Yeah, for now, Risk guys, they're still taking that risk to stay here when the zone is closing. This is our time to look at their healing utilities, especially maybe no healing utilities at all, only has that one nade with the S12K together with him. Okay, and everyone's on a standstill for now. So I guess this might take a while, and the blue might be on top of them when they continue to fight.
Yeah, but I feel like there's going to be a no-win at all between these 2 teams here because of how far the blue zone, plus they barely got any healing utilities at this point. No first aid. Well, they do have band-aids, but by the time the blue hits and they start still fighting going on, they're probably going to get knocked down by the blue zone instead when they're having slither of health remaining after the fight anyhow. But with their reserve now running dry as well, hopefully they can get themselves really while they're running away from each other. And Master Vape as well as maybe kind of stuck themselves in a corner here. Same goes for the GG Esports player. I don't see this a very good outcome for both teams, honestly.
And not really, looking at their healing utilities as well. Pretty low to none that is. So when the blue arrives, then they will start to receive damage, and that's going to be difficult for both sides. None of them have any healing utilities, but maybe we'll get Jisoo. Okay, they even up the odds right now, 2v2 as of this moment, but maybe he's low, but he can't heal up.
They're playing within the buildings and trying to jump and confuse their opponents here. It seems like a maze for these 2 teams at the current moment. Despite they have better manpower for GG, they managed to reset and revive their team member to be knocked down early on, but unfortunately there's no re-healing for them, so it might be some difficult and taking a bit more time than they hoped for these 2 teams to wrap things up, and they just miss it around the corner of the wall and those windows. RSG or Risk guys, they are in shambles as GG trying to find any loophole going in. They will climb up. It's down to that last player of Risk guys to play this one out.
And it's going to be maybe. He's pretty low and say hello to the blue at the same time. Goes down to the ground floor and Jisoo was spotted out with the DBS. And it is going to be GG. Well played to Risk guys as GG won the fight in Camp Charlie.
It's quite an investment. Hopefully, it will be a good return and profit coming up from the side of GG Esports with that 4 eliminations across the board here right now. But they need to get it done quickly. We're talking about how far the Blue Zone will shrink even further for the circles later on. Plus, they barely got enough, not even vehicles that have been scouted on right now, to just get into the safe zone on time. Hopefully, they will survive, and they have to deal with a lot of gatekeepers later on. So, still, at least the perks or the privilege they have is still stage 1. So, it's still healable with those band-aids that they have reserved in their pockets. Of course, it's going to be infinite band-aids, but for the rest of the team that's straight in the center of the circle, feels like they're not engaging too much unnecessary fight. They're just going to focus on their positions here and try to scout for themselves, and not just scouting, even opening up fine. That's going to be Rami Bros Federales in action.
Yeah, he is alone here though, but his teammates need to back him up. Nevertheless, warning shots towards Time to Quick Esports, and quickly they left this area. They have no information on where exactly Federalis is at or the other members of Harami Bros, so not worth taking the risk.
Waiting their own sweet time. They have enough reserve throwables, enough for them to get on against one team fight. If there's supposed to be 2, then it's going to be a bit difficulty to be faced by Harami Bros. But on YG, it's going to be a CQC or mid-ground, as well as a mid-range fight between them and another team for now. It's going to be a GOAT straight in the eye side of QT Loki. Or Loki and the rest of YG quite spread out right now into 2-tier formation. And saying this for GOAT players, yeah, take back row. But we do have another northern circle this time, might centralizing around Paradise Resort. It's super important for them to just get themselves anchored in Paradise Resort for the teams that want to get the chickens there.
Yeah, inside of Paradise Resort, there's probably Team Max there, so they need to fight with Team Max if they choose to go in. But as for Goat, on the outside of Paradise Resort, he sees Yaku Gaeticos. Yaka not pulling the trigger yet. Yahiko will be knocked down. Pulls the trigger right now. Pretty decent tracking there. Lots of damage onto his opponent. Romeo Boy needs to heal up. Say Club will buy time for him.
And why are you being forced to open up and break up the formation? It's just to find the backside of GOAT, and they found it. 2 knocked down for now, but they managed to do some major damage with the help of Harami Bros. Of course, you can see the other side. It feels like GOAT just walked themselves in the trap and spring that trap right on across the board of none other than Harami Bros. And YG, this opportunity they will not take into waste, and they will try to make do and will steal away those knocked down by Harami Bros from the other side of the hill. But for GOAT, on the other hand, they are they are actually being surprised by the presence of 2 teams at the same time. Now they have to relocate themselves in a position where it's more ideal for them to just visualize Harami Bros too, because if not, they might get a backstab later by the Bros from the back. So GOAT right now, they're kind of a sticky situation. They're kind of being cramped up in this very small compounds too, and they have to deal with 2 teams at the same time. For YG, due to how they open up their spread here, they have so much space and so much information that they actually managed to gain at the same time.
Yeah, with the high ground advantage, only 2 players left from a GOAT in the house, and they know that they're there. It's just a matter of time right now when the GOAT will be forced to come out. They'll need to fight with YG. I move over to Time to Quick Esports. After traveling around the map, last we saw Federalis had a view of them. They finally landed themselves on this house outside of Paradise Resort, but they're not alone since teams are around them. And all they need to do right now is just to be aware of any potential incoming teams that might want to crash in onto their compound.
Yep, I agree. Alert on the side of teams already inside of Paradise Resort, especially in less than 40 seconds away. We're going to head into stage number 3. And this is going to be the super important circle to know whether they have to migrate and transition themselves or not. The teams around Barn area, which are going to be RTC, we talked about these teams early on. They have the potential. It's all about their timing. And now they're taking it very slow. I love how they approach into this map here right now. Playing around the rim of the circle just to make sure there's nobody from their back and not being surprised by the attack, just like how GOAT will caught himself in the trap just now. So RTC, they're playing slow and steady, playing a bit of a long game, and play it super safe. Because right now, like it or not, yeah, maybe not so much when it comes to eliminations, but there's no point of getting those eliminations if you're not surviving as long as you can. It's super important for them to still survive at stage number 5, and the circle decided to go slightly into the river area in the last minute too.
Yeah, there's still the Paradise Resort there, but it could potentially move out. But I'm also keeping my eye on to Jisoo now. No first aids. He failed to find any first aids during his travel. And yeah, he could probably go out. I mean, this is something that we talked about as well. Like, locked in, Cam Charlie, no healing utilities. That's it. That's it. Jisoo goes out, support. He had one first aid, nothing else. Now he's praying to be able to find something in the shack.
This is what we worry about. The teams are extending their fights across all the way outside of the blue zone, just outside of the circle, way into deep in the blue zone, just in the very south. They're fighting against, if I'm not mistaken, it was Risk Guys before. Then they managed to win that fight with 4 eliminations, of course. But unfortunately, due to how they are rushing themselves to get into the circle, they barely got even time to loot up, which kind of translate regarding their looting. They're not so much, not enough for them to sustain themselves to be in the safe zone, and still tanking out the blue with only one player left on the side of GG Esports. It's going to be a difficult entry in, and with that one particular player, with Jisoo not being safe at all, I fear for GG, that one particular player, how much longer can he actually survive. But for the rest of the other teams, 13 teams still intact. Next we have RTC facing off against Arami Bros.
RTC, the team that did well on day one, looks like it's not going to be the start that we wanted. One of the players currently knocked, and he needs to be saved. As for Goat, they're coming in onto Kimi. Kimi is the one that's currently knocked down, and his teammates are just too far away for them to save him. And he's definitely going to go out. The point will go to Goat, taken by 21.
Goat 21, down to 2 players, but they still make do with what they have. They scored 1 elimination, but back to us the blue, and straight away being knocked down by Reg. Not actually taking any chances here. Rick straight away getting a clean knockdown, and the rest of Arami Bro definitely are aware regarding how many teams and how many players around them there somewhere, and they try to dictate every single team's rotation and make sure they will gatekeep and deny their entry towards the advancement of the safe zone. But for Go right now, Yaka is battling within himself. They are battling against the blue zone, and worst case scenarios, they cannot have a clear entry at all. If they want to go against Arami Bro, it's possible, but numbers wise it's against them, and if they try to rotate the other way around, the left side was occupied by RTC. The best way to go into is going to be on the right side right now, but can they survive enough to tank out the blue right now?
I was looking at their healing utilities. Yes, they are the players of Goat. They do have that bike, but healing utilities are scarce. So it's not going to be good for their current position. But for Harame Bros, so far so good with the 2 eliminations. And they're playing by the rim of the circle, just to try to block out potentially any other team that might want to come in. But speaking about blocking out, Stranger Esports, this is their chance to block out Playbook Esports.
But Gerald is one step ahead. He's snaking his way up to the place of Strangers Esports. So they are not aware, quite oblivious regarding his position here. It's going to be a surprise attack coming up from Playbook Esports. Very cheeky and sneaky, but it's fun to watch anyhow. But we're going to have the circle shifting all the way towards the left side of Paradise Resort. That's an open space, by the way, to be in the center of the circle. But at least they got some grounds to cover themselves, the uneven terrain. But here comes Nate from Jared, giving away his position to a side of Luigi. But it will also give some difficulty for PBE to get into the circle, since he's already given information where he stands at.
Yeah, that Nate did force Stranger Esports to scatter. And Playbook Esports, they need to push through. The blue will be on top of them soon. Okay, here we go. One boy gonna lead the charge. Needs information. The terrain isn't really helping him. He's trying to find that one angle. Okay, cooking up his one and only trusty Nate. While Raimon takes that active approach to gather information by going on top of this hill.
Not just trying to gain information, trying to confuse the rest of Strangers Esports play by doing that. And for the side of Strangers Esports, they do have the compound, yes, but unfortunately, it's slightly a bit of a curve ground, so they don't really have the high elevations at that point, but at least there are some rock for them to take themselves as hard covers, and a couple of vegetations in between. There's going to be a couple of trees. Spot out Monboy will be a bit taunting on the side of Monboy to get the bait out, and they definitely know NC2 with that response. We also have another team actually fighting against each other, which is going to be Sin and versus Elevate, but on the side of PBE, it's not going to be easy for them to take down Strangers Esports' compound or flush them out. But they do have some slight elevation that will actually give them slight advantage regarding how to look over their positions here. But for Strangers Esports, as long as they stay indoors, they're going to be okay. And here comes the opening. 2 knocks on the side of Playbook Esports.
Yeah, from okay, it's turning to be great for them now. Now it's going to be all in for Stranger Esports. They know they took out Momboy. They're looking for the other members of Playbook Esports now. Get slow. Burn Momboy down to the ground. 762 from the side. And 762 together with his team is rushing on to the final member of Playbook Esports that is behind this rock. It's going to be Raimon. Raimon eliminated. And that is it. Playbook Esports, they fail to overtake this area where Stranger Esports had.
The attempt to defend their grounds, I have to say, Strangers Esports, there was a pretty strong play against the side of Playbook Esports, but they lost NC2 in the process, but it's worth trading for. It's going to be worth investment to take the fight and defend the ground just now. But next we have 11 teams to go still. They're just having a breather for Strangers Esports. Next contender is going to be a Harame, bro. There's no break at all while Strangers Esports still licking their wounds. Now Harame, bro, trying to take advantage, but at least they got themselves some reset. So this compound will be taken by so many fights right now because everyone will have to cut across from the southern side, including for Harame, bro. That's going to be the last hurdle for Strangers Esports. If they win this one, they will maintain the statue and even add up the numbers for the eliminations.
And they have a chance right now. They still have this compound within the circle. Stranger Esports, they were just done with Playbook Esports, hoping to take out Harame Bros. Trying to get as close as possible. Okay, potential crash in. Vehicle on Get Slow. Getso is making his move towards the left side, and he might come in from there. Okay, one knock by 762. That could be their opening. They took out Federales.
I have to say, 762 always delivers for their openers for the team, yeah, and thank you for your votes, guys. Today we have a different team to be put up. Osja as per usual. YG and Harame, bro, can they survive this fight for Harame, bro? That's the question, because right now they're down to 3 players, but numbers-wise, Strangers Esports seems to be at disadvantage. It's gonna be a 2, make it 1v3, but TTQ quickly stole it away from the back. What a long shot! That's gonna be around 200 to 300 meters apart of the shot, and that actually helped indirectly Harame, bro, to win that fight over the one that managed to defend themselves, which was none other than Strangers Esports.
I realized that Osha Esports just got eliminated. This is the chance for Young Galacticos to leapfrog onto them in the overalls for this week. As for Exquisite, they're busy with Sin on the outside of the circle. 45 more seconds before the zone starts to close. Exquisite looking for their next target. Lufa is knocked, and Lufa needs to be saved. got mixed, so that's their time bot. But Super Pickles is going to come from the high ground. Super Pickles sees them. Super Pickles will be on to them. Exquisite, pretty much in trouble. But Exquisite, they lost to Wako.
Down to 2 players, but at least they still can revive from if he can cover himself well, because right, there's a lot of third-party shots coming out across the other side of the hill here. Wako, the last remaining member, now being knocked down as well, leaving only Ranked to actually do the job for the side of Sin. They managed to almost eliminate the entirety of Exquisite here. Exquisite, they barely have enough players. It's going to be a 1v1. Lufa, the global player with experience, fighting against Ranked, but thanks to Reg! Harame, bro, they got it strong and they stole another point from the back. Down to Lufa to make the job done for Exquisite. It's going to be 1v4, a 1v3. But Jap is on the ground. We're down to only top 4 in an instant.
Wow, just like that, you blink and you miss it moment. Harame Bros with a long range by Riggs. Gave Lufa this a second chance. But anyway, still got eliminated after that. Now it's RTC. Labokun knocked down by Romeo Boy. And SayCloud, through a long-range shot, takes down the final member of RTC. And with that, top 3.
Looking in the wrong direction for RTC members. They're focusing on fully focused and tell their vision towards Harame, bro. Didn't see and didn't notice YG coming up from the flank side. YG with full squad, full force, rushing towards the center of the circle here right now. They try to take down on Harame, bro. The one that everyone should watch out for is going to be time to quick, because right now they are super quiet. They were stealing a lot of elimination from the sidelines as well, with 7 elimination across the board. Same goes for Harame Bros, but YG, they have full man alive. They can go against Harame, bro, but they have to focus on TTQ as well.
So 4v3. It could be anyone's game still. Looking at the circle, 2 teams on the outside, make that 3, including the southern side team. WTZ takes a bit of damage as he hit into the circle. So far, he's okay. His teammates can follow up from there. But we do have movement here by Young Gaticos as well. They are currently in the circle, and it's not easy to gather information. Look at how rough this terrain is. But Rick will receive damage from Romeo Boy.
It's going to be just the hill to cover themselves between them and the other side of the team. But Harame Bro, they're taking the vehicle to make a barricade, but a bit too late for Jappy. Straight away being shot down by Loki. Loki managed to triumph over Harame Bro players. They're down to only range that survive on the side of Harame Bro. YG do have the elevations advantage. They will try to finish and conquer and control over the entirety of the circle. Look at that spread. And that's going to be the last of Harame Bro down to YG to pick me up one of the fallen members against TTQ, who just get some actions into play here right now. But WTC, what a swift reaction.
Nice one. And with that, back to back, they took out 2 members of Tidyquake Esports. They just took out the 3rd one. Now only Gus left for Tidyquake Esports. This is all in for Yagu Gaticos as they will make sure the chicken dinner is theirs, and they will definitely leapfrog over.
I have to say, WTZ just now, it was a well done reaction, and Loki as well, how they open up the angles against Harame Bro actually will contribute towards their winning against Harame Bro and directly towards the chicken dinner, because TTQ, they took too long to actually make a move. They should have, I personally feel like they can actually take advantage when the other 2 teams try to cancel each other out, so they can know exactly the other positions of these 2 teams. But it took them quite a long time until the Blues forced them out of their hiding spot, and the major control of the circle taken by YG, that was a big risk, bold move to just push all the way towards Harame Bro, but they know they have to deal with Harame Bro if they want to secure the chicken.
Yeah, absolutely, right? They took the move, they took the risk, and it paid them well. So great work here by Yagu Galacticos to score the first chicken dinner today. Let's see if this momentum can carry forward, because if they can continue on, well, Playbook Esports, obviously they went up before them since they scored the chicken dinner. I wonder how close the points are now at the top. So it's something that we want to keep an eye on as well. For Playbook Esports, their gap and everyone else, the last we checked, wasn't that big.
Yep, especially with GE not playing here today, of course. This gave so much room for YG to push themselves up into top 3. I feel like they're definitely already up in the top 3 here, because when it comes to the points, they are very close to getting those triple digit last time we saw before we starting off our first match of the day. So I assume with this chicken dinner plus quite a number of eliminations on this, I didn't know if they actually managed to secure a double digit or not, but definitely going to be around almost close enough to 10 eliminations or even maybe more. Will push themselves around 20 points onwards, so that's close enough to get themselves in the 2nd place, because right now PBE, the gap is still quite a stretch for YG to just close it up within 1 map. Maybe they will start to, you know, close the gap even further more, especially the next map, because right now YG, they are in full momentum to start the day number 3 here.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? So let's see. Since this is the Sanhok match, we move on to Erangel, in which we'll play 3 Erangels. They have to master Erangel as how much they did to master the Sanhok match in game number 1 to score this chicken dinner. So great work by them, and they did manage to get almost 10. Yeah, I believe that was the number as well. You did mention about that. So looking forward to see if they can bring it forward too. But this is also not their first chicken dinner this week, so we have not got another new team getting a chicken dinner yet today.
Yep, and I'm still rooting for the teams at the very bottom, of course, just to add some spice into their storyline, because right now it feels like the same name keep popping up in every single week. And to stir things up, I think it's best for this 2nd page team to start to rise up more than their usual comfort zone. This is for the time for them to have the breakthrough, but let's rewatch the highlight. If you guys just missed the first map of today, which was Sanhok.
And that is 12 eliminations for the team, and 3 of them was by our MVP this round, which is a Loki, who came out with 831 total damage, total knockouts of 5, and who needs assists if you can come out with the elimination points for your team with 135 total heal and a survival time of 21 minutes 19 seconds. This is one of the fastest Sanhoks that we have had.
Yep, and one of the pivotal player, I have to give it. I mean, he's well deserving for this MVP for Loki because of himself just now, the attempt to defend or try to rush towards the players of Harami Bros. If he didn't actually make the opening, it feels impossible because of the curvature of the terrain itself on top. Even though they have those elevations, but due to structures in between, it was super difficult for YG to visualize on the target of the players of Harami Bro just now. So YG, this is definitely a huge haul coming up from today, and so far the most when it comes to this week we have 17 eliminations. That's going to be the record holder for now, but 12 eliminations still going to be a hefty amount of eliminations and will push themselves up to the top 3 and definitely in the second spot, I think, with 12 eliminations of total 11 knockouts. Out of the 11 knockouts, they only stole 1 elimination across the other side of the map, I assume.
Yeah, and it comes together with a total assist of 4 and a 734 total heal, and of course the same survival time as Loki, since they are the team that scored the chicken dinner. 22 points collected by them, not taking the number 1 spot yet, but they're definitely close to it somehow. And for teams like Genesis Esports, who's not playing, they definitely have no chance to gain their points here today. All they can do is just watch from their home and hope that teams up there don't really perform. But the fact is that in game number 1, you perform, so now they'll be sweating watching from the back.
Yeah, but at least they have a break here today so they can revise and try to recollect their thoughts regarding how to deal with this tomorrow. At least they have a break in the middle of the week, right? But when it comes to the circle just now and when it comes to Sanhok, there's a lot of players that are being eliminated by the Blue Zone as well. So the total elimination this time is going to be 58 only with 61 knockouts. I'm surprised that heals coming out in Sound is actually lesser than per usual. Maybe because of the reduction of the health utilities drop these days has been reduced quite in number. But it used to be one of the most heal maps out there. This time it's the least amount of it.
And I guess the one of the factors as well is the healing meta no longer works. So teams is just like, okay, let's just go, let's take fights, and that's why at some point we see like, oh, it was 7 teams, and then it's like 4 teams left, and then by the time we saw 4 teams, it's like 3 teams left. It's like that fast of a round this time around. So great work by these teams here for bringing us an action-packed round. Hopefully this continues on into the bigger map of Erangel while we review the numbers here, where Young Galacticos confirmed locked in 22 points.
22 and 13 for time to quick. I love how actually the second page team have quite a good morale and good drive to start off their day here, including RTC in the top chart as well, the top 4. But double-digit club is going to be YG, TTQ, and Harami Bro falling to the 3rd place. But it was a very minor difference. It's going to be just 1 point shy between TTQ and Harami Bro, 13 points and 12 points respectively. But unfortunately, we do have a couple of teams down there that actually didn't score anything out of this time and this map, which is going to be Max V9 and Dread Esports. They are one of the teams that engaged way early on when the moment we draw ourselves in this map.
Yeah, and Team Max, they had the early phases of the circle, right? They were in Paradise Resort. The circle was centered around that area. It did move out at some point, but still Team Max was not able to gain anything out of it. So just too bad for Team Max. As we look at the overalls now and how close are they? They are between Playbook Esports and Young Galacticos right now is 19 points difference.
Still doable. I mean, like within one map with what they offer here just now for YG, if they score another double digit, that's an easy just push down PBE. But also put in mind that PBE might actually try to come back with a lot more games, especially in Erangel. It's going to be one of their favorite maps as well. And we even include Miramar in there because I feel like PBE is one of the teams that can balance up Miramar and Erangel for now. But GE will slowly get pushed down. Same goes for Fearless. Because I'm looking at Elevate. Right now, they seems to be very aggressive, but I don't know if they can catch up still with the gap they have between the 7th and as well as the 4th place. It's going to be around 40-ish points, 41 points to be exact. That's a difference. Still a lot to come to put in effort to, but it's not impossible.
And on the other end, Dread Esports, because it was a 0-point round for them, so they did not move up from the 20th spot. So they're still down there. So that's something that they need to work on again. I mean, Dread Esports, if you remember, yesterday they were in one of the fan favorite voting, number 3, most of the time. So they need to repay back to the fans from whatever support that have been shown to them yesterday.
Yeah, but at least it's just their second day, right? So to be fair for them, some of the teams that actually didn't play day number 1, if they are still on second page, which means they have extra days to go compared to the teams. They already competed 3 days in a row right now, including Group A here today. So it's going to be some break in between for the teams actually very top for the next few days. So, but we're going to have to wait and see whether they're still trying to make efficient use of what they have left here for the rest of the day, which is going to be 5 more maps to go. Triple Erangel and 2 more Miramar. And speaking of the other teams, I'm looking forward for teams like TTQ and Artis. It feels like they have a very good momentum as the start of day number 3 here. If they just pull and carry forward all this sort of momentum the next few maps, I don't see the problem for them to push themselves in the top 8 for the overall standings by end of today.
Yeah, they need a big performance here, especially for RTC. And last we checked, they were on the second half of the page, but of course they didn't play yesterday, so they didn't have a chance to gain points. Today will be the day for them to try to bring themselves back up onto maybe the first half of the page, and that gives them a shot at being at least like top 5 or at least top 5. Roughly, I'm just thinking about maybe top 5, because we also have to depend on like what other teams do, right? But at least the goal should be like for top 5 for them by the end of the week, in order for them to have a chance to be in the grand finals.
It's all about the gap in between later for the rest of the week here, because right now it's quite a stretch between the top 5 and the rest of the teams down there. But it's not really a stretch for you guys to actually download this new mode. We cannot just stress you enough to just try it out. The latest version, which is gonna be 3.4, Blood Moon Awakening team mode, is already here. Be whatever you want to be. If you happen to be a Dracula fan, you always want to be that shiny vampire, this is gonna be your time to take things into action, because if not, you want to feel like you're a wolf guy and be the alpha of the pack, try it out. But most important, make sure you have a good internet to download. It's going to be a huge humongous update, but it will be well worth your time.
And once you update that, do check out the new Royale Pass A9, available right now for a limited amount of time until the 14th of November. That comes with these amazing sets that you can see here on screen, including a new victory dance as well. So do get it, so they can flex it with your friends, or maybe you can do like a dance party with your friends too. I've seen those kind of content where people just line up, they have their own dance, or they go into a house and then they make it like a party. You can do that with your friends with this new victory dance. And while you play the game, of course, you reward yourself with not only the victory dance, but all these amazing sets that you can see here on screen. I'll be looking forward to see how or who will take the Festering Gravewalker cover, because that face, and you did mention this before, if it's played in Metro Royale, though I don't think I use it in Metro Royale, but if it's played in Metro Royale, you may be able to like, sneak your way past the zombies.
Yeah, I mean, like, if they, I feel like they can actually do that, especially if you have the dance, like how the zombie walks can actually try to walk like them. Nobody can actually spot you out. It'll be fun to watch too. But you know what? We're gonna go back towards our prediction between the teams. Who will we jinx it today? For you, it's gonna be Harami, bro. I'm a bit later than the rest of the boys of our Keshma, which was Rim Ranker Big Daddy. Prediction that I'm gonna have it right now, which is gonna be GG Esports, and we have the two that having the same. The rest of us is gonna be very different predictions indeed.
Yeah, of course we have to return like the Austria Esports, right? Because it's Erangel, so I totally understand Rim and Big Daddy. Harame bros, so they're my pick, right? So game 1 they were kind of okay, so coming into a bigger map, a map that they should be a bit more familiar with, less RNG-ish, or less, how should I put it, less circle-dependent sort of map. Harame Bros might be able to come up with something, so I want to see if they can actually do that. The other picks here, Time to Quit Esports, you did mention how important it is for them to perform, and Blink X, they put it in his support for Time to Quit Esports.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a chance today, especially when it comes to the final week here. It's going to be the last bouncing back for the teams at the very bottom, so they should have that pressure right now, either by the orgs or by just themselves, just to want to prove that, hey, we deserve to be here as well. So I feel like it's going to be a lot of pride just to fight into the top 8, and they have to finish in the top 8 for the teams at the very bottom, at least by this week, just to make sure they will balance out with the rest of the week prior to this, to make sure they can have a chance or have a shot at the grand finals. But for all of our predictions here, all of these teams actually are very good engaging teams when it comes to the team fight. So I'm not surprised if one of our prediction teams will be eliminated quickly, because these are the teams that love to engage the fight, despite it's not really necessarily for them to commit into it.
Oh. Or maybe they could win that fight and they could carry on their momentum. Like, oh, you win one fight, you feel good. You want to take the next fight, you win the next fight. You want to take the next fight, you win the next fight. And then it rolls, and it just came up as a chicken dinner. So it could be that kind of situation as well, right? But among all these teams, of course, we cannot deny the fact that, like, Austria Esports, they do have Red Bull, Harami Bros, they do have Federales, and they could be the ones to do that. And speaking about the ones to do that, you guys need to do it as well. You guys need to put in your prediction through this QR code.
I mean, like, Dread is still playing it today, but with Harami Bro, the votes just going more towards Harami Bro this time, and the same goes for Austria Esports. I mean, he's always number 1 for Austria Esports. I wouldn't mind somebody else, even Harami Bro, to take away that number 1 spot for the voting side, but so far, I feel like even our audience kind of jinxed the teams in the first map. Of course, only the first map, because all the teams seems to be predicted to be on top and always got the most voting just now seems to be get eliminated. Didn't even score a chicken. Now, guys, that's a sign that you should vote for somebody else right now.
Yeah, switch it, right? Switch it. I know the number 2, number 3, it's switched just because of, like, Genesis Esports isn't playing, so that's why, okay, we change this. We have to change to someone else anyway, right? Well, for Elevate, they're playing. But well, that kind of changed as well, the number 3. But of course, we're going to see that number 1 change. Last we saw was like, what, 60%? So come on, guys. You guys are fans of the other teams. You guys know what to do. Put in your support for your favorite team, and hopefully that number changes.
And don't forget about voting your favorite player too, because right now I feel like Momboy, Federales, and probably as per usual, Red Bull will be one of top 3 favorite players that have been taking a lot of MVP when it comes to the MVP of every single match. But it would be nice to have a new contender too, because right now it feels like always going to be Red Bull for the past few weeks. He got himself the MVP. But we want to know your thought regarding the most favorite player, or even a player that you think that they are well deserving the spotlight, other than the ones that we mentioned before. Because right now it's always about trying to find the potential of the players, and maybe we have some jumping of ships next season between the teams of the players that are being favored by your vote out there.
Yeah, who knows, right? Who knows? So put it in while you still have the time. So it's 40 seconds is for you guys to vote, because when we get into the game, we're going to show at some point of the game the latest standings. So we want to see something different. Come on, guys. I know a lot of passionate fans out there voting for Austria Esports, which is cool, which is great. But we also want to see, like, the other fan clubs as well, putting in your support for your favorite team as we prepare ourselves to head into Erangel coming up next. And out of the caster's desk, there is 2 predictions for Austria Esports. So we're going to keep an eye on whether our friends at the community desk there did curse Austria Esports, or it's a blessing for them to score the chicken dinner. And without further ado, this is going to be Erangel number 1 for today. Let's head on to it.
Finally, getting into the first Erangel of the day. Very northern flight path once more, going down south to SMB. From Taverny to SMB, and the flight path seems to be favored more towards the right side here right now. But it's all about dropping a great initial drop spot. Will be super crucial for the teams and their survivability here. But we might actually have hot drops in between the teams. I'm looking at even Good and YG are moving in the same direction. And on the side of Nova Rapnoe and Olja Esports, I think there's no problem between these two teams to actually share the SMB area. But it's all about the clashes and collisions early on, especially the scouters. Keep an eye towards their snatch and run for the vehicles.
Yeah, and we might see some of that as well because circle is on the left side and the flight path is on the right. So some players might want to try to snatch vehicles from each other. But so far, we don't see any clashes just yet. So probably everyone managed to either land onto their regular draw spot or they managed to get their own vehicles. Just like what we see Jappy here doing. They will start off in Pochinki, very centered in the map, and accessing the left side circle. It's not going to be a big problem for them.
Now, speaking of the circle here, definitely not favoring towards the flight path. It's not right on top of it, and it actually contradicts on the left side instead. So left side wise of the map, very, very empty. We're talking about 0 teams right now on top of it. But for GG Esports, even Harame Bro and TTQ, I assume they will cut across Gatka after they're done looting up in Pochinki and might just get on top of the Gatka Mountains, because right now Gatka Mountain will be one of the best places for them to farm their eliminations if the circle just happened to be ended up on top of Gatka Field. But if just pulled all the way to the southern side, or even Quarry or Ferry Pier area, there's going to be an advantage for the teams coming up from SMB. That's including Ozja Esports, especially Ozja Esports, because they are quite nearby towards the left side of the bridge last time we saw them.
Yeah, they should be able to get a quick access towards the left side into the circle. But for Harame Bros, as much as they would have wanted to move in quickly, they bump into GG in this compound and they're surrounding them.
Just next to ruins as well. Harame Bro and GG Esports seems to be having and sharing the same direction. Part of the Harame Bro players just now we saw they are right on top of Pochinki. I think they're done with their looting phase there and just straight away try to go for the early rotation. Question is, GG Esports do have the same mindset as well, but when it comes to utilities, who get the most will actually win this battle. Unfortunately for Rick, he only left with a UMP with a very little amount of reserve, but actions and tension been broken, and here comes Federlas knocked down first on the ground. GG Esports seems to be winning the skirmish, but now it's a reverse fight with Range taking down one of players of GG Esports, and Baby Harry managed to finish off a clean execution against one of two players of Harame Bros already taken out of the equation.
Ooh, and it looks like it's only Range left right now. He will not have time to heal up. He managed to get into this. Oh, no space. But he'll still try to do it because the revive is happening on the outside. Support will be stayed by his teammate Baby Harris. Opens the door, sees with both of them, gets a double knockdown back to back. Beautifully executed by Range.
Running low with his ammunition. Level 1 vest almost shredded entirely with no helmet too. This is a big risk for him to take, but he has nothing else left to fight for. All the rest of the teammates already been finished off. Now down to Rich to clutch it out. It's going to be a 2v1 against GG Esports. He will try to play with the corners and try to outplay with the player's position. Try to bait them out. And that's going to be giving away his position entirely for the kid with his shotgun prepared in his hands. But the last player of GG Esports, where he's at right now, Range can deal with a 1v1. But the kid on the other end got himself some upgrade of loot with resources laying around, with those death boxes laying around as well for him to pick it up. But Range trying to find an exit out. He will not play it indoors. He knows it's going to be a set up trap by GG Esports once the remaining members arriving here soon.
And the kid found a shotgun as well. And look at this. Jisoo is on his way. So it's going to be a 2v1. The kid just buying time. Keeping Range inside. Oh, Range shows himself. Kid takes a bit of damage. Cooking up his nade. Jisoo needs to come by quickly. He also pulled out his nade. And now Range will need to fight against the two of them. Say hello to the two members of GG.
But he barely got enough with his bullets here. Range, he knows exactly where kid is right now, right on top of the roof, but he needs to scout the other one. The jump shot from the kid baited out. It wasn't clean as they still have their heavy casualty on the side of GG Esports, but that was a big win against the top teams up there, which will be one of the top 8 teams. And Harame Bros being eliminated as quick as we can actually get into the game here. And for GOT7, they will be taking another team. So we have so many fights in action going against RTC.
Yeah, they just took out Lobokun. Another player of RTC is currently down. GOT7, they might want to go for it. It is potentially worth it for them to just finish him off and they can loot up from there. Okay, there you go. The other members of RTC nowhere to be found, so it's going to be free loot here for GOT7.
Unfortunately for GG Esports, from the pan to the fire. Next is gonna be BBE. After they're done deal with the Rame Bro, they also be sharing the same boat and taken out from this map by another Filipino team, which is gonna be PBE. Gerald and the rest of the team get themselves 2 elimination points out of this fight and taking at the good timing as well when they were transferring themselves outside of that compound. They're being shot from behind. But next we have another skirmish. It's gonna be a lot of scrappy fights here. TTQ versus Exquisite, and this is gonna be a different side of a map entirely. On the playing fields of Gaka we go.
And TTQ moving in. They're probably going in for the chase. Okay, let's see what do they have in mind there. Out in the open field, taking a bit of risk in case any other team were to pass by, but so far so clear for them. Same goes for Exquisite. Exquisite, however, playing a bit safer by the edge of this main peninsula. They're navigating around, and if I look at the utilities, they're pretty okay. So it's more of like Exquisite taking point position, while Austria Esports coming into the main peninsula unchallenged.
I mean, like, it's still stage number 1, and it's quite reasonable for them to leave SMB since it's not in the circle at all. So for them to coming up from towards Ferry Pier and maybe just rotate towards Primos is quite a good rotation still, because there's not many teams already got themselves at the left side. But for Harame Bro, they have to transition themselves quite early because they know Pochinki will be one of the hottest spot for a team to pass by later on. But it happened to be showing the same direction as GG Esports at the same time too. Next we do have Dread versus PBE, but Playbook quite oblivious regarding Jass's position, and they might actually scout out on Dread, and this is going to be a sandwich situation for Jarrell. But for the rest of PBE, how did they respond to Jass's position here?
Oh, Jashi almost got it though. But Damon got Jarrell. Okay, that's still an advantage for them. Coming in, and Damon will finish off Gerald. This is going to be a high ground advantage as well for Dread Esports. The other members of Playbook Esports might want to move away, but then again the circle is centered around the Pochinki Hill, so it will maybe make sense for them to try to take this spot out of Dread, but they don't have the numbers.
I'm looking out for the trenches of Pochinki. That's going to be one of the best spots for the teams to fight for. I don't know how many teams got themselves inside of the trenches right now, but for the teams that try to rotate to a side of Gaka Mountains and Hospital, everyone we cut across the playing field of Gaka, well, we have a couple of teams, or maybe more of them, to be inside of the Blues, and RTC will take a long game coming up from the northern side. GOT7 and Sin might clash just to get on top of School later on. They're cutting across the right side of the circle, where Exquisite also coming up from the same direction but slightly on the south. Max V9 on the hand still on top of SMB. I don't know if they will get bridge cam or be gated by Austria Esports. There are a couple of teams nearby Ferry Pier area, so there's going to be a tough entry for Max V9 there.
And they're definitely taking the time there, and maybe that's one of the reasons why they're hoping for the teams to move away before they come in. Right now, the team that is still not moving away is going to be Elevate. They seem to have just taken over this compound, probably from another opponent that just left it. And understandable as well, since this area is not in the middle of the circle. The opponents might want to come in as close as possible there. So they leave this place for Elevate, which is absolutely fine. So Elevate can still hold on to the spot until the next stage and decide where to go from there.
Yeah, but Roshawk South area is very vacant, so if they want to play it slow and play it safe, it's one of the best approach towards this sort of circle, because it's quite concentrated in the center. It's congested by so many teams by now. But another team that do have the same idea as Elevate right now is going to be YG. One player being planted up there just to scout their position here and relay the information back to the rest of YG. How do they respond to that after this? Depending on their IGL. But on the side of RTC, they're coming out from the blue zone and just approach towards Roshawk area. Will cut across, possibly if they want to go towards School. sure they can actually do so. I think it's quite empty right now. But based on the rotation last time we saw, GOT7 and Sin might actually cross a path with RTC here as well. It depends on whether they want to go to the left or the right side of the northern side of the circle.
Yeah, RTC only 2 players left, so they will want to play this as safe as possible. Passing by ruins, there's another team just right beside them and not spotted out since the terrain did protect them. And so far so good. And look at the mini-map as well, no other teams in front of them, so they should be fine for now. But inside of Pochinki, now we have 2 different teams, Exquisite and Stranger Esports.
Might be ended up on top of Pochinki for Urban Warfare finale here. But I wish it will be some teams. There will be some teams that try to take control of the trenches, because I'm looking at the chopstick area trenches here, and it seems to be still not occupied by any teams at all. And it's one of the best barricade and bunker they can actually get used to fight against the team inside of these buildings. But I think RTC do have those ideas to take over around the compounds of next to the trenches. But unfortunately, Strangers Esports spot out their rotation here, and that's not great for a 7-6. He can be picked up by his member, but we talked about PBE here. They're very great at mid and long reach fights.
Yeah, and they're trying now against the Stranger Esports, as Momboy did spray them down, but nothing connected. As for Boyshon, knocked down by Gus from Tiny Quick Esports somewhere else. So these could be the traveling players, as they got sprayed down by other teams who have already had their spot in the circle.
Try to even secure and deny the mobility of Strangers Esports in case they want to exit out from that tap coming out from Momboy. That was a genius move, by the way. Make sure they will not run away if they try to rush into it. But the next stage will be straight on top of Pochinki. Will we have Urban Warfare, or the next stage will pull all the way to us down south of the circle? Because right now there's so many congested teams at the very south. Very vacant north still. YG tried to take control over the northern side. Elevate, how would they rotate in? Same goes for Sin and GOT7. They're coming into Pochinki, but we do know there are already so many teams already got themselves on the compound of Pochinki here. And also Esports also coming up from the southern side. South seems to be very congested right now. It will be a massive place to be, but it's going to be a murder city on top of Pochinki, of course, with RSG taking on Max V9. The John knocked down and got finished off in an instant. That's a clean execution by Ryder.
Yeah, probably was while he was making the rotation as well. And Risk Guys, they were prepared for him. And that's going to be the first point for Risk Guys. Now for them to go up to the high ground of Pochinki. The hills of Pochinki, Dread Esports have been holding that spot for the longest time. If the circle does go there, Risk Guys will be forced to take the fight with Dread Esports, so they're hoping for that not to happen. But Austria Esports is the one to start it off with Dread.
We're not done on the outskirts yet. Speaking of gatekeeping, Sin trying to gatekeep and deny the entry in by GOT7 here. So they will try to keep it as tight as they can. As TTQ, you talked about Austria Esports. TTQ will be their trouble to deal with later on for Austria. Still, they have a exchange of bullet on that side too. South side of the circle seems to be very hectic right now. Two sides left and right engaging into fight, including RSG. And GOT7 seems to be dropping like flies, falling into pieces. As Sin player as well as RSG or Risk Guys taking a stab and taking them at a jab. This is going to be difficult for the rest of GOT7 because they have to deal with two-way war and down to only one last player standing.
Yeah, look at the amount of teams on the map here. We got 3 of them by the edge of the circle, still circling around. And Sin, they're looking for more. They will have that opportunity since the circle might go away. Okay, stage 4 is upon us. They do not have the circle. It's time for them to move. But Risk Guys with a full squad is around the corner as well. And maybe knocked out by Edward, eliminated immediately by Edward, who's just hiding in this shack or the sniper tower from afar.
Mushroom Tower play him such a well spot there. Despite his being alone right now, Edward tries to do what he can and have a sweet revenge from the back, taking one of the players of Risk Guys who knocked down one of his members too. So Edward, with one player remaining on the side of GOT7, what can he do? All he can is just wait it out, because right now it's stage 4 heading into stage 5 very soon in less than 20 seconds. With 14 teams still alive, that's still a bundle of teams in here. On the side of Risk Guys, they are parting ways against Sin, but now from the pan to the fire, it's going to be Osja Esports for the next contender. Exquisite, on the other hand, they take the trenches into control. But Osja, how did they respond to this? There was a swift driving by the side of Risk, guys. They did not even shoot out. It seems to be connecting halfway through, but unfortunately, it did not knock down any of the members of Risk, guys, for Osja Esports.
And Osja Esports is still a full team. They make the northern side rotation into the circle, avoiding unnecessary fights on the outside of it. Risk, guys, doing pretty much the same, but they only have 2 players. The moment they arrive, Master Fate gets knocked down. Bunny tries to fight back, but Bunny, he needs to reload. A chance will not be given by Elevate Esports, and Risk, guys, went out.
Risk, guys, were being forced to drive into the corner. I mean, the way they're being actually put down with a bullet just now, a lot of showers of bullet just aiming for their heads just at the current moment, forcing them to get into the crossfire of Elevate compounds, as well as there's a PBE on the other side. There's also GOT7 on the other side. GOAT. And there's Osja. So you are the center of attention now. Elevate, on the other hand, with them fighting and fend off the players of Risk, guys, knowing that's pretty much exploiting their own position towards all the teams around them as well. Now, we talked about the trenches before. It seems like Exquisite managed to control over the 2 side of trenches for now, but we do have that one player of RTC. Nuss is just next to him.
Yeah, Nas is playing the quiet game now. Let's see if he pull the trigger. He's the final member of RTC, so he might want to stay as quiet as possible since he's still at the circle and allow more teams to eliminate each other, hoping for placement points. Exquisite not really leaving this area yet, and not like he really needs to. But look at how this car is parked. I mean, it gives him maximum cover.
Extra barricade, add on another height there. Whatever he can, but that also gives away his position though. There would definitely not going to be a normal parking and not a normal vehicle that, you know, there's somebody there inside. They know that for sure right now. But for Exquisite, they're trying to make use of the time, waiting time to actually have left, while stage 5 will commence very soon. It's down to stage 5 to actually push the players out of the hiding spot here, so they have to wait it out, but they need to start to think about their exit route for the teams. It's super crucial for the teams inside of Pochinki to have those smokes to be prepped up and deployed if the circle does not favor them.
Yeah, so we're going to see that in about 10 more seconds when we move on to stage number 5. For now, it's going to be tied to Quick Esports. They're hoping to secure that elimination point out of Boyshon. Boyshon's elimination will be given to the play zone, and he's out. So inside of the city of Pochinki circle at all, it moves towards the open area, and the Playbook Esports is one of the teams in it.
It's going to be a lot of utilities to be prepped by Strangers Esports, Exquisite, even RTC last player down there, and Max V9 Joseph, of course, because right now they have to think about how to get out from the urban area, plus how to hike up towards those elevations. Plain field, yeah, there's slight curvature and slightly elevation for them to hike up, but it's a clear plain field, by the way. It's very clear enough for the teams actually on top of those hills to just shoot everybody down there coming up of Pochinki.
Yeah, so whoever comes out of Pochinki will need to really play strategically. Take their time, maybe allow other teams to go out and become the so quote-unquote bait. But looking at the vote result, we're still going to see the same. Osja Esports on top, followed by Yangu Gaidagos, and then Harame Bros as our top 3 voted teams. Come on, guys. We need more votes up here, okay? Scan the QR code. Oh, Yangu Gaidagos, long range, cute Loki. Time for him to go.
For YG, at least you guys got your voting right, because 2 out of 3 teams still survive on top of your voting here. But for Sen, one overpicking will get a headshot off for Waka with that mini 14, and unfortunately due to the curvature of the land, he needs to reposition himself on the slight elevations to actually have a better view on top. Sen on the other end gonna play the slope of the hill. The spotted out Exquisite players. The Merman Cooper managed to get out from the trenches area just now, but Sen will try to gatekeep them, and we have YG behind them as well. So for Core, this is definitely not a cool place for him right now.
Oh, not a cool place for Mix as well, as he got eliminated or knocked down by MM. And Osja Esports, Red Bull in action, take it out Liquid. And we have Cool looking for more out of this fight against Exquisite. Exquisite making their move. Okay, they're also on the outside of the circle. Now they're still Cool to start with M4 on the Koopa and MM. And looks like both of them managed to get away.
Lucky enough, they still have some reserve smoke to be deployed for Exquisite, so they can actually slowly climb up and try to get themselves on top of the highland areas. But Super Pickles and the rest of Exquisite, including MM, they cannot save Cooper right now. He's just too far behind. It's too much of a risk, so they have to abandon one of their teammates for the sake of the survivability of the team. While the rest of the team that's not inside of the circle, good luck fighting the Blues, and this time it's gonna hurt them quite a lot. And one of them will be the players of Sen, as YG will try to deny the entry in. Walker hoping it will actually pop the smoke and try to buy time for the teams, and thanks to Ranked, they managed to take out the flank area with YG finish off the rest of Sen. Despite Ranked trying to open up the space, it's still going to be a huge advantage. YG with the most man, plus they do have more utilities compared to Sin just now.
And Young Galacticos, they can still pick up their teammates, so they'll be back as a 4 coming from the northern side circle. You need to be prepared for stage number 6. And if you look at them, in front of them are all roads. So potentially they may need to cross the road. But since majority of teams are like on the south side or on the right side of the circle, they should have enough space. Especially if they can deal with Goat on the left.
Speaking of the Goat, I like how they actually spread out, so they gain so much information regarding the position. Yeah, Yakar will be a bit left behind, but he needs to get out into the playing field and might be spotted by Elevate players. Ozja still taking a fight against Dread, and Joseph from Max V9 is kind of stuck down there for the longest time. I don't know how he tried to get out, but at least he got some very steep slope that will cover his presence against Ozja Esports for now.
And the fact that he could leave Pachinki unscathed, that is a miracle by itself. But now the circle went all the way up north, so it's time for Joseph to plan his next move to get in. In front of him was Ozja Esports. Ozja Esports moving into the circle as well. We got Red Bull behind this tree. So the teammate Martin passed by. 21 tries to land his shots, tries to take out a member of Ozja Esports at least, but not enough to knock down anyone. And finally he lands on Martin.
That's painful to be the receiving end of Ozja Esports here right now. What a tap coming up from 21 here. And those smokes will try to confuse 21 how to tap it out right now, but it's so close to his cross. All he needs to do just slightly to the right, but due to the slight bump on the road, it's going to be difficult for them to land those shots. But a Dread coming up from behind. That's a clear shot for Jashi, by the way.
Here we go, long range by Jashi, still not letting go of Ozja Esports, but the fire back on the Jashi will force him to return back to his safe area behind the tree. Jashi finally knocked down though by Red Bull. So the other members of Dread Esports, the Mios, will need to come in. But oh man, Red Bull is prepared for it. Red Bull, oh! As much damage as he did to the Mios, you only need to do one thing. That is to run over Red Bull.
With 7 eliminations, thanks to PBE that knocked down the members of the other team they're fighting against just now. I mean, that's going to be tough for Dread with the last play, but hey, they lasted long enough and they got themselves quite a number of eliminations for Dread, thanks to the side of PBE. They're having those long shots against the players here. But PBE, they're not stopping and not showing any sign of slowing down at all. They're going against RTC, which was the last play just now. Unfortunately, RTC ended up they're running this Erangel map with 0 eliminations, so they barely got enough points, but at least those ranking and position will help them in terms of points. But what a nade by WTZ, that deflected angle still knocked down on one of Exquisite players despite they have those hard covers of rocks.
And he wants to finish up the job right now, tossing a Molly to the other side. Super Pickles takes a bit of damage. His teammates together with him to try to revive him, but that also means that they are in an awkward position, allowing WTZ to finish off MM, and Exquisite Esports fall to Young Galacticos.
That was a nice nade by WTZ, clearing off the entire team of Exquisite by himself just now. The next contender will definitely going to be the one that pushing towards their side. YG will be one of the top teams here right now. They just won themselves the last chicken dinner. They're definitely high with the adrenaline rush here. Try to actually force to fight again PBE and Strangers Esports. Now, it's going to be 2 different angles, but they're sending out one scouter to just read out any position that's going to be SayCloud. Very risky, very bold move, but it's necessary for the side of YG since the rest of the team is across the other side of the street, so he needs to relay all the information as much as he can for the rest of YG right now.
Ooh, look at the circle towards the left side, and Young Galacticos, they don't have it. Some of their players need to cut across the road, and the teams on the right, including Playbook Esports, will need to come in. But before they do that, they have to deal with Stranger Esports, and Momboy might start it off with this nade, and he decided not to. Instead, he shifted his attention to Young Galacticos.
For PBE and Strangers, I mean, like, Strangers do get themselves a warehouse/barn area. It's quite a strong fortress, but they are not inside of a circle. The ones inside of a circle and try to take control is going to be YG again from the northern side. They take control slowly over from north down to the middle ground. But SEACloud, unfortunately, he has to hold the angle by himself since he's being separated from the rest of the team quite far apart. Loki tried to do some cover fire across the other side of the street, but have to reach out to Klaus, bleeding out right now. They need him so much because Cloud is the only one they're holding an off angle for the rest of YG. They're slowly losing men on the side of YG, but another CQC, PBE versus Strangers Esports, and Strangers Esports forcing their way into PBE's compound because they are the furthest one away from the circle, and still what a defense by PBE.
And with that, they should be able to come into the circle next. But we're going to see what's going to happen inside the circle. Goat, they still have 21. On the lower ground, Yangon Galacticos taking this high ground. SEACloud together with Romeo Boy is still in a knocked situation. They need to kind of clear off 21. 21 is the one that's kind of holding the other members of Yangon Galacticos to save each other.
Oh, for YG, 2 members, not at least they managed to pick up on Romeo Boy, but the rest of them tried to reach out to SEACloud, who's bleeding out for the longest time. WTZ tried to go for the rescue mission, thanks to Kayla, who actually will buy time for YG right now, doing a favor for YG, taking out last player of GOAT, that was 21. We're down to only 4 teams, and YG managed to revive their members as a 4 once more full squad. But here comes WTZ. He might actually want to rush against Kayla, but Elevate, they only have 2 members. SEACloud just got revived back on the ground.
And Kayla keeping an eye on to WTZ. WTZ just right behind the slope. And Kayla, no clear shot. Anyway, for Loki, he's busy with Playbook Esports. Raimon, Monboy is currently down. So 2 other players of Playbook Esports will need to win the fight against Loki. It takes a lot of damage from this nade, and Loki will make sure that Monboy will not be saved.
For Cloud, if they manage to revive, it's going to be huge advantage for YG right now. It's going to be a 4v2, v2, v1. The only one with the 1 player is going to be Dread right now. Playing it safe. Damio's been playing it super silent and not moving an inch of a muscle at all. But for PBE or Playbook Esports, they do have the flat plane of elevations. They are in the highland areas, but they're short in terms of manpower here. And those shots coming out across the other side where YG stands will not making it any easy entry for them at all. And they did not realize Damios just next to them too. If they want to shoot down on Damios, the rest of Elevate will try to take advantage from below.
Yeah. So looking at the circle, again, it doesn't favor Yangon Galacticos. Though they are the only team with a full squad, that's at least their advantage. But they need to start clearing their sides. Coming down for the higher ground, it's going to be okay for them, but they need to do it quick. Because in about 40 more seconds, we'll see stage 9 and there will not be any circle anymore.
Time's ticking. Whoever get chipped down by the blue zone first. I think for the side of YG to try to spread out, but the one that actually stopping them is going to be Elevate. They got themselves some good hard covers. The compound is still inside the circle, and this is the only compound remaining in this circle as well. But once the circle done, there's no more circle after this. Elevate will have to leave those compounds because they're barely into the center here. And Dread Demia will slowly snake himself forward. The same goes for PBE players. Everybody start to snake down here now. It's going to be a snaking ending, but on the side of YG, they do have most men, so if they just spread out evenly and do have some elevations too, they can actually play it into a chicken dinner ending here.
Yeah, so who will get it will also be the question, right? Because we have 4 teams and all these 4 teams have that potential of scoring it. Maybe even Dread Esports with that 1 player who's able to come out with a surprise, and that's going to be the Mios just by the edge of the blue. Okay, now the zone is starting to close. Elevate is forced out of their compound. They'll need to hike up to this high ground, and that's going to be one of the most difficult missions for them.
For YG to get themselves some hot
Yes.
covers, but Demi is being spotted out by Caleb. But the moment he drove that vehicle, PBE will try to cancel the players out as well. Elevate also got finished off 1 player, down to only 1 left. YG knocked down on their knees. PBE play taking the risk. Nathan next. It's gonna be last of Elevate. It'll be taken out by YG. They're losing their members, and now back to back chicken. YG, despite it wasn't the cleanest, but hey, PBE did a great run as well. But back to back chicken dinner. YG is on fire today.
Yeah, can't complain about a chicken dinner. Back to back for Yangon Galacticos. They are definitely on fire here with Playbook Esports Also in the top 4, top 3, well, have they done enough to overtake Playbook Esports? Maybe not yet, but they definitely have shrunk the gap between themselves and Playbook Esports. And what a patience game here by Young Gaticos. In fact, for most of the time, they didn't get the circle. The circle kept going away from Young Gaticos. But what they did smartly is that, number one, they played patiently. Number two, whichever necessary targets, they take them all out. So they clear their own path to get into the circle, and that is the patience game by Young Gaticos that earned them this chicken dinner.
But I personally feel like even though despite for PBE, yeah, YG just won the chicken, they do have better numbers in terms of manpower. But for PBE, they were dealing with two teams at the same time. We're dealing with YG and as well as the players, Drat, one of them of course, and there's also another team that they're trying to swing it big, and they only have like what, 2 players left on the side of PBE. Michi managed to scout down a couple of players. It was down to almost 1v1 between YG as well as PBE just now. But still, YG, what a patience game. I agree. I mean, they were trying to slowly coming in. The only thing that makes it so difficult for YG to get into a full control of the circle just now was just Elevate. The moment Elevate being knocked down and finished off straight away, thanks to PBE of course, that's how they managed to, you know, spread out quite evenly and get more grounds to play.
Yeah, they even got some help from PBE to take out the 21 from Goat Esports. So that was a necessary clearance for them to come into the circle as well. So it was kind of like the roll of a dice sort of moment, right? Somebody help you, and then you get the chance, you come in, and you take away the chicken dinner from their hands. But let's check out the best moments here from the highlight of the Erangel match.
Hailing from Myanmar, winning themselves the chicken, which was YG. But when it comes to the MVP, we have to give this individual coming up from the Philippines, Elevate, Kayla, one of the players that always been one of the top fraggers as well since the past few seasons with 3 eliminations, 3 knockouts, 793 damage. Elevate, despite they having lesser member just now, they lasted long enough. It was difficult with their position in the middle of a playing field where there's only slope of field for them to take cover and only a couple of rocks in between. It's quite an open space, but they lasted long enough.
Yeah, with that, Kayla coming in as well with 793 total damage. 3 total knockouts, 1 assist, 121 total heal because he had to hold on for himself for quite a while. And the survival time of 27 minutes, 47 seconds, this earned him the MVP, especially with the total amount of damage and the 3 eliminations that he brought back to his team, despite not getting a chicken dinner. But then again, this kind of performance, who knows, might bring him up as one of the top contenders for the weekly MVP. But we also have to celebrate Young Gaticos with the 10 eliminations.
Ferocious, and what a phenomenal run here for today. Back-to-back chicken dinner coming up from Sanhok before even in their wrangle they carry out the momentum non-stop here for YG with the double chicken in a day. Despite we only have 2 maps going on, 2 maps are theirs to take. And last time we saw them and between the gap with PB was 19 points. They have slightly extra here at 20 points. But with PBE last in the top 2 as well, I think the gap is still there, but it's going to be just within one map to topple it off. With 9 knockouts, 10 eliminations, 2050 damage to assists, I have to say their team player coming up from YG, how they pick each other up despite Cloud being knocked down multiple times. Thanks to WTZ who reached out, and they will not leave their teammate abandoned at the back line. That's what most important coming up from YG, the way they actually play the game.
And no man left behind, ladies and gentlemen. The philosophy of Young Galacticos this game. And looking at the overall stats, okay, it's a
Wow.
kind of okay circle. It's somewhere in the middle of the map. Lots of land, no wonky kind of circle. So there's time for teams to loot 3 airdrops in the process and come out with 259 throwables used, which is pretty average when it comes to an Erangel map. Other than that, total elimination 61, so it looks like none of these players actually bow out to the zone or denied themselves. Not like they have the water to deny themselves, but neither did they give themselves out to the blue. So it's a clean round here where everyone fought to the finish.
Yeah, I like the fact that all the knockouts actually got eliminated as well, which is a rare sight, by the way. Usually we have more knockouts than elimination these days. Even the airdrop got looted 3 times this time, and those teams, definitely one of the teams were actually winning or not. I have no clue. We didn't get any visualization based on the teams that actually get the airdrop looted just now. But 15 headshot, pretty much dissimilar standards. And we have even the throwables, which was around 259, still in the standard range coming up from this tournament. But YG with 20 points, 15 by PBE. This means the gap in between them still less than 10 perhaps right now, or maybe slightly around there somewhere, but it's still going to be PBE taking the lead. But Elevate, they are on the rise here today. Same goes for Dread.
Yeah, and if we look at some of the teams that I would have hoped for them to be on the rise, RTC, too bad they only got 1 point. Team Max V9, also 1 point within 2 games. They scored a 0 in Sanhok. It's not looking good for Team Max. Exquisite, another team with 1 point. The silver lining is that every team got their own point in this round. I'm also looking at the other big names here, right? Harame Bros, they went out fairly early. We saw their fight, and it's only 2 points this time for Harame Bros, so they're losing grip at the top.
I mean, consolation-wise, at least they gained points, right? Nobody ended up with a 0, so it didn't drop entirely for the balls down there. Still playing, at least there's some progress, even though they are one of the top teams. So I like how you mentioned, I feel like Oz just slowly get pushed down again, just like how they did yesterday, but it wasn't that far off this time. Ozja managed to just secure himself in the top 3, but GE slowly get pushed down. It depends, because the gap between GE and Fearless right now is still a stretch around I think 27 points right now in between Fearless and GE, so it's going to be a lot of height coming up from Elevate as well. But Elevate definitely got themselves a good momentum here today, so it's no time for them by the end of today. They can get themselves the top 5. But YG, the gap is getting even closer, and PBE, they still manage to get themselves double digits, so it's going to be a tough contention between these two teams.
And also Dread Esports with a okay performance for them. They did score a couple of points. Now they have overtaken Flash Vision Esports, who's not playing today, pushing them down to number 20. And Flash Vision Esports is now the only team with 18 points, or the only team that is not into the 20-point mark yet. So they'll be looking to fix this number when they come back again tomorrow. Since they're not playing today, there's nothing much they can do about it except to watch, revise, and hopefully come back stronger in tomorrow's matches.
And speaking of today's matches, right, I see that Ozja Esports do focus more on eliminations. They definitely have more eliminations than compared to YG just now. But you have to give respect for YG. They managed to conquer the most northern side of the circle twice in a row now, despite it was a different map entirely. But YG, they know how to outplay all the other teams out there. They know not many teams come up from the northern side, so they took advantage of that. And I assume the third map later, which is going to be the second wrangle of the day, they will probably going to play the same game here.
Yeah, so if it works out for them, why not, right? If it's not broken, don't fix it. Let's see what kind of gameplay will we get from Young Galacticos when we come back from the break. Or what sort of circle will we get that might make it difficult for Young Galacticos as well. So when we are back, we have only one more Erangel match for us to watch before we move on to the Miramar matches. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going in for a break, so do not go anywhere. See you guys in a little bit more for the 2 Erangel matches back to back.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain a rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the Self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall 2024. After that very short toilet break, of course, I definitely need to go to the bathroom just now. And we're back with Chuchu and Sir Cloud for the story of our day number 3 in the final week here. I feel like there might be the rise of the second page. I hope we can get our story here today.
Yeah, hoping for the teams that at the bottom here, teams like Dread, teams like God7, teams like even GG to really come up with a performance and maybe even to score the chicken dinner, because today, Young Radical, so far in the first 2 matches that we saw, they scored the 2 chicken dinners and they've already got the chicken dinner before this. So it's a repeat of a chicken dinner by them, and it's their 3rd chicken dinner for this week itself. So come on, guys, for the other teams, time to step up the game and try to steal that chicken dinner away from Yaku Galacticos.
I mean, I'm surprised that YG got himself a back-to-back chicken here, because yesterday they didn't score any at all. They got himself the first day in the final week, or week number 3 here. But for you guys, we cannot stress enough. I have to remind you guys every single map, so you guys will download the latest version, which is going to be the version 3.40. The Crimson Battle begins for you guys with the Blood Moon Awakening team mode is already here available for you guys to play. And grow yourself wings. I mean, it looks painful to grow yourself wings from the back, but hey, it's still pretty cool down there.
I never grown wings on the back before, so I don't know how it feels. Maybe it feels like menthol behind you. I don't know. Maybe if you guys have grown wings before on your back, do let us know in the comment section. But we also want to let you know that the new Royale Pass Ace 9 is available right now for a limited amount of time until the 14th of November. Rest assured, no wings needed here. All you need here is this zombie skin, because you want to match up with those zombies inside of the Metro Royale mode.
Yep, at least you got wigs though. And the wig is no ordinary wig, it's a lethal lady cover. But if you happen to be a male and you want to feel like a lady for once, why not try it out? I mean, like, I do know a lot of you guys actually, real life male play, actually love to be the female player in the game and get yourself some freebies sometimes just to play out some voice acting in there as well, because I used to be a male inside of my game character too, so I can, you know, guard over some females down there. It's funny how you can actually cross-dress yourself in the game sometimes, and especially with the sets, of course, it's gonna be super fun to actually have the variety of the sets that's gonna be you hitting that level 100. But we're done with the RP and the S just now. Next up, we have me and Blingax got a double TTQ, but hey, Remanko Big Daddy is always gonna be, I don't know what's going on between these two Miramar casters, but they love to pair up, you know, the same when it comes to their prediction.
Yeah, I wonder if they discussed the prediction before the show started, right? But yeah, they picked Austria Esports before this, right? So Austria Esports didn't get it. So now they're picking a Rim's team, which is Team Max V9. So this will be interesting to see if they can actually get it. And the Team Max is one of those teams this week that have not got a chicken dinner yet. So again, not only the boss is casting, the boss is watching, the boss also put in his prediction. So maybe he knows something that's happening behind the scenes.
It's like his giving his statement, you guys have to score this chicken or something will be up with you guys behind the stage later on. But for Vince, as always, I mean, like for Filipino casters, it's always a second too late. Well, they actually scored a double back-to-back. Vince, you're just slightly 1 map late, okay? Again, for YG. But it is a good banter between YG and PB by Aya Plays and Vince, because both teams seems to be one of the top 2 teams that in one of the closest contests when it comes to getting that number 1 spot. These 2 teams right now are very close and just competing against each other for the top 2.
Yeah, interesting, right? The fact that Vince picked Yaku Galacticos when, well, they are on the Filipino broadcast. Obviously, there will be more Filipino fans and they'll be like, hey, Vince, traitor! Why you picked them? Yeah, but for the fans, if you want to override Vince's prediction, you have to put it in the QR code here. So when it comes out, at least we know that another team is being supported by you guys.
Yeah, but I will always have the same teams when it comes to the top voters out there. So I would love to see a different team coming up just to give a bit of a spice for the teams that actually always been voted for, and also give them some morale boost, especially the teams at the very bottom. They need this voting just to push. You know, when you see your supports or your fan base is quite huge down there and they give you that trust and expectation for you to score it, they have this hype and they will definitely try to appreciate and do their best down there. But unfortunately, so far, for Austria Esports, despite they have themselves back-to-back so many times, getting themselves number 1 for the favorite teams out there, but today's not been their day at all.
So maybe that's also a sign that you guys need to put in a prediction of another team. Yeah, maybe to, I don't know whether it's the curse or not, moving the curse away somewhere else or something like that. Put it in, ladies and gentlemen. You have about 30 more seconds to go before we jump in on to our match. So last we saw it was Austria Esports, Yango Galacticos, and
Bros.
Harami Bros. Yeah, Harami Bros there. So let's switch it around. Time to switch it around, people. You have 10 more seconds while we prepare our flight here. We're going to a double Erangel back-to-back after this before another break. So see you guys in the Erangel match. Here we go.
We have slightly favoring the northern side of the flight path this time, from the south of Stalber down towards the outskirts of Hospital. So we can assume the ones that love to drop around Nova, Remnoy and SMB, that's going to be Austria Esport as well as the Max V9 team. They will have to reconsider for a different drop entirely. Based on the circle, of course, they might actually have to U-turn if the circle not comprises any part of SMB.
Yeah, and I noticed that RTC, they changed their drop spot. Earlier was Starbuck Kamensky, now it's straight into Severny. So that's a bit of a change up north. And so happened, it paid dividend for them. They got the mid-out circle.
I don't know if Austria Esports still want to go into SMB, because the moment the circle popped, they're still hovering around in their parachute right now. If they go into SMB, great, it's still doable, because right now all they need to do is secure a couple of vehicles. At least SMB will be super vacant because Max V9 resolved to drop themselves in Mailtop Power. But you mentioned about RTC, I think they actually follow their hunch right this time. But can they defend Savannah as long as they need to? Because there's chances we might end up on top of Savannah or even on top of Roshok later.
Oh, look what we ended up on top with. Okay, there's a tussle for a vehicle here. Is he going to go for a crash, Master Vape? Nope. Okay, he's going to let this one go. Okay, he feels that it's not worth it. Instead, he saw his other teammate parachuting down. So go for the pickup instead. Since Baby Harry's was around the corner, so he doesn't want to take that risk.
GG Esports, one of the teams that always love to initiate the fight, maybe because they always collide with another team when they're dropping themselves inside of the compound, which did not contribute so well when it comes to the performance. They barely got enough points because most of the... When it comes to their firepower, they love those early scrappy fights, but the question is, by the time that even if they win those fights, they barely can get out alive, because there's always going to be another cleanup crew coming in after they're done with the fights here. So if they can avoid those early conflicts, those early unnecessary fights early on, things might actually change for GG Esports.
Yeah, and well done by them. So far, no casualties as a start. And even though it's like the flight path that's like more towards the northern side, some teams like Austria Esports need to drop somewhere in the middle and maybe go back to military base, or maybe they will change their plans. We'll need to wait and see. But there's still no like early clash. So far, this is let's see here. The previous Erangel was not as quiet as this. So it could probably also be like adaptation with the teams with the 5-minute extra break that they had.
Or maybe even because of the flight path right on top of the circle when it pops too. So there's not many teams actually have to move too much when it comes to the rotation to get into the circle, because they did not land as far as we thought they would be, because how the northern side of the flight path just way far to go to SMB or down south. So there will be a lot of teams already occupied around the northern side. I assume there's going to be the teams dropping themselves around the Lipovka, even Yasnaya, Poliana area will go up to Stalberg, because some slight water area way up north there, still inside of a circle. So high chance we might end up on top. Civilians double seem to be vacant right now. There'll be a couple of teams that are interested to go there as well. Another thing that I kind of noticed for this group rotation, Cloud, whenever Group B is inside of the game, feels like they're more aggressive and more early skirmishes and proactive plays by the teams as well. I think maybe because of how Rami Bro keep on hunting people from the back, that forces the teams to migrate or move quickly than before.
Or maybe coming into the mix as well is also Playbook Esports that likes to gain elimination points. So a lot of times we saw them in fights, and generally they do pretty okay when it comes to fights, right? So they have that confidence to like try to hunt out other teams and gain those elimination points. Though this round specifically is different than the first two rounds that we have seen, but it is just maybe one of those rounds. If the pattern is still like the same in the next round, whereby we drop and then we see like a few early fights or at least one early fight, then maybe that is the pattern with Group B.
Well, that's going to be your early fights going on. First contact made between GOT7 and Max V9, just on the outskirts of Lipovka here. I think they definitely are rotating towards the northern side. We talked about Kameshki Stabo, one of the hottest spots for the teams that dropped himself on the right side early on to go over to the north in that entryway. So Max V9 definitely have the idea right now. You talked about how Max V9 do have the boss watching here right now. There's so much pressure on their back mounted up for Max V9 players, because Reem is definitely rooting for his team here based on his prediction as well. But it's all about how they want to migrate into the center here. If they want to cut across straight into Rozhok, it's a bit too much of a risk for them to take, but it feels like they definitely want to hunt for people there.
Well, at some point, so these teams have nothing to lose. Remember we talked about this? So some teams like, my points are just too far away, or maybe I'm just thinking like, oh, I'm already confirmed in the grand finals anyway. I might as well make the most out of this. And that's where we start to see like teams just go wild onto each other. And that's going to be really fun, right? Like you get to see like teams just doing strange things, but sometimes it works just because like they just don't think too much and then they just do it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I agree. Those mindset they should have by now, because they can experiment before they hit into the grand finals. So who knows, whatever they try to work things out in the final week, it can actually be used in the grand finals too. But I don't know about Zuki. TTQ seems to be quite spread out. Maybe Harami Bro forced them to break their formation here. And I think Federales definitely knows Zuki's position on the side of TTQ players, and this is not great for him to have a hiding spot. But thankfully enough, Federales, there's kind of a short toss towards Zuki's position. But this is where we get to see Zuki gonna go slow death. The moment he tried to resurface himself to just see what's going on the outside, I think Federales is prepared to take him down anytime now.
Yeah, here we go, Federales. Just because he doesn't have the angle. Okay, here we go again by Federales. Almost nowhere for Suki to go. If he docks himself, then he will be a free target for Federales. So I don't know what's the exit plan right here. Okay, he can still try to swim, but look at the minimap. There's another player from Harami Bros on the other side of the river, so he's pretty surrounded now.
That's just how confident Harami Bros plays when it comes to their individual skills. Rig is prepared for this. Oh, he's either Rig or Federales, and it's going to be Zuki's down. There's a clear shot and a nice spray. Beautiful one by Rig. Finish off in an instant for Zuki. And TTQ, time to quick. Esports seems to be slowed down with that one handicap on their side, knocked down by the players of Harami Bro. They definitely want to go and exit out straight away, TTQ, knowing the fact it's a bit too dangerous because it's one of Harami Pro play that knock and finish off their members. And this could be the one team that they don't want to face way too early on. They are scary right now.
And they definitely have the firepower there, and they'll be happy to like try to identify where the other players are at since they got their first elimination. But look at the elimination feed. Looks like a goat got into some action. Probably on the left side. Yeah, they're on the left side of the circle. The circle is still towards the northern side. Right now, centered around the area of shooting range. We can see a lot of teams moving towards that area. RTC leaving Severny, try to get as close as possible to the middle part of the circle. And that's where they might meet up with action. But I want to see what's going to happen on the south side. We got Osja, Sin, and Exquisite down on the south that's coming into the circle.
I'm trying to find YG on top of this congested area. I don't see them anyway. Yeah, here you go. They're always coming out from the northern side. It's going to be from shooting range. Well, they will compete against Elevate. But Elevate, look at how spread out they are right now. Well, YG Sackler always going to be the first one to be knocked out. Almost close enough. Unfortunately, Nathan did not connect those shots in the very last minute. But like we know, it's always going to be empty on the northern side. I think God7 probably will try to collide with RTC later on top of Severny. And for the next circle, I feel like there's a chance we might get pulled down again. We might end up on top of the river of Roshok, or maybe even the small patch of land that actually in between those rivers too.
Ooh, that'll be fun. We got that the other day, and it was definitely fun for us, but not fun for the teams. So let's see if that will happen. Right now, we'll be looking at what's going to happen between Stranger Esports and Team Max. Team Max, 2 players currently down, and they're left with the other 2.
Lucci, there was a fast reaction spotted out. V9 players, Max, V9, Joseph are being knocked down and bleed out right now. But it's not just them. We have PBE coming into the fray and making himself in the picture. It will be obvious as well. Strangers Esport, they try to scatter about and try to confuse the rest of PBE because they did not know there's going to be a different team entirely. They thought it's going to be just Max V9. Now, do they commit to this or will they bow out? Yes, they managed to secure on Joseph, but for Max V9, it's also time for them to get out of there. While Stranger's Luch is still looted up, I don't know how would PBE players will respond to this. Will they commit as well?
Well, what the commitment by RTC to leave Severny though? Well, their players got knocked, not eliminated yet. We'll continue to monitor what's going to happen to RTC as Boyshawn tries to get away to safety, but look at the minimap. There's a mini chase there, but not too far. Instead of getting away from their opponent, they would potentially run into Harame Bros.
Based on how congested the center of circle here, right, and especially on top of Roshok where we're looking at, I'm quite concerned with the players that's still taking out the blue. They're still deep into it. There's going to be 3 teams down here. Sin is Exquisite as well as GG Esports. The Risk guys coming out from the blue zone already. They are well and alive, but for the side of the others, they're coming up from different angles entirely. Last time I saw Sin and Exquisite moving in the same direction here, and the one that will gatekeep them will be Dread, coming up from the southeast side. That's going to be on top of school here right now, where they will entry in. But for Playbook Esport, this is one of the best spots. They can actually wait it out for the next few stages of the circle, because the third stage will be defining which side of the river they should be get themselves into. For Dread, I just mentioned they will gatekeep Sin. And look at the crowd on the right side of the circle. There's quite a messy one.
Yeah, that right side where we can see the movement of Exquisite on the outside. They might bump into RTC. And on the side where Sin is at, okay, Sin is making their move. So they're going to leave Dread behind. They're going to focus on getting into the northern island instead, which is a great decision by them. And now on screen, we have TTC right here going up against the Team Max V9.
It's going to be the Battle of the Mushroom Tower here. Max V9. They are down to only Boyshawn jump shot to make it out. It's going to be time to quick actually winning over that skirmish, but unfortunately hit them with heavy casualties. But PBE knows how to play this. They are the Playbook Esports. They are prepared to take this fight. There's also Sin down there. Now it's going to be 2 teams for PBE to get their feast on. Right now, can they secure all those eliminations? Look at how many crossfire happening at the same time. We have 4 teams after we're done with that team against Max V9 just now, which was TTQ. Still licking their wound, down to only 1 player. Liquid have to survive inside of a tower by himself, but it's not just him to share around this corner. While PBE part ways, we're looking back into shooting range. It's going to be GG Esport against YG.
Ooh, is C-Cloud currently down? So Cute Loki has to pull off a big one here against his opponents. Cute Loki got support. The kid together with Jisoo. 2v1. DBS gameplay. Nice tease there by Cute Loki to close and open the door. He gets the kid. 1 more to go by Cute Loki. And Jisoo will make sure that no heroics come from Yangon Galacticos.
And they are the one that putting a close and shut down on YG's back-to-back chicken dinner right now, not scoring a hat-trick. That will be denied by GG Esports. But they need to reset themselves quickly because GOAT definitely interested to take the fight. But for GOAT, they're thinking way too much, not rushing into it. So this gives opportunity and space for the rest of GG Esports player to get themselves in respite while getting themselves into the circle for the next stage. Unfortunately, some of the players didn't make it through into the circle, including these guys who got eliminated by the play zone just now. Because we saw the last time, stage 3 do focus more towards around on the northern side of Sanhok, but it's going to be the mainland on the northern side. So whoever try to pass across Sanhok, it will be a tough challenge for them to cut across into the center of the circle.
Yeah, but at least for risk, guys, they're no longer tanking the blue if you look at it. But Sin is though. Now we have Dread Esports just across Sin. Some of the players still in the blue, while the players still scouting up for an entry point. And right in front of them is going to be Dread. Not sure if they know that Dread is there. If they go forward, then Dread could surprise them. But Circle moved towards the south, and Playbook Esports got the middle of it.
This is a tough circle for them to end this run on this Erangel map because it's quite an open space up there on the northern side of Sanhok, yeah. And all about the elevations and the curvature of the hill that will actually make them some covers. And they don't have absolute covers up here too, unless if they're coming out of Sanhok. But Sanhok barely got any space for them to share down there because the circle might actually pull down again in between those river. But back to its Strangers Esports, we have Exquisite around the patrol station here, but they don't want to take the risk because it's just at the edge of the circle. For Strangers, they got some elevations and a compound, quite hard rock solid right now for them to take covers on. But we're not just done thinking about this compound here. A lot of teams want to snatch this area away from their hands.
And it's really, really colorful on the minimap. The Mios went down to the blue. And not too sure. He was on the outside of the circle. Last we saw him and his team as well. As for Get Slow, spots out Exquisite. And there's movement there by his other teammates. RTC making their move as well. A lot of movement from the north coming down to the south. And we expect more fights to happen. Exquisite now on the lower ground.
And Exquisite clustered up together. They need to spread out. Yes, they have those walls, but any hand grenade can actually put them to a stop. Uwei will try to cover himself within the smoke while reload himself, and Strangers Esports spotted out some of the players of RTC. That was a clear shot for 762, no brainer at all, and not breaking any sweat to get that elimination into his pocket. But Strangers Esports, there's too many visitors here. Oh, they got confused, they got greedy as well. They don't know which one to focus at the same time.
Yaka just got ran over by Kayla. Okay, RTC now in a defensive stance. And looks like Nas will pick up his teammate, Maltese. And they are in this building. So far, not sieged out by anyone yet. But speaking about siege now, GOAT will be sieged out by Elevate.
2v4. They are at the brink of collapse here. If for GOAT, they cannot afford to lose another member at all. They managed to take down on one of Elevate players, which was Nathan. Next is going to be Coca-Cola clearing up the corners. And what a pro shot! That was a 2v4. But GOAT close enough. Unfortunately, that one player, Scardy, outplayed all two of the players that's left remaining. But for Elevate, while they're still licking their wounds, we wait and see will there any cleanup crew coming into their fray. Because right now, things seem to be heated up for PBE and GG Esports as well as Oja. Look at the colorful minimap. This is going to be too much for a space for all the teams to share within themselves.
Oh, that's where we might potentially see third party. Everyone's waiting for the elimination feed to continue to roll. As for RTC, looks like they still have this compound. Yes, there's Exquisite close by, but they're not crashing in onto it just yet. While they do have their own space, but they're by the edge of the circle. So they might want to consider to take over the compound where RTC was at.
Oh, this is going to be a very rowdy circle here. Stage 5 will be a murder land for this open space, of course. With that tower taken over by Harami Bro, but look at the spread. They are hunting for people. They are on the prowl, including PBE, and PBE, they got knocked down on too. They are fighting back. They did not expect this firepower coming from GG Esports. Jitsu straight in the face with the DBS. Almost wiped out the entire crew of PBE, but he will go for the revival first because there's going to be more teams coming up very soon, including Harami Bro. But Jarrell, you have to just tread this very carefully. One misstep and they will look at the numbers and look at the eyes watching over this side too. There's so many teams just have their focus on PBE as well as GG Esports.
Ooh, and the circle shifted further down. There's a bit of Rosa there. Red Bull is at Rosa, but with current game mode, it's unlikely to be ending in Rosa. As for Exquisite, now it's time for them to make their move. From the lower ground, they try to spot the members of GG or God7 who's on the other side. God7, they're pretty busy as well with Elevate here who has arrived. Kayla fires back and Kayla not able to land the shot, but then again it's Carrie that is the one that got eliminated by Elevate. Now God7 looks like they were eliminated, and here we have it. MM dancing around. Nice shot by Emma with the DBS onto Scotty.
What a name by Coca-Cola. That's going to be a sassy one from Coca-Cola. But Exquisite, they are fighting back and tossing back with the favor of hand grenade as well. Nathan, take it on you way. Coca-Cola still badly alive. How he's still standing and healing himself? I thought he's going to go down, knock all the way just now. He still managed to negate himself away from the explosion. But Exquisite is going to be and Elevates is elevating their gameplay with 8 eliminations right now. They are on the rise, they are on a fire, and they are on the prowl for the next victim.
Yeah, the next victim could be Stranger Esports. Get Slow is in front of Nathan, but this hill is still blocking his visual. But while we wait for the action to happen further, we move down south where Austria Esports is at, and Red Bull is still inside of Roshog itself.
I love the fact that they are spreading out for Austria Esports just to secure themselves a bit more land and a bit more space to just have those visualization across all the other teams coming up from the northern side. Harame Pro, last time we saw they are quite close by to Austria Esports, and we saw your voting as well. Unfortunately, YG on the second place for your voting, being eliminated early this time, despite they having a back-to-back chicken dinner. But at least for Austria Esports as well as Harame Pro, they are having full squad well and alive. Seems to be healthy. But back to us, Elevate. They are on the rise, but unfortunately caught by surprise by Gatslow from the flank side. Gatslow coming in very cheeky, but unfortunately Coca-Cola, his eyes watching every angle, making sure the rest of the team will be backed up. But on the side of Elevate, unfortunately 7-6 to just outmaneuvered them just now.
Yeah, with the high ground advantage, Elevate have been eliminated by Stranger Esports. 11 eliminations now for Stranger Esports. Lots of action up north, and now it's time for him to move. Or Jaro, the final member of Playbook Esports, he will stay clear out of all these fights for now, and he's well aware that there are a lot of teams here with the audio queue and GG behind him. Still with the DBS. I mean, if he wants to truly take the shot, he will switch over to his trusty M4.
Now, on the side of Austria Esports, they are taking control the majority of the half of the circle from downwards below, and it will favor Red Bull. The last time we saw him, he actually across the other side of the river and still on top of Roshog. With this shift of circle down south as well, make it so difficult on the northern side to just squeeze into it, including PBE happen to be in the center of attention. Look at the bullets flying over his heads right now. It's going to be against a lot of teams in the center there, including GG Esports, who are well and alive, and I think even RTC is still there taking some shots against the players of PBE, and unfortunately for PBE that's going to be the remaining with only one player due to the transition. But Harame Bros, they are knocking the doors of GG Esports right now.
Here we go, Harame Bros with an ace set across by Rick. Got knocked out by the kid from GG. Support went down to Rangers Nate. And now GG, 2 active players left. They still need to deal with the other members of Harame Bros, and they don't have the circle. Zone is starting to close at the same time. Jisoo with a short range nade. It did put a bit of damage to Range, and because of that, Range moving out with a follow-up shot by Jisoo.
That was a nice surprise by Jisoo, waiting around the corner of the toilet just now inside of the apartment. Federales next trying to flush out the attempt to take GG Esports out of their comfort zone. While they're not any of these teams, not actually inside of circle yet. The one that's going to be the most dangerous team they have to watch out for is going to be Austria Esports. They'll be gatekeeping all these teams to get into the circle. Harame Bro, with this very rough terrain and open space, it's going to be difficult for them to visualize on Austria Esports player, but at least, hey, still managed to secure a couple of players of GG Esports down there, down to only Kid remaining for GG. Here comes the next exchange of hands, but Federales do have some slight elevation that will play as his big advantage, and Chappie on that side too. But skying this off angle super important for Austria Esports.
Oh, I noticed that Federales actually got the kit, so they are out, and Harame Bros scores their 7th elimination. As for the other members of Harame Bros, right now their challenge will be elevated by the presence of Austria Esports. And look who's at the bridge! We got Jaro and Red Bull, both of them below this bridge!
It's a peekaboo, I see you. It's a hiding spot for both of the players, but none of them realize it's just next to each other. Paper thin walls of bridge here. All they need to do is just slightly drop themselves, slip down, and it's going to be the end of either of the player, whether it's going to be Gerald or Red Bull. Very sneaky plays indeed, but we have to keep it shush shush, sneaky sneaky. PBE and Austria Esports waiting it out for the next circle. And less than 40 seconds to go. Austria Esports is just right on top of the last member of Playbook Esports here right now, Gerald. This is nerve-wracking for him to wait it out.
Yeah, and they'll be there for a while. So hopefully his nerves are as cold as steel in order for him to deal with that situation. Maybe when it comes to stage 7, the circle won't be there anymore, and that's where he'll need to leave, and Red Bull and him will be facing off underneath the bridge. Now, that will be something for us to see. We don't get to see that all the time, but we'll find that out in about 8 more seconds.
If they didn't realize and or believe is regarding Gerald's position, that's going to be the biggest thorn on their side for Ultra Esports. But Damon, coming up from Dread, they still have a trio spotted out. I think this is going to be the last play of RTC, and that's going to be Monty finished off by Barney across the other side with the help of his teammate as well from the side flanks. But Harame Bro and Austria Esports, they are going in for a skirmish. Look at how they split themselves into 2 formation for Austria Esports, taking control of the majority of the circle, the 2-2 formation. 2 players dealing with 2 players of Harame Bro. The rest of the other 2 will have to scout out for the rest of Dread players. But they have to remember that last play of PBE will make... Never mind! They spot out Rebel finish off Gerald in the last minute.
Well, there you go. Austria Esports now in the driver's seat with 4 remaining players, a full squad. Skynet now with the high ground, and Jappy is currently down on his knees. The top will be the one to finish off Jappy. Same. It still goes to Austria Esports anyway. As for Barney, on the other side, long range. He needs to get a knockdown in order for him to find an advantage because Federalist is out. So it's between Austria Esports and Dread.
Will be Austria Esports back on the rise there after they have some dim start of the day. Not really great, but finally will they bounce back with a chicken? Oh, it's going to be Dread coming up from below as a Cinderella story by end of this map. Dread with the 3 is going to be a 4v3 for Austria Esports, still having full squad healthy out there. They secured themselves 3 elimination for each of the teams, while Harami Bro secured 7. I mean, they are okay despite not getting those chicken, and even got himself quite a consistency here today since YG got eliminated early. But hey, back to a side of Red Bull. It's been a while we actually see him into action with the Gillisit prepared. He tried to be as sneaky as possible, but look at how slowly for the side of Austria Esports to wrap around the players of Dread. Right now they have lesser land and lesser information regarding Austria Esports, how they've been crammed down into one corner by slowly playing like a chessboard. Austria Esports slowly try to corner them down into square one.
And no pressure now for Austria Esports. They have the circle control. Pressure's on the Dread. And Dread with 3 players by the edge of the circle. We still have stage number 8. So they might not get the next stage of the circle. Now Red Bull is going to creep up on the Dread Esports. While the top gets a knock on the Jibna. 2 more active players left for Dread Esports. This could be the signal here for Red Bull to go in. Red Bull still on the lower ground. He's climbing up. Damon healing himself up. It's going to be Damon and the Barney show.
It's go time for Jace. All they need to do is just the execution. Here comes Red Bull, and that's gonna be a done deal with losing 1 members only. They still secured the chicken in a welcome back. Austria Esports with the chicken of the day at the second map of Erangel. They are finally back on the rise after such a quiet day earlier just now. Well, we have to give it to Austria Esports. That was a nice control of the circle till the very last minute.
Yeah, as much as I would like to see a new team this week getting the chicken dinner, but Austria Esports, they need that. They needed that chicken dinner. If not, they will fall further down. So great work there by Austria Esports, but great work for Dread as well. This is actually their best performance this week.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like 2 games or 3 maps in a row. The first one wasn't so great, but it's starting from Erangel, feels like they have a really good consistency coming into the final week and day number 3 here. As long as they keep this going, I feel like anytime they can beat themselves in the middle pack, because to get into the top 3, I feel like it's still going to be a bit of a stretch. But with how they're actually consistently getting themselves in the top 4, top 5, even got some elimination despite they didn't score any ranking points before, it's still a good outcome compared to last week, of course.
Yeah, but let's relive the moment here because it is Austria Esports coming back with a chicken dinner with 6 eliminations.
Feels like a sudden rise of the second page team, including Strangers Esports, that secured himself 12 eliminations despite not having those ranking points. Hey, still okay if you scored more with your eliminations there, and more than half of those 12 eliminations coming up from Strangers Esports is just by 762 at 7 eliminations, 1,260 total damage, 5 knockouts and 2 assists. I love his expression in this poster here right now, because he just translates how enthusiastic he is when he comes to those eliminations, with the least amount of heals down there as well, 53 only healing.
Wow! Stayed away from all the danger, but still able to come out with the damage and also eliminations. That is something here by 762. Give this guy an award for the picture. This is the most energetic picture. It suits the theme. It suits the fact that, oh, you're the MVP. You go like, yeah! So this is how it should be. Come on, people of the teams. Come on, put in more energetic pictures like this, especially when you got yourself the MVP. And also the chicken dinner, that is. And speaking about the chicken dinner, the team that got the chicken dinner, finally, and the fans will be waiting for it. The fans have been rooting for this team in the voting section. The voting section never changed. It is always that one team, which is Austria Esports, coming up as the fan favorite team, and they return it back to the fans with this chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't blame the voters out there. They are the veterans, especially with the shuffle and adding into the roster. We have Martin as well. So, I mean, like, no question asked, and definitely there's going to be one of the most consistent team across almost the entire year, this year, other than GE, of course. With 6 eliminations, they didn't get the most. Austria Esports, that was quite a hard rotation of the circle. It was heavy rotation made by them, with Red Bull being forced to just wait on top of Roshok while the rest of the team crossed over the river. It was a very undecisive circle till the very end, but hey, their control of the circle, just like how YG did early on, they did it spectacularly well done. And what a brilliant performance coming up from Austria Esports, the way they close up towards one angle against their opponents just now. 1,611 damage. That was close to that 7,621 player. Pretty much sums up almost the same amount of entire crew of Austria Esports total damage here right now.
Yeah, I remember one of the interesting moments was underneath the bridge when Red Bull was together with Jaro. We didn't get to see how it ended, but somehow Red Bull took out Jaro, and then he made himself across to the North Island to join up with his other teammates, and that's one of their steps towards wrapping this round up. So Austria Esports, though only 6 eliminations, but you can't complain of a chicken dinner, so 16 points collected by them. It may not bring them the #1 spot yet, but you start off somewhere. And you start off with the stats here before we go into the numbers.
Yeah, but 59 elimination. I do prefer the last member, of course. 61 knockouts, 61 elimination for the last one. This time it's a bit off when it comes to the numbers here. But the total knockouts are 55. I assume some of the players got finished off by the Blue Zone instead. And healing-wise, not so much. Revive, we had plenty, of course. 13 down there. Throwables, still the same standard. I'm still waiting the 300 mark for the throwables, because this is... Personally, I feel like they can actually put up more. I don't know what's the case, and maybe they didn't manage to have their hands on with those throwables.
Yeah, maybe one of the factors is that the circle was kind of wonky. Like, it's north and then it goes south, but 271 is still pretty big for a Erangel match. And if we were to say like, oh, okay, maybe we need a bigger map for them to have more loot, hopefully that comes into the Miramar match later on. But before we go on to our following match, which is another Erangel, here are our current match standings with Austria Esports 16 points and Stranger Esports 30. We have a good amount of double digiters here, including Harame Bros, Dread Esports, GG, as well as Elevate.
I love the fact that Strangers, hey, they don't have a care in the world regarding their position or whatever. As long as they got themselves elimination double digit down there, they're probably going to be in the top 3 by end of every single map here. 12 elimination with only 1 rank point. They place themselves at 9th of 10 place just now. It still managed to secure themselves 2nd place down here. While Elevate, I feel like they're definitely elevated when it comes to their performance there with 10 points as well. But unfortunately for RS, Juries, Guys, Goat and Sin, despite we had so many actions on top of the screen with these teams early on, unfortunately they did not end up with any points at all. It feels like a roller coaster ride, especially for Risk Guys, because Risk Guys always sometimes get themselves a huge number of elimination, but this time another 0, entirely nothing for this round.
Yeah, and because of that performance at Risk Guys, now they're at the risk of losing the first half the overall standings. As for on the top, Playbook Esports still number 1, no surprises there. Yango Gaitigo still behind them by 17 points, and then we have Austria Esports who overtook Genesis Esports. To be fair, Genesis Esports isn't playing today, but Elevate, they are 13 points away from hitting that 100-point mark. So it will be interesting to see if Genesis Esports will go further down by the end of the remaining matches. While we have Dread Esports, who had a second place finish, they pushed down, got 7 to number 19.
I'm looking at Elevate and Fearless as well, Zarami bro. These are the teams that should watch out for, because when it comes to the gameplay, they are super aggressive with those eliminations. But for the rest of the teams on the second page, I mean, like, we can see the effort putting into it, and they definitely want to go for the balance between the rank points as well as those eliminations. But you know what? It never go as planned for the teams with the rotation, because there will be a lot of crossfire and how we just saw between the open space of the northern side of Sanhok. It was an open space, flat plain, not really flat for the land of course, but they have some curve, but it's just nothing in between, no structures, barely got any vegetations, and there's so many teams colliding against each other when they are trying to migrate themselves in stage number 5 especially. But unless if they have abundance of troubles, especially the smoke was super crucial during that time.
Yeah, so we got a nice circle in our first Erangel and a tricky one on our second one. So okay, we balance it out there, and the next Erangel will be the interesting tiebreaker. So that's something that we want to keep an eye on as well. Whether we get a tough one or we still get a nice kind of circle. So we already got like middle, north, south, mid to the base again.
For this week, we never get entirely SMB. I'm hoping for one for once, but at least, I mean, if that's going to be the case, of course, Austria Esports, depending on the flight path, if the flight path will favor more towards the northern side, then we might actually have a very interesting SMB circle. But so far, a lot of flight paths happen to be just on top of the circles too. And that's pretty straightforward for any entry in for the teams. There's not really a lot of collisions because of everybody's already inside of circles since the start. But if that's going to be the case, it's going to be fun to watch. For Austria Esports and the teams like Max V9, that's going to be the most lovable circle they might actually have, because they are the teams that love to drop themselves around the SMB area, and for Max Vina it's going to be Nova Rapnoye. But depending on the flight path too, if the flight path seems to be very generous in the center, then it's going to be maybe slightly a bit more favored towards Austria Esports and Max V9 to have the heavy control or majority their domain is down there, so it's going to be them to might be securing the chicken, who knows.
Yeah, the chances are definitely there if the circle goes to mid to the base. Max V9, however, between the two of them, I don't want to see Max V9 getting the chicken dinner, not because of the boss is casting and watching them, but yeah, they have not got the chicken dinner yet. So we want to fulfill like every single team getting their own chicken dinner before this week's end. And we also want to fulfill the fact that the version 3.9 is available in the game right now, called the Blood Moon Awakening.
Yeah, keep yourself awakened. We talked about how to grow wings. I mean, it would be fun if you can actually grow wings sometime, but that's the reason why humans can't grow wings, because it's going to be a change of a skeleton at the back. I don't know how you can actually do that, but yeah, maybe one day the scientists will actually make this come true too. But at least for now, you guys can try it out in the game, because you can be anything you want in PUBG Mobile, including being a vampire, being a Dracula, being a Batman, not really Batman, but human bat, whatever you want to call it. Even a werewolf. If you get to choose between being a wolf and being a wing person, which one would you choose, Cloud?
Werewolf or a wing person? I'll probably pick a werewolf.
Why?
Because he's furry, he's cuddly, and people like furry stuff, right? So I wouldn't mind getting some love if I'm furry enough.
Oh wow, the furry Cloud. There you go.
Yeah.
It sounds right though. But don't forget, we have also a new RP Ace 9 available for you guys. I think there's not so much furry for you, ain't it, Cloud?
Not at all, except for the Little Lady cover that is only available for a limited amount of time until November 14th for you guys to grab. And yeah, you can tell us like how furry is the Little Lady cover that comes together with the entire set that you can see here on screen. If you're not fans of being furry, well, then just get the festering Gravewalker cover. Anyway, it's an RP, so you just need to level up, and it will be granted to you as you continue on. And if you go to level 100, of course, you will also get the new custom color outfit and everything else that you can see here on screen. So a lot of value there for you guys not to miss out.
Now back to serious business. It's always about jinxing the team. Who? Now this is then funny. I have to say that so many people going for Dread this time. I'm surprised, honestly.
Well, at least I can say it's not too late because they didn't score the chicken dinner, so it's about time now.
Heck, they're close earlier today, so I expect they can actually do it, but I'm surprised how many of us actually are rooting for Dread. Hopefully you guys voters out there will actually go for Dread as well, because right now we have multiple twins. I mean, I'm not surprised. Rimanko and Big Dad is always going to be the same to win every single time. No surprise at that. But TTQ for Blingax and Vin, the only one that stands out here is going to be Sammy from the Miramar casters channel. Risk, guys, it is. Interesting.
Yeah. Rim and Big Daddy better rethink their choices, because when they don't pick Ostia, Ostia gets the chicken. When they pick Ostia, Ostia doesn't get the chicken. So I'll be a little bit worried for Ostia with the final Erangel, which is supposed to be a map that they do well in.
Yeah, I mean, like, we know how and who to blame after this if they didn't score the chicken. I mean, don't be toxic, guys, but it's fun to actually sometimes play the blame game against these casters because they're fun. It's always casters to be taking the blame for the jinxing of the team, but yeah, you guys can change the vote too. I want to see a different team entirely in case, you know, it would be super fun to watch actually the teams that have a change of voting and they're at number one. For example, here, Dread. Like, example, if Dread got around 50% of the voters out there and suddenly they score a chicken, that's a big, you know, oracle moment for all of us, including the casters and you guys watching at home.
Yeah, so we already got 3 dreads here, right? So now we need to add on with you guys out there, the viewers out there. Not only put in the comment section, no. Not only put it on social media, you can put that on later, but you have to make it official. If it's not official, it's not counted. So here's the QR code for you guys out there to make it absolutely official inside of PUBG Mobile Esports that you guys love this team, you want to see them do well, you want to see their name come up, so make that happen.
I love the fact technology make it so easy for us to actually drop a lot of QR codes for anything right now. And this, all you need to do is just open up your camera of any phone. I mean, whatever phone you have. All the phones have camera these days. Don't lie to me if you don't have any camera on your phone. And all you need to do is just click the link whenever your phone actually managed to capture the square QR code down. Then you can fill up all the blanks that you need, whatever, every single map. We're going to do some voting so you can have so much more voting by the rest of the day. We still have 2 Miramar maps after this Erangel, of course. And don't forget to fill in your favorite player out there, because there's only one individual across all so many players out there you can actually select. Only select one for your favorite player, maybe for this week.
Yeah, all the best scrolling there, because there's like everybody there. But yeah, if you love your favorite player, you put in the effort for it, right? If you love your favorite team, you put in the effort for it. So put in the effort for your favorite player, favorite team. It doesn't cost you anything. It's not like, oh, you have to spend like 10 UC per vote, you have to spend like $10 per vote or whatever. Nah, it's all free. It's all for entertainment. It's all for fun, because we like you all out there to be involved in the PUBG Mobile Esports community, and this is your chance to be heard. Yeah, chance to be heard, you know.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact that, you know, we don't have the full responsibility of just doing our prediction this time for casters. You guys got part of the responsibility too. So we shared the burden of jinxing the team together this time. So it's not so lonely for us casters and for you guys too. So we'll all share the blame game here. But when it comes to the timers up, it means that we are less than 1 minute to get into our last Erangel of the day, which means can Osja score a back-to-back? If not, we only have 2 teams competing here today. YG and Osja so far.
Yeah, I know, right? We gotta have a new team. And a new team, what I mean is that new. Like, have not got a chicken dinner this week. Elevate came close, but they have to make it happen again now that it's going to be a reset. Now, I'm also looking at teams on page 2 at the end, Cinderella story and all that. Come up with your own chicken dinner, because we also want to celebrate a team that is out of the prediction of the fans as well. so that we can say that, aha, see, that's one of the reasons why you fans out there need to look at the other teams too. So put in your votes here while you still have about 10 more seconds, because we're prepping up ourselves to head on to our next match, which will be in Erangel, the final Erangel for today. That is, let's go.
Now we're gonna fly into our last Erangel with slightly northern side flight path from Lipovka up to the Jogopol area, cutting across straight into Jogopol. But will it be SMB? That's a bigger question. If it does end up in SMB, it's still fun to watch, because even though it looks like a very generous flight path, but the teams that actually have to travel all the way to SMB will be fun to watch with the collision early on.
But you know what my boss would say? That's your problem. We want fun. We want the entertainment. That's your problem. And now that is your problem. SMB Circle, let's go.
Thank you, PUBG Mobile, keeping it up and make it feisty for us watching. Yeah, of course, there's gonna be a lot of scrappy fights early on, especially teams who go all the way to a Savannah. There's gonna be GG Esports and RTC as well. They're just sharing the same neighborhood here. They don't want to be neighbors at all. Baby Harry is not crying, because the one's crying is gonna be Mom C, finished off by that baby.
We're going to see a lot more fights like this coming soon, since it's this kind of circle. But this fight is not over yet. Maltese eliminated. Nas is still on air. Can you imagine this? Like, he hasn't even landed himself and one of his teammates already gone. It's like, guys, wait for me.
2v2, two different angles. I don't know where all the rest of GG Sport. Jisoo managed to pick up on Nats as well. This is not great for RTC. They are falling apart straight off the bat. We barely got into the game here. Guys, calm down. These are the team on the very northern side, by the way. And Support managed to find the last member. Unfortunately for RTC, they're cutting it super short for them. Less than a minute into the game, they're gone.
A team that seemingly do okay in day number one. Today hasn't really been their day. They've been pushed down right now, and even though they are playing today, obviously, but they still have not made their way into the first half of the overalls for this week. So with this elimination, it was GG who eliminated them. GG is just 1 point behind RTC now. Expect RTC to go further down.
Sounds very dark at the end with that statement, yeah. But hey, they can bounce back. At least we still have 2 more Miramar map. Maybe that's going to be the map, you know what? They will shine the most for RTC. Hopefully I didn't jinx them, but hey, come back RTC. We need you to be more in the game a bit much longer. But for Jappy's being a Spider-Man down there, hopping, being parkouring around, but he is doing great. Harame, bro, they are planning to gatekeep the left side of the bridge on top of nearby Ferry Pier. Whoever tried to just cross over to his SMB, this is going to be a good spot for them to actually gatekeeping that. There will be bridge camp that will translate into a lot of elimination points if they have enough utilities, of course.
That's where they're hoping that if any of those eliminations, they're close enough to them, and then they can loot back up there. Now we have a risk, guys, against Sin. So it looks like Master Vape got knocked by Sin while they were on the boat. Okay, here we go. Just like Pirates, they land themselves right immediately after they got the knock.
Personally, I feel like Max V9 regretting they didn't drop himself straight into Nova Repnoy and taking some vehicles there. If not, it will be them trying to gatekeep towards these two teams here right now. Sin winning over the fight against Riz, guys. I mean, Sammy, who is predicting for this team. I mean, it's on you, buddy. Right now, Sin taking over Riz, guys, leaving them with only 2 players. At least Bunny got himself a bit of a ride, while Ryder not the one who's riding here, but at least he got himself buggy. They will try to exit out of Novorobnoye right now as it being conquered by Sin. Look at how Sin chased them out of Nova right now.
Oh, here we go. No space left for them. Sin, though they lost Renkit, but they took over Novorobnoye, so that's pretty okay rushing by them. Risk guys only left with 2 players. They would just leave this place, go to the high ground where it's safer there. And yeah, I guess they lost their resource point. So they need to play with the high ground. And that's going to be... And that's the moment where hopefully they have enough utilities to hold on to the high ground. Since if you shoot from there, you will use your bullets. Bullets goes down. You don't have a chance to replenish it.
Yep, it's all about resources by this time. For the teams that actually get their looting phase done is great, but the teams that rotate early, there's a bit of a question. For the teams like TTK Time to Quick especially, they got themselves 2 boats just now from Fropier all the way to a Sanhok military base cutting across the river area. And I'm not sure about the looting though, but they do have enough that's decent enough to hold on to 2 fights back to back if they needed to. But Exquisite, they let themselves a hybrid vehicle, so this is going to be one of the most crucial time to get your hands on towards this hybrid vehicle right now.
Yeah, one of the most used vehicles in this sort of situation. Expect that to be really, really popular even at the global stages later on. And it even provides like full cover. Like there's no open top and all that. So it's perfect. They make themselves up to this high ground just by using this vehicle, and they're absolutely safe.
It feels like a tank submarine kind of vehicle there right now, and the hybrid of both. And this is classic. This has been going on for a long time, since PMCL days, where a lot of teams, if they spot a couple of vehicles that they will not willing to take, they will try to puncture the tire, make sure the mobility will be reduced for the team who will try to have their hands on that vehicle. But we do have another team taking another rotation here, having some heavy rotations for the teams that coming in from the main peninsula. That's going to be GOT7, just crossing across Milta. They were dropping themselves slightly on the north before, around the mansion, northern side of mansion. They're already on top of Shelter and Milta area. I assume around this edge of the circle where the main peninsula area, they will be quite congested because we only see a couple of 3 or 4 teams that already got themselves an SMB.
Yeah, and maybe some of them are still hoping for the circle to somehow go up to the main peninsula. We'll kind of get the sense on stage number 2 because there's like 40% of land up there that the teams could still pray and hope for. That's why we don't see like all the teams or that many teams like rushing down to military base. But speaking about rushing, Team Max and Risk guys, they saw it. They U-turned. They saw the vehicles.
This is their domain for Max V9. How can RSG hold their ground? It will be a big statement if RSG or Risk guys can actually fend off the attempt on Max V9 rushing into this bunker area. Well, look at how Max V9 know their domain like the back of their hand or not. Can they actually flush out the players inside? They try to open up their angles, but Austria Esports just next to the players of Max V90. So this is going to be tough if they want to initiate the fight because there's going to be a 3-way war for Max V9.
Yeah, and plus Austria Esports, this is their home territory. This is their home ground. All these teams are actually coming towards their area. So if they want to band together and take out, definitely it's going to be Austria Esports. But look at the position by Red Bull. Man, this is such a vantage point.
He's always getting those awkward angles, and the one that thinking outside of the box every single time. No wonder he's actually one of the most favorite and get himself a back-to-back MVP 2 weeks in a row right now. Red Bull being a bit different from the rest of the team, taking quite a view up here. He can actually visualize a lot of team that try to push forward, but the circle will be 100% SMB. But look at the rotation of the teams who's late into this. Good luck into crossing that bridge or even swimming later on.
GG, Elevate, GOAT, even Playbook Esports on the right side bridge. So many teams there, including Dread Esports is there as well. Though that area is still within the circle, so there's still a bit more time. But by the next stage, they might not get the circle at all. So they have to find their way through anyway. So the gatekeeping is happening right now, especially on the right bridge. On the left bridge, I noticed that Yagu Galacticos is there too. So no straightforward, easy entry for the latecomers.
I'm surprised also going straight to SMB because they had the upper hand before the bridge came towards the left side of the bridge we saw early on. But I guess they want to play slightly safer, a bit more solid when it comes to getting the circle too. They want to play the center, but for Strangers Esports, this is no stranger. They're being bombarded with bullets from afar, and that's gonna be exquisite at the shoreline. The moment they dock themselves here, they will be greeted warmly by the spray. UA will make it difficult, but they will take a bit of a dive and make sure they will confuse exquisite while they try to take a dive. Like it or not, for the players right inside of the swimming area, they have to resurface later on by the end of the day. So there's gonna be a tough call for the teams that come in late, and this is what we talked about before. The gatekeepers waiting at the coastline.
Here we go. Dracula Esports onto God7. Edward will be knocked down immediately by Jipna the moment he arrives. And there's only one player left for God7. He's on the other side. No circle. And they are going in for the hunt. They're trying to find out where Labubu is at. Labubu is in this building. And Jashi seems to have a hunch that he's there.
Hello, Boo Boo. Cancel out that prep nade just now. They let the Blues to do the work. Let the Blue do the dirty work for Dread. They don't want to dirty their hands down there. Labubu, this is all about counting days, waiting for the inevitable. That's going to be God7 Labubu, the last player, drinking a bit before he's going to cheer down towards his bullet moment against Dread, of course. There's going to be a lot of pouring down of bullet against Labubu here. It's 3v1. Labubu, it's go time. Do now or do nothing at all. Is at least you die for something here.
Or maybe the idea is just to deny the point. Well, that's not a bad option in this current situation. He does have 3 first aids and 1 medkit left. Okay, we move over to Playbook Esports now. Still on the main peninsula within the circle. Behind them, it's going to be Goat that is chasing.
The Goat butting heads with Playbook Esports, but it's going to be the Blues and they start to hurt them a lot. I don't know if it's going to be worth extending their stay here, but they're definitely very close towards their safe zone. But they need to think about stage number 3, which will commence in less than 40 seconds to go. Playbook Esports, on the other hand, they try to gatekeep Goat coming up from the inside. But they're not crossing the bridge yet. That's the thing. PBE, if they late into SMB, they're digging their own grave down there.
Well, they're stuck with a Goat. So if they jump into the water, that Goat will be the one shooting them. So it's now a Playbook Esports that needs to make it quick. Very, very quick. Because we're going to close the circle in 10 more seconds. Goat is still around the corner, not letting them go. Goat is pretty much in the same situation as PBE. Both of them locked in each other. No truce between these two teams. Both of them want to eliminate, and Michi could be in the line of sight of Yaka.
It was straight in the line of sight. I'm surprised Yaka didn't open fire. There you go. Finally start to tap it out. Unknown. Cook the nade. Here it comes from behind. Raimon on the other end. How he responded. 21 is driving away. Tracking it down. But did not connect entirely. But the Blues will hurt now. Everyone will burn off alive by the Blue. And Unknown now panicking for the rest of Goat and PBE. They have to wrap things up quickly. Or none of these two teams will be getting out alive here.
Yeah, this is where we start to see their healing utilities. So Unknown has 3 first aids using one of them. Oh, 21 from Goat. Unknown got knocked by another team. Okay. So it looks like it's going to be Elevate from behind. Man, Elevate. Come on, man. You don't have the military base island as well. Same goes for Stranger Esports passing by. Oh, it's going to be a messy on the left side.
4 teams tanking out way deep in the blue zone here. And we not even calculating or not even including the ones that actually still burn off by the Blue. That's a lot of teams taking the Blue zone here right now. YG gatekeeping this one. The bridge camping. Can it be worthwhile for them to be waiting all this while? They managed to knock down on 1. GG players down on 2. And only 1 left standing. And still tanking out the Blue. And it's going to be difficult. One of them managed to squeeze through. But YG will not leave the rest of GG to leak into the bridge area. This is going to be tough to watch for GG. But hey, another one. Strangers greeted YG warmly and they managed to pass by unharmed, unscathed. Never mind, got slow. He was pretty slow himself, and Loki managed to be quicker than that.
And Loki got 1, and now looking for more. 792 will be eliminated. 762 will be eliminated by support from GG. Okay, from behind, and now support still at the bridge though. Yaku goes. They try to take out the getaway member of their opponent, and he managed to get into mid to the base just to bump into Ostia Esports, and NC2 now in trouble. NC2 tries to zoom away, but Red Bull is just right above him. NC2 will need to fight back. 50% of health left for NC2, and NC2 eliminated by Martin.
From the Wolf Jungle into the Lion's Den on the side of Strangers Esports. GG is actually in the same boat like how Strangers Esports, that went down very quickly. And on a PBE, unfortunately, they didn't make it through as well. That gives so much opportunity for Orja to just take over the second place or even the first place with YG still alive and been bridge camping all this time. I don't know how much elimination they finally scored from that, but the circle will centralize around the SMB. Haramenbro got the circle. Risk, guys, unfortunately, Ryder will be the last man standing. Orja trying to dominate over the control circle from the southern side, where Max V9 will have the contest against them. It's going to be the domain of the Southern Islanders. That's going to be Orja and Max V9 trying to take control of this circle right now.
Speaking about control, now Orja Esports will want control of their territory up against Young Gadigos. We need to find a way through. High ground advantage for Martin, gathering the information. He scopes out, he pulls the trigger. Barney being shot at as well. This time by Harame Bros, who's on top of this hill. As Barney climbs up, okay, now he has a visual of where the members of Harame Bros are at. But on the right side, there's another player from Exquisite MM. They're waiting.
Waiting to open fire. Still trigger discipline, hold it in for now. Try to read out how many players of Dread right at the current moment, but it's gonna be tough if MN actually open fire because Harame Bro is scouting around the area. They are moving in the same direction as Dread, and this is gonna be fun. I feel like Harame Bros will crash into Dread's compound if they pulled over. And look at how aggressive Federales start to open fire. That leaves Jib straight away going for the hiding spot. Jashi as well taking some covers from the structures and the buildings around them, but they will leave for now.
Jashi taking damage. We need to move away. Getting into the circle together with his other teammates. And Jip now fires back onto Harame Bros. It's going to be range that was on his crosshair. Let's get to safety. But there's somebody close by though. Wait a second. Oh, Labubu. Finally eliminated. He was at the right bridge being held down for the longest time.
And the other person actually in the same boat as Labubu of God7 just now was Goat Unknown 77. I don't know, is it number 7 that seems to be cursing these players? I have to wait and see. But next, CTU Gods and Dread players head to head and face to face. It's going to be Ring Around the Rosie. Barney's down Gods with an AK and prepared, trying to pick some shot, but oh, Jashi just missed and whipped to that one. It's going to be a big swing for Gus to call it up for himself. He needs a reload. Pizza gun next, but an explosion by Jashi. It was well brain gained cerebral plays by Jashi just now. Couldn't get the target, just blow up their vehicles, but Harame Bro might sweep it clean from the side against Dread as well.
Yeah, as Riggs get Gus from Tiny Quick Esports, so another team's close by. Jipna will be knocked down by range, and Rick and the rest of them will come in to finish out the final remaining members of Dread Esports, and Dread Esports fell to the hands of Harame Bros.
Harame Bros cleaning up crew and cleaning up the mess by these two teams before. But for Exquisite, they left with Cooper. Here comes the Mama Super Pickles. They're approaching towards Harame Bro. They try to make sure they will gatekeep and force Harame Bro to stay and deny their entry into the next stage of a circle, which will pull the way towards this center. And the rest of Harame Bro have to reconsider, have to reposition themselves into the center. They will go down south all the way.
And we have Zuki fell to Federales. Another team eliminated by Harame Bros. They're on the roll right now. Now, on the outside of the circle shifted towards the left. The next target could be Team Max V9. As we look at what's happening here with Goat. So Goat Unknown. He has to cross the road. But right in front of him is Kayla. And he pulls the trigger onto Elevate. Kayla's right in front, but oh, he's still focused onto the further one, not Kayla.
Unknown, bold and brazen. I mean, he managed to squeeze in from the left side of the bridge alive by himself here. That's already a big statement by Goat player. That's going to be the last one standing as well. But for Max V9, this is quite a sweet spot they got themselves. They can gatekeep so many teams from this corner too. And also, look at the spread coming up from the left side of the map as well. They're trying to take down Max V9 players from the inside of the circle. But for Goat Unknown 777... I mean, good luck crossing over. It's going to be the last of Goat players, and they managed to at least score themselves 4 eliminations from this run.
Wow, and all our remaining teams is the top teams except for Playbook Esports. Federales knocked by Koopa's DBS. Looks like Exquisite, they're fighting back onto Harame Bros. Koopa on the lower ground will land the final blow onto the member of Harame Bros, securing those points for his team. He actually got 4 elimination points.
Saw how great he's controlling his barrel just now for Cooper, despite he was scoping down, but the way he controlled his recoil, that was remarkable still. But Exquisite, they are on the rise. They need to pick up on Super Pickles, managed to reset himself as well, but they got the hybrid vehicle and it's quite vacant, very empty indeed right side. They can have the control of the circle on the right since they don't have any contenders for now. But for YG, they have to spread out because right now it's going to be two different angles for them to fight against. Either they will pick Sin or it's going to be Osja Esports.
Keep an eye on to Osja. Martin actually went in for the scout onto Yanku Gatkos. Lucky enough that he's still A-OK. Now MK14 in the middle of the map, up for grabs. Let's see who will want to get it. Free airdrop here, ladies and gentlemen, in the middle if you go for it. Yanku Gatkos still by the side. Interesting enough that even though last we saw Osja Esports, they were holding down Yanku Gatkos from the inner side of the circle, but they still managed to find their way to stage 5.
There's a suppressor inside of that airdrop as well. It'd be super fun to have it with the rifles to equip with. But for YG, they try to tap out and try to fish out all the players' position here, try to find any sort of information. But for Kayla, there's going to be only one small security guard post. He's holding on to it. There's a very small space for him, and lucky enough, those Molly did not burn him off alive. Max V9. Here comes the next stage, stage number 6. It's down to you being favored by the next circle. It might be ended up in the open space where we're looking at where Max V9 players are. You might spot it out Exquisite players in the process too. And there's some slight elevation there as well. Whoever tried to hike up now, the circle definitely will be ended up there. For the rest of Max V9 is a reunion time for them.
And Super Pickles wants to reunite with his teammate MM, who's currently knocked. Tosses a smoke. Okay, this should be a straightforward pickup here. Unless Team Max V9 has something to say about this. Okay, they're currently surrounding Exquisite, but the other members of Exquisite providing cover fire from another angle. Super Pickles is pretty low at this moment. And Koopa will be the gatekeeper from the right side. And he will get one knock together with Yue to finish our point shot. The John comes in within the smoke. No clear visual of him. And him with his S12K right now. The vehicle blown up. The John is still alright, and Joseph is inside of the circle. So the John is pretty much alone, and the John will be knocked by Super Pickles.
Max V9 falling into pieces here right now. Exquisite will fight them back. The smoke will try to cover John for now, but finally got finished off by Super Beagles, leaving only one last play for Max V9. That's a lot of pressure, but every single point count for them right now. Every single kill will count into the board as well. While Exquisite, they got themselves 6 eliminations already, but they're not done with Max V9 yet, living with only Joseph. Now Joseph, good luck living this one by himself from the back. There's Osja Esports across the other side. It's going to be Exquisite hunting him down.
And Bunny will be on a mission to save Ryder, popping up that smoke. As for Sin, they're creating a smoke bridge. They want to get across. Okay, Sin, now it's time for them to go. But they will face off against Yanku Gatkos, who held on to the high ground for the longest time. And now Mix will take a lot of damage. His vehicle is in trouble as well. Loki from the side will put pressure back on the Cool. And Cool cannot go in further.
Left, right, center. There's some bullets flying over to Sin. Where to hide? Nowhere to run as well. They've been hammed down, sandwiched between two ways. A YG now going in for the push. They will try to find the rest of Sin players. They will finish the move. And what a nade by Romeo Boy. A perfect angle as well. But the steals coming out from Exquisite will make it difficult. YG being spotted out by Wako. But the rest of YG, they do have those elevations. Exquisite come up from the back as well. It's going to be a fish eat fish world out there. And looking at Osja, they will take advantage of the situation too.
Osja Esports, they want a piece of this, but nades rain down from Loki, and Loki managed to get a knock onto Mix. That's the only Wako left for Sin. So far, only 2 elimination points for Sin, but they managed to make themselves onto the top 6. Osja Esports now looking for the next target. We can see one of the players, Martin, going in for a scout on the northern side, just to know what's exactly that's happening, because most of the action is there.
And look at how agitated players are trying to find the targets down. Look at the control of the map on the south side. It's going to be taking over their domain. Osja Esports is taking control of the circle here. They want to get a back-to-back chicken dinner after YG did earlier today. Exquisite Cooper spotted out RSG. Bunny in trouble. Ryder down to only 20% of HP left. Less than that. Make it 10 right now. And the Molly will not make it work. But Waka, unfortunately, still got finished off by the play zone. And YG also managed to eliminate one of the members that's ending up the run. But RSG... nowhere to run, no hide as well. Next, it's going to be YG Exquisite taking the lead with 9 eliminations right now.
Whoa. Exquisite, make that 10, and they could potentially do it by taking out Loki, who's just below them, on the higher ground. Gets as close as possible. So right now, Loki does not have to circle. The zone will do its work, but before that, wants to make sure that point goes to them. Yue gets knocked down by the long-range shot, but he should be able to be picked up. There's a good distance between them and also Osja Esports. Exquisite now coming in, and Martin gets the shot.
For Exquisite, they have no clue where the rest of Osja players are. The way they look is actually on the wrong direction entirely. They did not have any clue. Right now, they try to respond to it. With Super Pickles, the only one holding towards against Osja, he managed to get down on Red Bull. One of the pillar players coming from Osja Esports. He's down to 2 more left to go. Super Pickles, can he clutch it by himself against one of the titans out there? Osja Esports now managed to reset on the players. It's going to be a 3v3. Make it 2 again, v1. Elevate last place still standing, but for Exquisite, Super Pickle did such a pressure on the side of Osja Esports.
Well, here we go. Exquisite still with a high guy advantage, looking for the other member of Osja Esports. 2v1v1 now. Yue can be saved. Super Pickles is going in for him. But that's that one player from Elevate. Kayla behind them. Super Pickles, he probably has no idea. Okay, now he knows. Now he knows. No way Kayla is going to survive that.
Super Pickles, he's definitely being a Superman here right now. He pickling himself out of the pickle and managed to sense the threat around the corner. But Osja Esports, they are falling into pieces. Yeah, Exquisite, thanks to Super Pickles, holding the angle by himself the longest time. Down to Martin, spot out down to Martin to clutch it out against 2v1. Can he actually do it? He wants to secure that point 100%. Going straight for to finish off the touch. But Cooper is there to give the extra hand. Can Martin knows there's Cooper there? Did he actually have any troubles for Martin as well?
Ooh, and look at this. Yue is back up. is on the way. So they might be a full team here against Martin. Okay, they know that Martin is just across Koopa. No time for them to save their teammate and that one day this all. Koopa needs to finish up this round. Exquisite claims the chicken dinner, and this is a new team in week number 3 to get it.
Finally, we're having a different name and flying a different flag entirely this time. Exquisite from the Philippines will take away the reign right now at the chicken dinner for the last map as well. I have to thank to Super Pickles for that, because he definitely gonna get the MVP. I hope he's gonna get the MVP, because he was holding that angle around the slope of the hill by himself and dropped down 2 players of Osja Esports. It was a 4v1 that time.
Oh yeah, it was very crucial for him to do that, right? If not, then it might be a totally different story. But because he did that, and they managed to reset all their players, they didn't lose anyone to anybody else. So they didn't drop those points away to either Osja Esports or any other team. So it's a perfect run for Exquisite here with this chicken dinner. Just to add on, it's a military-based circle. They didn't get the circle from the start, but they make their way through.
It's also an opportunity that missed by Max V9. It's supposed to be their circle too, but unfortunately they landed up at different plays around Lipovka early on, so didn't work out well. But hey, let's rewatch the highlight how Exquisite scored themselves the chicken dinner.
And here is our MVP, Super Pickles. You called it. 5 eliminations, 798 total damage, 4 total knockouts, 1 total assist, 209 total heal, and the maximum survival time of 25 minutes 32 seconds. This round is fairly faster than the usual Erangel match. And of course, because Super Pickles helped Exquisite with that off angle to stop other teams from coming up to the high ground, that is how they wrap the chicken dinner up.
Well, deserving MVP here, and not just that, he got the third of overall eliminations for the side of Exquisite here right now. Out of 15, 5 is just by Super Pickles. Everyone did their hard labor just on the side of the members of Exquisite, of course. But when it comes to getting their rotation in, that wasn't the easiest for Exquisite, because last time we saw they are not the usual occupant coming up from SMB. It's always going to be Ozja as well as a Max V9, but the one winning is going to be different this time. Exquisite Esports shows us that, hey, we never get SMB as our first drop, but we still can manage and control over the domain with 15 eliminations.
Yeah, nothing is impossible, right? 15 eliminations, so that's 25 points for Exquisite, and they score a total damage of 2,272. 10 total knockouts, 7 total assists, 579 total heals, and the same survival time of 25 minutes and 32 seconds. A team that originally did not get the military base circle, but they made it work, and on top of scoring the chicken dinner, 15 eliminations is a lot, considering that this circle is difficult for teams like Exquisite.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we don't see them too much when it comes to the previous days during this week for the highlights. I mean, this is them bouncing back, and with a big one at that. That's a big statement. 25 points definitely will push themselves up here when it comes to the overall ranking. And when it comes to a drop spot, they're dropping themselves on the outskirts of farm shelter area. It's well worth it for them. But when it comes to the teams that taking up the blue, we saw the one that coming in very late. There's so many extended fight in the blue zone as well, which caused a lot of players being eliminated by the blue zone instead. So that's why we have 57 eliminations, 51 knockout, a lot of players healing in the blue zone, of course. That caused them 10,819 heals in total.
Yeah, so based on this, looks like the airdrop is more than average, just because maybe the one that we saw earlier on, the one with the one that dropped into the middle of the circle, somebody got it, so that was like the fourth one. I'm just theorizing there. Total eliminations on, frankly speaking, no surprise if you ask me, because it's a military base circle. We did see a few players went out to the zone, and that's totally understandable. There are a good amount of teams that got caught out still when the circle was 100% inside of military base earlier on. And when it comes to the important numbers, wow, Exquisite more than double the numbers of Austria Esports.
And a lot of sprays and praise in this map, because I saw the least amount of throwables being used is only over 100 just now. But Exquisite, I mean, they don't need those nades because they can spray it quick and spray it precise, just like how Super Pickle did it for the team. And that got himself the chicken. Yeah, Exquisite with the 15 eliminations, scoring himself 25 points. We'll have triple-digit club up here as well as Ozja Esports, and YG still consistently getting himself at the top numbers here this time around. Arami Bro plays himself at 5th place with Elevate and 4th at 7 points in total. A lot of 5s down here. Harami Bro, Goat and GG Esports each respectively scored himself 5 for the total points. But 2-0 Strangers Esports, despite he got 12 elimination in the last game, this time they ended up with nothing.
Yeah, it's a turn of events for them this time. But we got 2 more games to go, so fret not, fans out there. And when we look at the numbers here, Yangon Galacticos, because they did fairly well too, especially on the left side bridge, they got a good amount of eliminations there, blocking off other teams. And they are now 8 points behind Playbook Esports. And Playbook Esports, they didn't manage to get into Military Base Island at all. They were caught on the main peninsula. They got eliminated there. Austria Esports, they're also trailing behind the top team, so the top team's race is still pretty tight. And on the other end, TTQ, Drake Esports, pretty much similar. Nothing much has changed. So it's now the race for the number 1 as well.
It's getting more intense right now. PBE, the only team with the most eliminations up here with triple digit already exactly at 100 mark, with the most chickens out there as well. So this is going to be the teams to watch out for, despite they didn't get a great run of the last Erangel. But hey, watch out for the teams that have high eliminations number, because they are the one that will disrupt the flow of the rotation for the teams. But when it comes to Erangel, it's a wrap for day 3, week number 3. We're left with 2 more maps to go, Cloud.
Yeah, and that's going to be Miramar. New shuffle, new group, new map, first Miramar. So anything can happen. Maybe early eliminations, early fights, early tussles for some of the hotspots like Chumacera, like maybe even Picado, or maybe Lost Learners might be overcrowded because we saw that yesterday. So anything can happen inside of a Miramar match, a new map that features a new set of group.
Yeah, a lot of Montenegro sort of circle yesterday. I don't know if today we're going to have Lost Learners South, but don't be Lost Learners Urban Warfare, because we definitely want to avoid that as much as possible. But that's going to be a theory next to be said later on after we're done with the break. Slightly longer, just 10 minutes break, so you guys don't go anywhere, because right now it's all about resetting our minds and the player's mind to have to get into a new map, entirely different, a bigger one. So stay tuned and stay safe, and make sure you guys ready for the voting for the next Miramar map as well, because it might be a different number. And see you guys after this break, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, guys, for the 2 more maps to go in Miramar.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the 2-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting. With gargoyle troves and treasure specters, you'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that slightly extended break, this is the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall 2024. And we just saw exquisite squad the chicken dinner inside Erangel. Who will score the first one inside of Miramar? That will be unfold later together with us, your storytellers. My name is Serka, together with Juju. And the next round will be an totally new map for all these teams.
Yep, and also despite YG got back-to-back chicken early on, they still cannot actually overtake the rest of the team at number 1, and that's going to be PvE still getting themselves a 9-point gap between them and YG. But how will they stay? Will they still maintain at number 1 or not and maintain their throne by end of today for PvE? Because we still have 2 more maps to go.
And Playbook Esports, they had started the day with a decent gap, but they seems to be losing their grip now. And looks like they're losing their grip, and it could be a issue for them to hold on to that by the end of the day.
Yeah, but speaking of the issues for the teams at the very bottom as well, they have to resort to going a crunch time here because it's down to 2 more maps to go and halfway through the entire week of week number 3. But hey, this is your in-tournament too. We want to get you guys the fun of PUBG Mobile. Don't forget to download the latest version, the version 3.4. The Crimson Battle begins with the Blood Moon Awakening team mode that's available for you guys here right now. So don't forget to try out the new team areas, items, even the transformation. Yourself wings, and even a PvE gameplay to explore in the game, or even you will transform yourself into werewolf. It's up to you whether you want to fly or whether you want to run faster, but make sure you have a decent internet, also connection of Wi-Fi, or even a phone mobile connection here, because it's going to be a huge update. But I promise you it's going to be fun to play.
To update that, you not only have access to the Crimson Battle begins with the Blood Moon Awakening, but you also have the new RP A9 available now on PUBG Mobile until 14th of November. So the amount of time you have, let's say 1.5 months, but trust me, time does fly. And if you get it, you can stand up to 720 UCS a read, and this also involves a total prize pool worth over 1,000 on top of these amazing goodies. So you can see here, you get an upgradable firearm with Uzi and 100 custom color outfits on the left side of the screen. But if you make it to level 40 outfit, which is very cool if you ask me.
Or you guys can actually mix and match with the sets and have to see the Zod, but wearing a spiritual set. It'll be crazy, but it's out of ordinary. It'll be by love. And don't forget, you can get your RPA9 victory done. So if you want to show off and flex that, you make sure you get every day as long as you purchase the RP, the latest RP for you guys in the game. But formalities aside, is our prediction game time. Will we jinxing the team or not? I'm gonna go with Esports. I'm gonna read storyline for the day, second page team. But for the rest, I'm in Manco Big Dad either or Max V9. That's it.
Yeah, and when they predict together, right? So it's like, okay, all right. They might switch to Austria Esports later. But, or maybe they'll keep to Team Max, because Austria Esports in general, Miramar might not be their favorite map. And interesting enough, no Austria Esports across. Like for us, it's like, okay, we want to root for the teams that like on page number 2 have not got their own chicken dinner yet, which is, yeah, that's our narrative. But for the others, like, come on, Austria Esports, you don't believe in them in Miramar?
I think we had too much Austria Esport. Even the voters, you guys been voting a lot for Austria Esport. And for yesterday, for the record, by the way, guys, they did actually score the chicken, the first Miramar yesterday too. So, I mean, nobody's calling out for Austria Esports here because maybe everyone want to see the second page team to rise up into the game here today. Maybe that's going to be a storyline for all across our channels too, because everyone want to have that difference of dramatic ending, because right now is just too straightforward, honestly, I would say, when it comes to the tier of the teams on top, the middle pack, and the very bottom too.
Well, that is from us. You guys had to put it in because we have 2 more games to go to know whether Austria Esports can be shifted to another team. Almost every round they got like more than 50%, if not 40-ish%. So it's time to shift that percentage to other teams as well. And maybe it's the case of like inside of Miramar, you might think the same as what we think too, that Austria Esports might not be favoring Miramar that much. So put it in. Don't only put it in the comment section. Don't only put it in social medias or your family chat groups and all that. You gotta put it in the work to make it official in PUBG Mobile Esports.
And don't forget to select your favorite player as well, because that will be one of the options you guys can fill into. As long as you scan the QR code, there will be so many maps for you to just predict for every single map. Now, we do have 2 more Miramar maps to go, and so far, I mean, this is going to be the map where GE used to actually push the numbers, but they are not playing here today, which open up so many space for teams like Fearless, Strangers, or even the teams that's definitely at the very bottom to try to make use and maximize their eliminations in this map, because one of the top contenders is going to be GE. They're not there, so there's a lot more space for them to do something about this.
Yeah, so that also means that we have a chance to maybe see a new team get a chicken dinner. We got that in our previous Erangel match with Exquisite, so that's one checklist there. For the others, come on, 2 more games to go. Let's make it different. Let's make it diverse. Everyone at least ends the week with their own chicken dinner. Nobody gets left out. And looking at teams on page number 2, especially since majority of them there have not got the chicken dinner at all. So, with this new grouping, we'll be jumping into the dusty map of Miramar. Without further ado, let's head on to it.
We have another flight path and finally getting in the first Miramar of the day. Yeah, we're starting off with Max V9 dropping themselves early on top of Campo Militar and Torre Ahumada. But it's all about the circle later on. Since we have a slightly northern flight path, we assume maybe sometimes most of the cases are where it's going to be around south of Los Leones for the circle. Hopefully that's going to be the case. I mean, I don't miss Los Leones as a whole as a town, but if it's going to be on the southern side, we do know how tricky those terrains can get.
Wow, this is going to be tricky for these 2 players. We already have an early engagement. The Team Max is involved, and they're actually sharing the same area with RTC up north. Okay, so that's going to be one. Circle-wise, centered around Chumacera, like what we've seen before this in the past few days or so. No team yet there, but expect teams to either go inside of Chumacera or the high grounds of Chumacera later.
But yesterday, I remember it pulled all the way to Monte Nuevo, despite it was actually at the brink of it for the circle. But hey, it can happen anytime. I mean, like, we might actually even have Patona, please, Patona for once. But RTC going against Max V9. Unfortunately, no connection or not connecting any dots down there. And RTC, they had a really rough day here early on. RTC yesterday has been better for them, but today is a bit tough for them to have some stable performance. And they can redeem themselves if they can finish off Max V9, but unfortunately the exit out for Max V9 is as fast as the lightning speed.
Yeah, whether it's RTC or any other team, Max V9 not ready for it. Grab a vehicle, leave, and to a certain extent, deny the vehicle away from RTC, which is absolutely fine. So they will leave that one for now. And plus, they are aware that the circle is very far. It's like the Chumacera centered sort of circle for stage number 1. So whatever that the teams would have learned from a Sanhok engagement, especially, it's a similar scenario. You don't want to be locked in with another team, especially in such a big map. Just leave it. If you have the chance, just go and see you within the circle.
And speaking of the circle, we're not having all the teams inside, and one of them actually tried to get into it, and it's gonna be Golf 7 this time. They're taking the lead instead and finish off one of the player of Dread just now, scoring himself 1 elimination. This is gonna be a them migrating into this circle as fast as they can. Last time we saw them, they are dropping themselves on the outskirts of St. Martin and managed to squeeze in on the northern side of the circle here. We're just on top of Power Grid, right around the same area. But I assume even Osja Esports, since they got themselves inside of the circle early, they might actually get on top of the Chumacera high grounds and try to have control and dominate over those high grounds there.
Yeah, so high grounds definitely will be a key spot that we can expect a lot of teams to want to go, especially for teams close by. Last I saw, Osja Esports wasn't too far away, so perhaps they might want to take that high ground before any other team. Hold on to it. If any team were to come by, then they can have a better chance to defend against those teams. If the circle does move away from the high ground, it's easier from the top to go down rather than bottom to go up. So the same theory always applies. And another team that's not too far is going to be Goat Esports.
Going all the way down to Valley de Mar. I wish some teams will go to Patona so we have a glimpse of Patona. At least just a bit, it will be more than happy. But it's so rare for us to actually have the circle to pull all the way down south. I don't mean to be mean for the players that are playing here in the PMCL right now, but it'll be fun to watch if this circle, we never get the circle that parting the center of it in between Minas de Valley and also Patona. There's a river in between. There's going to be a deep valley in there. If the circle kind of ended up right on top of those two areas, it'd be super fun to watch.
Oh yeah, fun for us, but of course not fun for them. But hey, they have to do the work, right? They are here to entertain us. They are here to overcome any situation. And those are the tricky situations that can happen inside of Miramar. So far, I don't see Osja Esports interested in taking the high ground. Maybe later, since we're still at stage 1 and the flight path was far. Expected more teams to drop further away, so they probably anticipated that they have that time. So maybe they might come in to that high ground just south of Chumacera later on. But there's the one team already inside Chumacera, and that's going to be Stranger Esports.
Yeah, Stranger Esports will resort to take the town of Chumacera because it's still going to be a 50-50 based on this sort of circle, because it's always going to be the high ground versus the compounds or the low grounds, right? It's safer to actually take where Strangers actually stand right now. I kind of get their sentiment, because for you to hike all the way up to the Mount Chumacera is already a big job to start with. And if the circle just pulled away from you when you were on those elevation grounds to hike down, it was a clear shot for the teams taking inside of those compounds. And high chance the circle always ended up around the low ground area instead of those elevations. So I think for Strangers Esports, they're going for the safest rotation and safest bet for the circle too. But there will be some teams trying to tank it out. The blue, they're not afraid to play the blue at all. I'm going to play a bit of a longer game, and that's going to be Max V9 and Elevate.
And now we can add RTC to the list. But I'm looking over at Patona. Okay, we don't always get to see Patona from an observer's view, right? So this is Sin.
Yay!
Still taking the time inside Patona, hoping and praying for the circle to somehow go to Patona. If it does, then they will be celebrating like how Juju did.
I mean, like, Patona exists like Zaki in Erangel. It's in the map, but it's not really in the map. It's like it's there just to be there, but never for the circle. But hey, we'll change our perspective if the circle did shift that around Patona as well. For Risk, guys, last game wasn't so great. The previous one was amazing for them, of course. They have a bit of a roller coaster ride, a hot and cold day for them. And Ryder, as well as maybe always the last two players, also Barney sometimes, depending. But Ryder, despite his name is a Ryder, but I think he needs to get his license checked down there.
That's why he's the rider, not the driver. Well, the driver is here. And okay, one bump. Is it up? No. Second bump.
No.
No.
It's longer.
No, not yet. The time? Not yet.
Yeah,
Got
finally.
it.
Took them quite a couple of seconds, like 10 seconds just to flip over the vehicle again. Despite of that, they're still in the blue zone. Hopefully they have enough to sustain themselves though.
And looking at least for maybe he has 4 first aid, so that's fine. That's why he can like, okay, I'll just help you out. Don't do that again. If you do that again, in like what, stage 5 or something like that, then
Go help yourself.
yeah, go help yourself, right?
But next we have Arami Bro Range with Yakka. But looking at GOAT player's position here, if Range start to engage, he's digging his own grave. He has to be extra careful, tipping his toes around the GOAT players just to gain some information. I don't know where are the rest of Arami Bros. Last time we saw them, they are cutting across, scattered about Chumasera, but they are all the way towards Valley de Mar right now. So I assume they want to hike up towards the backside or southern side of Chumasera to get on top of those mountains. But I love this Patona. It kind of remind me of Mr. Potato sometimes.
But you're not gonna get more love from Patona now. Circle
Oh,
says
at
no.
least this is a good one.
Okay, I mean it's nice to see things in a positive aspect. So we still get the high ground here, just south of Chumasera. Osha Esports is in the middle.
We kind of not having this circle for a long time too. Valley de Mar, I mean, now this kind of explains why a lot of teams going down even deep into Patona, which kind of a rare sight. And it's still going to be a tough circle because it divided by the river in between. So just slightly a small land of Valley de Mar down there around the bridge area will be covered inside of the circle, but it's quite vacant. So it's still a good place for somebody to wait it out for the next few stages. But due to how south the circle is right now and how tricky the terrain can get, everybody try to rush themselves there as soon as they can.
Yeah, everyone's heading towards the same direction, especially on the south side. So that's where we'll see fights happening. A couple of gunshots here by Harame Bros. Probably a long-range spot from the other side of the hill. As for Sin, since they were in Patona previously, it would make it would be a good idea if they just navigate past Patona down south and into the circle on the left bridge instead, rather than joining these teams on the right. If not, something like Jarrow might come up.
But LG Esports did get themselves some good sweet spot up there. While GG Esports will be hunted down by Playbook Esports. Gerald managed to finish a couple of players in there, but I managed to knock down, not getting any translate into 1 point down. But GG Esports, they will try to leave and flee the scene as one of the members will be abandoned since it's a bit too risky for them to revive him up. So that's 100% PBE can at least score himself 1 elimination out of GG players.
Jisoo eliminated. That's a confirmed elimination, so that's going to be 2 out of GG. Okay, GG still has the kid though. Where is the kid? Ooh, he's nowhere close by with the other GG members. So this is the chance for Playbook Esports to not shy away, try to collect the remaining 2 points.
And they thought this is empty here. It's quite congested by so many teams at the current moment. And the blue zone hits both teams as GG now slowly falling their members, and it's down to pieces limb by limb, taken out by Playbook Esports. And Rhyme was still hunting for more, but surprisingly they barely got enough for their utilities as well as their reserve for ammunition. And for Risk guys, they're resorting to parting ways as well, because Playbook Esports, I think it's going to be GOT7 that's just across the other side. And for GG support last member, he might bump into RTC next, but hey, he's trying.
Oh, let's see if we can actually pull something out here. Not only RTC, GOT7 here as well. Long range shot by support. At the same time, he's being pressured, but look, he only has 1 first aid, and that's pretty much about it. Even his stamina is not up, so not looking good for him. He has only that 1 shack for now, and still surrounded by GOT7.
Yep, the moment he opened fire, if it's not RTC, then it's going to be GOT7. They will pull over and try to shut him down. He's going to be a solo wolf for the side of GG right now to fight for his own life. And due to how down south the circle is, a lot of players don't have enough time to loot themselves up. But those who are lucky enough, at least they score themselves level 3 and level 2 vans. But the rest of the utilities barely have enough, including for support, the last member of GG Esports. That last first aid he's reserving for later. But we're hitting stage number 4, which first aid will not help him to survive.
Oh, well, Edward almost did not survive that. That one last hit before he managed to heal himself up brought him down to 10% health. That was a close one for Edward. So God7 now with his high ground. He'll take his time to heal up while they will look at support from GG. We're still stuck down there. Nowhere to go. And the last time we saw him, he only has that one first aid, probably a couple more bandages, and that's about it.
Look at the crosshair and the view of God7 players. Look all, dude, GG. It's gonna lock and Luke to the side of GG Esports. That one last player remaining. God7, they're not showing any mercy at all to the side of the last standing member, which will be support. But for Vingari, I mean, like, they're not that far from the circle, so it's still a-okay for them to overextend themselves towards where they're at. But Harame Bro and Goat seems to be a bit feisty and heated up here with Harame Bro, one member knocked down for now.
Unknown scoping out onto the other side where range is at. So they're trying to get pickoffs here. Harame Bro's one player knocked, but he should be able to be revived soon as his teammates together with him. But we can see the incoming Goat. They're trying to close the gap here between themselves and Harame Bros. You need to wrap things up before other team comes by. There you go. Osha Esports Red Bull had to butt in.
And GG Esports unfortunately taken out of equation. The first team to be out, in fact, at stage number 3. We're going to head into stage number 4 in less than 35 seconds here with Harame Bro now being visited by 2 another teams. BBE coming out from the back. Harame Bro kind of being sandwiched so many ways here. Go plays across the other side too. So they have to pick and choose their poison, which one they have to deal with first. And Raimon taking advantage of the turmoil of Harame Bro. They are in a pickle.
Long range by Raimon. Almost got one though. And this will be interesting to see Playbook Esports going up against Harame Bros. But Harame Bros, they leave this area. As we look at this, okay, they managed to make themselves into this warehouse. So this will be their saving grace for now. Not too far away from the next shift for the circle. And in the circle is Osha Esports.
And some teams will resort to get themselves the compound, slightly a lower ground or mid-ground area where Dread and Strange is at. But the one that's having such a feisty fight is going to be the left side. Elevate versus Max V9 and Exquisite do have some elevations. But Max V9, they're playing around the mid-ground. But Elevate, they want to finish off the rest of members of Max V9 and also Exquisite, try to keep them at bay. But unfortunately, time is not on their side. Exquisite will try to leave. The Blues start to approach. Scardy prepping up the nade. Nathan playing around the corner, trying to spot out. Remember, he just missed it a tiny bit.
Oh, well, you have a second chance now. MM just right in front of Elevate. The smoke is blinding him, not really helping, but now he sees one on the left side, immediately gets punished. Taken back down by Nathan. Nathan needs to back off. Scardy will need to back him up. And Scardy, beautiful backup there to knock down Yue.
That was a nice cover. Barely had enough hard cover for himself. Scardy were fighting this against the entire crop. Exquisite. Holding the angle so much and giving so much opportunity for the rest of Elevate to push forward. Leaving this side of Exquisite with only one player. This is why they got themselves the last chicken in the last wrangle. Exquisite now down to only Super Pickle. Can Super Pickle clutch this?
And the voting wise, well, it's still the same for you guys. Osha Esports number 1. What about Younger Gaticos and Harame Bros? Well, Osha Esports, they still are okay. A full squad in the middle of the circle, so that's absolutely fine for now. And looking at the elimination feed, Labubu just got Michi.
We have a third party. There's going to be Riz guys across the other side. And hello, Harame Bros is here to play as well. This is going to be getting a bit more massive than it's supposed to be. Not much space and covers for the teams are being knocked out in the center, which is going to be Playbook Esports right now, surrounded by Riz guys. And God7 last player, MHOP, slowly sneaking up as well. Playbook Esports, they're here to play. But Harame Bros will try to bomb fist them, but not being greeted warmly at all. Being knocked down straight away. And Riz guys taking the risk to go and push themselves forward and around the elevations, but due to the uneven terrain, it's so difficult for them to spot where the bullet's coming out from.
Yeah, even it is so hard for them to secure those elimination points. Risk guy, they got one out of their opponent, but it was stolen away by Osha Esports. Now Playbook Esports still in the game. 4 players still active, but they don't have the circle. Now they need to fight against Harame Bros. Range on the left side. He will toss his nade. His nade will connect. It does. It knocks out Jaro.
But the reserve of their ammunition running low. Last time we saw Jarrell's around 30 edge for his reserve of UMP there. Range on the other hand, trying to finish all of the play while taking the blues at the same time. Swap over to his rifle. That's going to be the Scar L in his work. But for Michi, he will want some revenge as well. But down to only 20% of HP while the blues have stopped to stick down to his nose. And it's going to be Playbook Esports eliminator. Another opportunity for YG and the rest of the teams down there to take over the throne right now.
Ooh, that's the elimination that they have been waiting for. And the gap wasn't so big. Now Labakun sees one. Labakun gets a knockdown onto maybe. Risk guys will lose one of their players. Labakun, the final member of RTC, bringing their first point in this round.
I'm even surprised he managed to actually get into this crossfire live because he's been staying alone for the longest time. But the circle will make it more difficult in between the deep valleys and the roads, between those high hills as well. Elevate coming up from the left side, have to climb down and cross the street without being harmed by YG, who got himself in the center exactly smack in the middle.
Yan Yangu Gaticos, they'll be smiling the fact that not only they got the circle, but also Playbook Esports eliminated. This is definitely their chance. Now we still have 13 teams, so that means no placement points gathered just yet. But with their current position, they're expected to be able to gather placement points unless they fail to defend the ground. But that will be a topic for later. As right now, we look at what Austria Esports will do to Harame Bros.
It's gonna be a hit-up battle on top of Venus de Valley right now. Red Bull getting on one play of Arami Bro on the ground, still kneeling down. It's gonna be Rick trying to revive Jappy, but he got two. Now Red Bull, can he score the third one? Here comes the support. Martin coming in with a flying car straight away, shutting down the rest of Arame Bro play. What a brutal way to finish things off in a flashy way indeed. Coming up from Orja with a grand entrance of Martin just now. But Red Bull scored 4 just now against Arame Bro all by himself.
And it was a clean one by them. Nobody went out. They scored 4 eliminations just like that. And it was a quick one. And now they can plan the next move in the circle. While looking at the circle, look at the minimap. That's like what? 5 different colors on the minimap itself. Most of them on the lower ground. And this is where it will get interesting, right? Because we still have stage 6. They might not get the circle. When they all come out together, it's going to be a disaster.
RTC, that solo play lasted long enough, still alive down here. YG, they got the center. How will they defend this? Strangers Esports now taking an action towards Drent. It's a bit of a trading off between them. It's going to be a 2v3 right now. Last time we saw, they still have a lot of members on the side of Strangers, but it's going to be a 2v2. 2 members knocked down for Strangers. They still can go for a pick-me-up, but TTQ still having a full squad. I don't know where they at. The one coming out on the northern side of Jumaseri is going to be these 2 teams. Liquid managed to finish off 7-6-2. Well, Sin engaging Goat. Strangers, they trying to wrap things around against Dread, but due to how many buildings and structures in between, it's so difficult for them to just finish things off here.
Oh, Red Bull got knocked by Zuki. Still bleeding out at this point. But on the northern side, these 2 teams are locked in. Because Stranger Esports and Dread Esports. 3 players for Dread Esports now need to navigate around. Stranger Esports, they have the inner side, so a bit more advantage to them. Not executing their plan yet, or maybe waiting for 30 seconds and let the blue do its work.
Damon, just trying to bait out with the doors here. Here comes the Nate, prepping it up here. He's actually tossing the smoke. It tried to avoid any sprays. Unfortunately, these guys will be the next one eliminated. We're down to 10 teams, 29 players alive. But Lucci prepping himself with the DBFs. It's going to be a tough one to go against the smoke. But unfortunately for these 2 teams, the circle will shrink even furthermore in less than 5 seconds.
And we'll find out where the circle will go. Okay, circle time. And these 2 teams, they do not have the circle. Alright, let's go, boys. As we look at the movement here by Stranger Esports, they take the high ground. But Lucy gets knocked out by Damon. Okay, this is Dread Esports coming back.
Strangers Esports, they're losing men slowly. It's not going to be a great position for them now, knowing the fact the circle just pushed away from the position here just now. They're going to go straight into the inner circle first, but it's going to be a lot of waiters inside to just keep them out from entering into the safe zone. Labo Kun, the last player of RTC, now being visited by the members of TTQ. Here comes Kayesh and Gus.
Labo Kun staying as quiet as possible. Final member of RTC, still not gaining any placement points. But look at the elimination feed. It's rolling now between Sin and Goat Esports. Okay, scopes out. He's going to pull the trigger against KH. No clear sight, so he's going to let that one go for now. But he might surprise Austria Esports.
Can be the bane for the Titans out there. The one player that can actually be the game changer and turning the tide for the teams that are still so confident with their lineup here. The trio remains on Austria Esports, but here comes Sin. Unfortunately for RTC, that's going to be the last Labracun. I think it's going to be the end for him for now. But Austria Esports, these elevations, will they actually maximize for the efficiency? Yeah, since the circle just dragged all the way out from their reach, they have to chase the circle, but hey, make use of the high grounds first.
Yeah, make use of it by trying to take out opponents just right below them. And in fact, if they move forward, they still have a bit of the high ground, so they can still slowly make their way through while trying to gain those elimination points from the teams below. There you go, Martin, a nice spot out, and he gets one knock. And looking for more, not able to secure that elimination point yet. While Goat, Yaka is together with Unknown, and he pops that smoke just to buy time so he can go in for the revive.
Look at John, how he hid himself so well, and Max V9 can just steal away Sin's knockdown just now by taking it away for the last minute. HP chip down, but for Strangers, this is going to be a tough hike for the teams that try to go for the elevations here when they are very late into the party. Elevate spotted out with the same members with the mini 14 tapping it out, almost shredded his helmet entirely. Or Esports getting no, my god, what a jump, Jim, what were you thinking?
If only when he jumped that length, he can still shoot, then it might be a different outcome. But then again, still, it was a valiant attempt. Very interesting move for observers to capture. As right now, Young Galacticos will want to capture the spoils of the fight early on.
And the John, he managed to just make use of that angle, that very awkward angle to hold against Sin. Well, that gave also Sin so much opportunity to revive their teammate that almost got completely wiped up before. But Max V9, this one player, can he clutch against the three of them? Wako right on top of him, the rest of the members. It's 3v1 situation here. But overpicking will actually cost their life too, because YG is having their target locked towards the side of Sin. But the next circle will be brutal for Sin as well.
Oh, aim up for the high ground. Fires down to the lower ground. Tries to get another one. And he will get Zuki in the process. He lost his teammate, but it's okay. He gained another elimination point. So that's 4 now for Dread Esports as he clears off the northern side. Northern side is clear for him to enter.
7 teams remaining, 4 teams having a trio or more players, including YG. That's the only team with the full squad. But the moment we mention it, Saygla always get the first knockdown instead of YG. Unfortunately, we only have 4 trio squad and the rest of the other 3 teams with a solo player all this while. Now Sin, they cannot reach out to Max V9 last player because YG keep an eye towards their side. And now coming out from the top, it's going to be the top from Austria Esports right on top of Sin right now. Sin surrounded left, right, center. All they want is just this, the John, but the rest of the team will not allow him to do so.
Finally they got it. The John, valiant effort to hold on to his position. He managed to gain 1 placement point for his team. No elimination points for Team Max V9. And now Elevate. They want to take out Young Galacticos as they try to find their way into the circle. Young Galacticos still has that circle. But on the other side, time to quick Esports fall to Austria Esports.
Looking the wrong way entirely just now for time to quake. Next forcing the fight against Austria Esports while they're trying to transition into the circle. We have 4 teams already inside, and Dread is going to be the last player standing, in which is going to be Damon. But Damon to hold against the entire crew of Austria, and we have YG and as well as Elevate just across the other side of the street. That's going to be difficult, especially with Skynin definitely tempted to go up and finish him off straight away. But due to the elevations, Damon will last slightly longer for the side of Dread right now.
And speaking about lasting, let's see if Sin can last this stage, because they are the only team on the outside of the circle now, and 2 of them need to hike up to the high ground where Young Galacticos is at. It's going to be pretty hard for Sin, unless Wako can pull off a big one by taking out maybe at least 2 from Young Galacticos. Then maybe, but where are they going to hike? They have to go to the left side all the way, so it's going to be quite a distance for them to run.
Well, they have to run now, like it or not. Stage number 8 will be super painful if you want to tank out the blue, which is no way anybody wants to take that one now, especially Dread last player. Damon will last long enough, but I think Ozja knows exactly where Dread Players is, and they need to deal with him first, because this is going to be the backstab to change the flow of Austria if they're not dealing with him early on. But it's not easy, because YG is slowly closing the gap, and same goes for the side of Sin as well. So it's difficult for Austria to decide which way they want to go first, and Martin get knocked down as well. So Damon, he can actually have a great view up here before he gonna go down against either the Blues or the other players out there. Might as well score a couple of eliminations from above.
Yeah, if you get a good clear shot of Austria Esports, he can break their hearts. But Skynin knows that he's there. Alright, so Skynin will be the one keeping an eye on to Damon. And Damon now alerted with a shot from Skynin. But because of Damon's presence, Austria Esports is holding their movement into the circle.
Well, you pop his smoke just now for Damon. He tried to leave with his vehicle. Sin slowly climbing up. But look at YG. They're prepping in that Romeo boys right across them. I'm surprised he didn't toss it yet. Going straight into indoors. Sin managed to bridge into YG's lair. And now it's been jeopardized for YG's position, but Loki still managed to knock down a golden nade on Wako. Mix coming in with an AKM. There's going to be a 1-2-1 trade. We're down to 14 with Dread being eliminated just now, but Sin and YG in CQC.
Romeo Boy reacted quicker than Mix, and he will take him out. And Romeo Boy will score the 5th elimination point for Young Galacticos. They still hold on to this guy, but Cool now has to keep his cool. He's been pressured by the Blue. He will charge in together with his teammate Wako into the building where Young Galacticos is sat. The Blue will continue to be on top of them, but the nade from Romeo Boy will eliminate both of them.
It's a discount day too, and why not, Romeo Boy? That was a remarkable, just a sublime performance with that hand grenade, giving so much opportunity for YG to hold on much longer despite having lesser members. It's going to be a 3v2 with Elevate still have 3 members on top of all the other teams out there, but when it comes to mid-ground, they're holding it. Austria Esports have to climb down their high horses because right now the Blue is going to hurt them alive and be burnt out, and it's going to be forcing them to get into the center as soon as they can.
Healer on the other side. Now it's going to be 3v2. Young Galacticos somewhat on the lower ground as well. And here we have a good visual. Okay, Young Galacticos on the lowest ground. Elevate, they need to hike up as well. But Austria Esports, what a position for them to be at. They can actually look at these two teams from their top angle.
Austria do have those elevations more than Elevate right now. But the hard covers on YG will actually give them opportunity for this chicken. For Austria, the Blues have stopped to close from their back, so they have to climb down either way and expose themselves to a side of Elevate. But thanks to the curve, right now Elevate cannot visualize they are closing in the gap. Here comes Cuddy on the ground. The top finish him off with an UMP. Go in for reload. Get another one. Needs us down as well. It's going to be down to 2v2. YG and Austria Esports.
And here we go. Our top contenders here. But Austria Esports, they're pressured by the Blue. They have to move forward. And it's going to be Young Galacticos again from the other end. 3rd chicken dinner today. 3 chicken dinners in 5 games.
Now YG is not stopping their streak for chicken yet. Not the back-to-back, but hey, they're coming back for Miramar as well. So I feel like YG has been conquering and dominate over today's performance.
Yeah, absolutely. They did it in Sanhok, Erangel, and now Miramar. So basically, they've done all the maps chicken dinner. This is definitely a big feat here for Young Galacticos. And with this chicken dinner, that also means Playbook Esports will lose their #1 spot to Young Galacticos as well. I mean, Young Galacticos, what came in under them? All of a sudden, they are like a whole different team today.
Yeah, there seems to be like jack of all trades. I don't know if they are master of none or master of all right now, because they are taking every chicken in every single map right now. If they score another back-to-back after this, I don't know what to say. But just because, in case you guys missed the action here, we're gonna replay the highlight for you guys as YG scored their 3rd chicken of the day.
And our MVP has to be the OG Skynen from Austria Esports with 2 eliminations, and look at his total damage, 919. Despite only 2 eliminations, but he did a lot of work in this round. 3 total knockouts, 3 assists, and 230 total kills. With a survivor time of 28 minutes 41 seconds, he has played the most important role that is underrated, which is the support role, very, very well. And he even helped his teammates to hold off the one player who had the high ground against them at some point. And it's because of him, his other teammates are still in the game and they're able to get into the circle.
I personally feel like he's playing the most important role, especially in the Miramar. Support is going to be the most crucial one to hold on to, and also the scouter for the team to gain as much information for the team as well for their dictation towards their navigation across the map. But Skynin, I mean, this guy is a veteran player, but hey, we'll re-welcome YG, Young on Galactico, so getting themselves the third chicken of the day. In the same day, what is going on? What did they eat earlier today? And what did they do during the break that they're coming back stronger than ever this time with 9 eliminations, 2,272 total damage, 10 knockouts? That's pretty unfair. Out of a 10, they only got 9 eliminations.
So maybe one of them was stolen away, but that's fine. I'm sure they will take this one. They still got that 1 assist and 647 total kill, and this is the survival time to get the chicken dinner, 28 minutes 47 seconds. Every single map that we have played today, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, they have scored the chicken dinner. So today is definitely Young Galactico's day 3 times, and that is the most in a single day for this week.
The all-rounded team right now, but we're going to go to the stats. Not a lot of players being finished off the blue because the eliminations right now score at 62. 75 knockouts. That's going to be the most by far in week number 3 with a total heals of 13,625. Thanks to the very southern deep south circle map just now, way into Valedimar area. That's kind of unusual for the players, and even the flight was slightly on the northern side, so I assume there's going to be a long journey with the drive distance. 484 kilometers for the players down there.
Yeah, all of them need to drive a lot at the start of this game, especially since the circle was like down to Masera and then it went further down, so there's a lot of travel for these teams, hence the driving distance. But even though there is that amount of driving needed or the amount of movement needed, there's still enough time for 4 airdrops to be looted by the teams. Globals used, restarted 258. But this is where it all matters. The points in Young Galactico's 19. Austria Esports 2 points behind them with 17 points, and Elevate with 13 points.
I have to say, today has been a great day for Elevate. We're looking at them consistently getting themselves in the top 5 almost every single map and got themselves a decent amount of points there. But YG Austria, where is PBE? This time not a great run for them at all. At 3 points only, did they manage to catch up for YG? And will Austria push themselves to the top 3 by end of this map with the overall standings later on? But unfortunately, Strangers Esports, they scored another 0 this round, as well as GG Esports down there.
Yeah, the team that had potential at some point, Stranger Esports, this round isn't their round, doesn't work out for them. A GOAT and the Team Max V9, also only 1 point when the boss is watching, especially. So one more game for them to make it up for the lost points in the previous rounds. Now when it comes to the overalls, for sure, Young Galacticos is now number 1.
It's going to be 7 points shy between them and Playbook Esports. This is definitely going to be a big challenge for PBE. They try to fight back for their throne, but YG, what a phenomenal run here today. With a 3, they can make it the 4th in the week. But also they're chasing back for the numbers here. That's not too big of a gap between this first till the 3rd place. Elevate, they managed to cut across all the way from the bottom up to the 4th place here, pushing GE, who's not playing here today, to the 5th place. But despite GE, they're not playing here, still maintain themselves in the top 5. Just how big the gap between the 5th and 6th place play a big part in that.
I know, right? This seems to be only maybe a few teams that will race towards the end to be the weekly champions by Sunday, perhaps. But we'll keep an eye on that because right now the gap is quite apparent here. GE, obviously, they're not playing, so they will have a chance to gain points again tomorrow, and we might see a similar amount of points that those top teams have got so far in this round. And that is the wrap-up for our Miramar match. Again, another repeat of a chicken dinner for Yangu Galacticos.
But I'm looking at the top 10 gap, right? From the first place to the 10th place. That's going to be the first half page of our overall standings right now. And the gap was 100 points. That's just how much of a difference of a gap when it comes to skills, when it comes to team play between the top teams, especially the top 5, compared to the rest of the teams down there. I'm not even comparing to the last place, the 20th spot down. At the very bottom. I'm comparing to the top 10 and it's already 100-point gap.
Yeah. What more if like the teams that needs to come up with a Cinderella story, right? So realistically right now, even for the teams that potentially could come up with a Cinderella story like RTC before this, today, the entire day wasn't that great. We might start to see these teams who have nothing to lose to just, do whatever on the map.
Go crazy. I mean, I wouldn't mind. Just go wreak havoc and make it difficult for the teams, especially on the very top. I do want to see them for once to hot drop towards all the teams at the very top to see if they can actually force the CQC early on and if they can actually force the win out of the early CQCs while hot dropping these teams. It just shows that maybe the weakness of the top teams like the top 5 is actually getting those CQC early, way early before the looting, like before we're done with the looting phase at stage 1.
Yeah, maybe guerrilla tactics is their kryptonite, right? Yeah. So I'd like to see that, right? So today is already Friday, so we have 2 more days to go. I believe that based on even like previous seasons and all that, when you start to see like, oh, the second last day, some of the teams are playing their last few games, especially for Group A tomorrow. And then on the final day, Group A on Sunday. So on Saturday as well, we might see some teams are starting to like, you know what, we have nothing much to play for, especially for the teams on the other end. That would just shake things up for maybe even the top teams.
Yep, I mean, for Group A, today and tomorrow will be the last 2 days here, so they need to max out with their numbers up there, including, I mean, also Esports is definitely a threat because they never drop their ball ever in every single week. They always got themselves 20 points as a whole, getting that number 1 spot, but it seems like a bit shaky in this final week or week number 3 because it just a different vibe of YG, a different play of Playbook Esports. They push them all the way down. So for Austria Esports, they have to maximize their points for this last Miramar map because tomorrow will be their last day playing.
Yeah, at least they keep up the pace, right? At least they keep themselves like, okay, we are within range of like not only overtaking, but also extending a lead. And who knows, they might still be able to come up with the best team of the week. But what we're also coming up here is our new version 3.4, the Crimson Battle begins. Download PUBG Mobile's update currently and you will get to see this. It is a major update, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you're prepared for that. The Bloodborne Awakening does have the new team area items and even transformation mechanics if you want to be the vampire or you want to be the werewolves. It's up to you. And if you play this mode, you will get to fight against Dracula. If you want to see how it looks like, you want to have a preview of it, feel free to check out the break type ads over there. You get to see a preview of it. So update your version right now to 3.4 because not only that, okay, this is important. This is interesting. PvE is available, so you can gang up with your friends to actually fight with Dracula, and you probably need that because Dracula looks very, very strong.
It looks pretty cool as well with the castles going in there as well. So I don't think you can actually 1v1 against the PvE because the last time we saw the Metro Royale was super strong, by the way. Speaking of the zombies, here comes your skin for the zombie this time. It looks pretty swag as a zombie and pretty good looking too. I don't know how, but you have to look good even though you're a zombie here. So don't forget to get yourself a new RPA9 available in the game. It will be available until the 14th of November with a max rebate of 720 UC. But what's bigger, and it's going to be a bang for the bucks, is going to be the total price pool worth over 80,000 UC for you guys as well. So make sure you guys get your new RPA9 or our Royal Pass Ace 9 here where you have all you need to do is just do the mission every day and make sure you maximize your level progress as well, because only at level 100 you can get yourself the new custom color outfit, which you can feel like whatever the mood for the day. You feel like yellow, you feel like pink, you feel like a bit red. But this is going to be based on the theme for Halloween, but a bit more oriental mixed with a bit of the western zombie. There's going to be a bit of mashup between these two different types of ghosts for Halloween.
Yeah, it's an interesting mashup, right? It's not your typical Oriental ghost. So get it right now because it's special. But what we're going to get also is our final prediction. As usual, Rim and Big Daddy seems to have a connection going here.
I feel like they're twins. That's not separated at all between these two casters. But for us, I'm surprised that we might actually have the same sort of mindset, but a different rotation. That's it for when it comes to the teams. I think we're pretty much having the same narration here, hoping for the second page team to make a bounce back when it comes to the middle of the week here. For me, I'm going to go for RTC, but so far it wasn't so well for them in the last map though. Strangers seems to be in the same boat as RTC as the last Miramar map just now.
Yeah, and that's also thanks to Yango Galacticos stealing away all the chicken dinners today. They are already at after 5 games, 3 chicken dinners. If they score the next one, then, well, it's undisputed. It's already undisputed by now, but yeah, they just wouldn't mind stealing the deal, I'm sure. Well, for Vince, okay, Gold Esports, he might be thinking the same as us, like, okay, we want to see a different team that comes up with the chicken dinner instead. Like fill up all the chicken dinner numbers here by the end of the week.
I think the same goes for Sammy and Bling as well, because Risk guys, I mean, they are better when it comes to Erangel, but personally I feel like Miramar is a bit of a tough challenge for Risk guys, because firepower wise they're great, but it's just when it comes to navigate themselves across the map with the uneven terrain seems to be slightly difficult and a tough challenge. And same goes for TTQ, but TTQ made some ups and downs. I do like how Aya actually called this one out for Elevate, because right now Elevate definitely on the rise. They are elevating their gameplay and they're pushing themselves in the top 5 if they can finish off strong this one.
Yeah, Elevate, they did pretty well in the previous round, so who knows, when you do that well, like it brings up the momentum in the following round, which is going to be our final Miramar match. And for you guys out there, before we head on to the game, you have to do your due diligence, which is voting for your favorite team in the final match. So far, we have seen throughout the day, same. Maybe the percentages change, but it's still the same 3 teams. Austria Esports have always been there since day number 1, since the first game. So time for a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I mean, like, maybe this time you can get your prediction right. Challenge yourself to see if you can get it right for the last time, because we're always going to have this voting every single map prior to the start of the game. So do show us what you're capable of, and we want to know, can the voting please? I mean, like, we get to see this second and third place to swap sometimes. Sometimes we have Dread, sometimes we have YG, sometimes we have Harami Pro, but it's always Austria at number 1 spot. Can we have somebody else for once for this last map of the day especially?
Yeah, I know, right? I don't know if we'll be ever getting another team to the end of the season by now, because when their vote comes up, the percentages is like 50 plus percent, 60 plus percent, and this is divided among like 16 teams, 15 other teams. That if you score like 50% out of like 15, 16 teams, that is just crazy up there.
Yep, I mean, I would love to have like around 30% across all the votings and voters out there as well. But don't forget about the voting for your favorite players as well. Good luck scrolling all the names, so many names down there. But I think most of them are actually voting for Red Bull perhaps, or even Momboy. I personally want to see Momboy or Federales, because they're definitely one of the top players that deserving under the spotlight based on their performance here today.
Or maybe today, based on Yango Galacticos' performance, it's one of the Yango Galacticos players. Just saying, right? Maybe like Saycloud, maybe like Loki. Those are some of the options that you guys can consider as well. And because of Yango Galacticos, they scored 3 chicken dinners today. Come on, guys. They already have proven it. Like, okay, we deserve your vote. So put them up at number 1 here as we prepare ourselves for the final match for today. Of course, it's going to be Miramar. Start voting right now, because we'll be heading on to the game. Let's go.
And we're back for a final wrap up of the day in day number 3, week number 3. That's back to Miramar, the last map of the day. We're gonna have same sort of northern flight path. I'm shouting out for Tia as well. Thank you for your love as well in the chat. Keep the chat merry, guys, and keep it going. We want to hear your opinions too. But hey, will it be any hot drops this time in the last round of the day?
Yes, final round. Earlier we saw a few attempts, especially on the northern side involving GG and RTC. Oh man, is this like still the previous round? Are we still on round 5? Just check in.
Deja vu. Feels like it's definitely almost similar to the last one, but just slightly north than the previous one, because just now the first circle kind of covers majority and all of Patona. But this time, we might actually have a slight on top of a Chumasira ending, but we might have maybe the same result. If that's the case here today, YG can score himself the 4th chicken if it happens again.
Oh man, 4 chickens out of 6. That would definitely be the dream of Young Galacticos, to open up that gap between them and PBE, Austria Esports, and everyone else. I mean, even like for GE, they're not playing today. They can't add to the points, but they also thinking to themselves that if all the points goes to YG, that even if they want to catch YG to be the top team in 2 days, it's not going to be easy.
Oh, speaking of not getting it easy, Drat is dragging their car just to hike up as well. But it's all about whoever get the circle first, right, Cloud? We saw just now, whoever get those high grounds, whoever get themselves early rotations will get the most advantage position on top of those circles there. And it's going to be Ozja and YG who's coming up from Monte Nuevo, driving all the way down south. But it's down to also the teams like Strangers and Harame Bro if they rotate early. And speaking of rotating early, I think Max V9 is learning from their past mistake and trying to make it as fast, but I don't know what's the plan here. What's the game plan?
Okay, looks like they play the vehicle tag. It's like, okay, I'm done. Tag, it's you. Okay, grab the bus.
Interesting play. But yeah, we don't see that too often. There are teams that are taking a bit on the northern side. It's going to be on top of Ruins, and straight off on the north is going to be just Elevate for now. While the rest of the team are getting a lot of them, the middle pack will be a bit more crowded on top of places like Power Grids and Martin area. I assume when it comes to Monte Nuevo, there's going to be a lot of crossing of the path. But GG and RTC, wow. It's coming out all the way towards the kill feed early than we expected it to be.
We saw that in the previous round. So it looks like they will continue on here. The kid finishes off last. GG lost support. And now they're looking for the other members of RTC on the other side. Let's see if he's able to get away. He's still on foot though, that other member of RTC. So now he's being hunted down by GG. Okay, here we go. They know that he's there now.
Another Tierra Bronca fight between these two teams. This time more towards El Azhar. But GG, Onyx! Oh boy, it's going to be a ring around the rosy and a bit of a jump shot coming out. RTC losing their members one by one. GG still having a trio. It seems like RTC is going at the losing fight and down to last player here. But the kid, one more shot to go and that's a done deal. RTC, it's an early good night. But hey, they get a bit longer rest than the rest of the team.
Yeah, you go out early in the final game. You think positively, it's like, oh, okay, I can still catch my night market, or maybe in the Singapore region, they will call it Pasar Malam. So there's still time, there's still time.
Maybe grab some good food for us as well, if that's the case. I'm super hungry, by the way. But for GG, it's a good start for them. A great game and good start. But they definitely will have some trade-off there as well. They lost one member along the process of taking down an RTC. And at least this time, it's a bit cleaner than the last map they fought against RTC before.
Yeah, a lot more cleaner. Previously, yeah, they let RTC go, so they didn't get anything. Maybe because of the circle, but the circle is kind of the same, right? So this time they had the second chance. They know that, okay, it's RTC there. They think that they can eliminate RTC, and even more reason for them to take out RTC because they are very close in the overalls. Might as well take the chance, eliminating the team that is close to you, in points wise, and you leapfrog over them.
Yeah, I mean, like, they definitely learned from their hard lesson last game here, and it's a good improvement, and we can actually witness straight off the bat for GG. It means that they're adapting the game pretty quick in the same day within just one map of a difference. But YG already rotating down south. We talked about the teams that will rotate early, including Osja Esports and YG. They're taking around the Monte de Vid, go down towards La Drillera and try to get on top of Chumacera Mountains as much as they can. And speaking of Chumacera, we have the Urban Warfare who take around the lower ground compounds and the town of Chumacera itself, which is going to be Strangers Esports and Arame Bro as well. And unfortunately for Arame Bro, they lost one man way early on.
Ooh, potentially might lose another one. Let's see if Lucy can get something out of this. Needs to reload. Second chance to try to drive away. And it's okay. Back onto the church on the other side. And look at Rick. His health is just 20%. So they just needed one more bullet onto him and he would have been down. So lucky escape for Rick, I must say.
Close enough. That was too close for comfort. Arame Bro, they lost that one man. They couldn't afford to lose another one, because last time they are very close of getting themselves quite a decent amount of points, but unfortunately caught himself in a trap just like how they did just now. But fortunately enough, they managed to find an exit out, but they will be tailed down by TTQ, I assume. Their next contender, and they're not alone. There's gonna be 2 or 3 teams. They might be in the center of attention here.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting, right? If any team wants to take over that area. But maybe that's why we can see that Rick, he pulls off this long range just to give a warning sign towards his opponent on the other end. To like, okay, we're here. Don't come by. All right, we have 3 players, but you don't need to know that. And as long as you stay away, we'll call it a truce for now.
How much longer the truce will actually be in play, that's a bigger question, because we saw the teams at the very bottom, they have nothing else to lose. Like we mentioned before, they will disrupt the hopes of the teams right on top of them too. So for the teams like even God7, Strangers Esports, Dread, TTQ, they can do whatever they want, since we still have 2 more days to go, yes. But some of them, especially coming up from Group A, tomorrow will be their last day. They want to maximize this, and that's going to be the case for Osja Esports. But Exquisite is also coming up from Group A, might having some troubles here.
They're fighting on the outside of blue, and they are 2,000 meters away. Oof. Okay, they have to make this fast. Okay, now this is our time to look at their healing utilities. Master Vape, 2 MM, 2 first aids, still alright. Circle wise, this looks familiar.
But I feel like it pulled all the way down, and it feels like a deja vu, of course. I mean, despite it's slightly north than the previous circle, but this stage, the stage number 2, it pulled so deep in south. It's definitely a deja vu for YG. Can they score another chicken with this sort of circle again?
Well, they first have to deal with Osja Esports on the left that's coming towards Young Galacticos. So that will be their biggest challenge. If they can overcome Osja Esports, you can eliminate them, then their chances of getting a chicken dinner is definitely up there. Harame Bros coming into the circle, passing by another team. And those teams are actually on the high ground, but none of them really stayed there yet or parked themselves. So they're not ready to shoot down Harame Bros.
Arame Bros having the heaviest rotation amongst the teams that try to get on top of Chumacera, and they are slightly later than the rest of the team. It's going to be tough to just squeeze into Chumacera right now, how congested the current situation is on top of the town. And despite of that, we don't have any teams coming up from Patona, and we have plenty of teams still inside of the blues, and including GG Esports. Sin managed to just get away from the blue in the very last minute just now. Exquisite still tanking out the blue in there. Saying goes for his guys, but for Elevate, they just had a great run just now. Can they have another score with a better result? But Osja Esports will be the contenders right on top of the Valdemar, Minas de Valley area right now. It's gonna be tough. It's Red Bull, of course, so there's no escaping his bullseye shot.
A nice dance there by Red Bull to get a knock on Scotty, and he will want to secure that elimination point. He got it, and Martin got Nathan. Ooh, looking bad right now for Elevate, as Coca-Cola's on the other side. Kayla is rather separated from Coca-Cola now. Kayla, 60% of health. Nathan is crawling towards him, And Kayla, he will not have the time. Just look at this. Shots fired at Kayla. You need his teammate to come towards him in order for him to have a chance. But Skynin from the rooftop will knock down Kayla.
Outplayed. Was the MVP in the last round as well. So he knows this terrain and more knowledge regarding structures. It's quite an urban warfare still. It seems like a maze for the rest of Elevate to play alongside this sort of terrain and this sort of so many buildings, leaving with only one player left. Now, the rest of Osja Esports is on the prowl. They're hunting down the last player of Elevate right now. They might actually find him hiding and just covered in one corner, but they didn't check all the corners. Close.
Okay. That was a close one. That was a close one. All right. And because of that, Coca-Cola eliminated. And that almost became a U-turn there. But all right. Now that they have won that fight, the circle shifted not too far away from Osja Esports. In fact, all they need to do is just move next door and they're already in it. But Risk Guys is coming on the left towards Osja.
Back to the default circle of Minas Valley here right now. Feels very familiar, just like the last one. But GG Esports, they're taking so much of the blues, and I don't know if they can actually survive into the safe circle here on time or not. But for Sen Esports, they're pretty much having some difficulties here to fight against Max V9, who tried to gatekeep and deny their entry, absolute deny towards their entry into the circle. But for Wako, he managed to knock down one of the members of Max V9. The John couldn't even pick out at this point.
Yeah. And the John is currently knocked. And Naviv, together with his other teammates, will need to pick him up. But then again, Sin is closing in onto them. Sin knows there's not much time since they're still spending time in the blue. Long range fire by Naviv. Tries to take them out. And Sin still not in a good position. They're still not out of the blue yet.
Speaking of the blue zone, this is going to be overextended fight for Max V9 and Sen. For Sen, they have some slight advantage before, but the blues are making it so difficult for the Max V9. Will have to go in the blue, but never mind. Wako knock him down. They want to navigate themselves into the inner circle. Sen will not let them go either. But what a nade by Mix just now, crushing towards side of Max V9.
Well, that's a comeback here for Sin from the blue into almost the zone, that is. And now it's time for them to get in. Joseph, no way that he's going to stay there. He's going to leave them behind. And that is Boyshon eliminated by Mix. 3 eliminations for Sin. Nice comeback there. They did not lose anyone.
But for how much longer? Right now, they're overextending their stay inside of blue. Lucky enough, there's no nearby team right across them inside of the inner circle. But we talked about YG. Can they score another? They were greeted warmly by the nade coming out from Exquisite. Despite they have 3 players, Exquisite is fighting back as YG crash into an attempt to fluff them out. But Super Pickles, can he clutch this one against YG? He got one. Say Cloud on the ground. And once more, YG is always getting Say Cloud on the ground as the first one to be taken away in the equation. But for Super Pickles, he's one of the most crucial player when it comes to clutching. He's high reliable for the player.
Absolutely. That's why he's the MVP for Exquisite. Now, Risk Guys need to pull off an MVP performance against Osja Esports. Maybe he shoots from the side. But he's A-okay. But, oh, man. Say hello to the blue as well. So he needs to move in quickly. Martin is currently down only the top and Skynin for Osja Esports.
Skynin playing it very patiently, waiting for the right time to just pick out and take the gun towards the side of RSG. Risk Guys, despite their aiming and tunnel their vision towards Osja Esports, there's going to be Goat coming out from out of nowhere, taking the long shots against Risk Guys and making it so difficult for them to just stay alive. With the Blues and pressing on the side of Osja, but it's being a big favor thanks to Goat 21 right now. Osja don't even have to make an action except for the push. He just slightly missed it, but going in. What a reflex. That swing was super important.
Oh, very nice recovery there by Skynin to score that one. But they're not done yet with their opponents from Risk Guys. Some of them are still on the southern side. But at the same time, the blue will start to close in about 5 more seconds. We move over to the other side of the circle. We have TTQ against Sin.
Next, Wako. Sin, they managed to defend, and the attempt to take them down by a different team just was a failed attempt. But Sin, they managed to reset, but their utilities and resources are going little dry here. TTK coming in for the rush and try to attempt to flush them out. Cole bleeding out. Wako is down to this Snake to make a comeback for the side of Sin. Suki is across the other side of the building. Here comes Wako. Snake did not connect, but at least he can pick up on Cole.
Yeah, that will be time bought there. Also by his other teammates. Nazuki is looking at the potential of Sin showing themselves at this corner, but they are not. In fact, they pop out the smoke. Alright, his other two teammates still in the other building. TTQ now holding their ground, but time is not on their side again. Same situation, playing on the outside of the circle. Zuki takes a bit of damage, and Liquid takes a bit of burn damage as well.
Gus, a lot of barbecued inside of the house, but for Sin, hey, it's a good buy, but unfortunately, Sin got knocked down by Drat. What a third party in all the way across downtown, 200 meters apart, but they can see things clear as the sky. As TTQ, they did not willing to open the door at all, knowing that Drat is watching them from afar, but Sin, cool, TTQ managed to steal it away with that knockdown. Damon, thanks for helping TTQ for now, but Sin, they left as the...
And now Damon wants to claim his taxes. Try to take out the members of TTQ. He managed to land one bullet. Probably going to take a second attempt soon. Moving vehicle towards the left. He sees it. Damon gets up, but no clear shot yet. There's still other vehicles though. Second attempt. Not really.
Missed it. And that's going to be a huge mountain to cover, and giving a huge hard cover for sort of TTQ as well. Now, it's all about the rotation from the right to be the center. But speaking of the center, we don't hear any action coming up from PBE this time. PBE, they're being eliminated early in the last round. This is going to be redemption time for them, since Osja Esports and YG left with only a very small amount of players left. There's going to be 2 for YG, and Osja, that's going to be solo player leaving out for their survival.
So right now, YG, at least they're still alive. But they're also hoping for PBE and Osja Esports to be eliminated too. The zone takes out Bunny for risk, guys. Okay, TTQ, can he take Jisoo out? Jisoo is still alive, heals back up to 80%. But the Liquid falls back, wants to play closer to the circle. In fact, his teammates are there. So if anything happens, if he gets a knock, then his teammates could still pick him up.
How to do so? Jisoo quite in the open, barely got hard covers, and the circle happened to be shifting away as well. But for Riz, guys, that's going to be the last member got finished job. Look at the spread coming up from GOAT. That's going to be confidence calling for itself. But PBE coming up from the very south. They will have to deal with drag first. But the elevations will be overtaken by GOAT right now. They do have the perks of getting those very high views from above. While PBE having the lowest ground with drag with the middle ground. But it seems like they're still getting it a go for the teams at the very south. While we're looking at the right side back to TTQ and Dread and PBE here as well on the very south. Seems like southern side seems to be more rowdy than the rest of the circle here.
Yeah, because we got PBE here, Playbook Esports on the hunt. 4 players, they're going up against Sin. And look at this long range, just to try to get that knock by Jero. Jero gets fired upon by the side. He hides himself, tosses a molly, just to try to open out the space and try to flush out anyone who could potentially be there. While the other members of Playbook Esports, they're surrounding their opponent, not letting them go yet. It's now a parallel fight between the two.
Dread, here comes the smokes popped up. He needs to get out from here for the side of Dread. They might be cornered down by the next circle here if the circle shifted away. So Dread, they have to wrap things up against PBE and GOAT at the same time. Or they can just wait it out and wait for PBE to cancel each other out with GOAT. But for Exquisite, they finally finish off the run of YG. So YG, that's not going to be the 4th chicken of the day. They have a bit early, but hey, when it comes to their performance, today has been impressive, phenomenal run for YG. But this also gave opportunity for PB to take back their #1 spot here.
Yeah, they're only 7 points behind Young Radicals as of now. Still very doable, considering that they are a full team. But let's see if they can get anything out of Dread. They have been dreading with them for quite a while now. Or maybe waiting for the next circle, might as well. They still have that little bit of a high ground advantage against Dread. But because of how rough the terrain is, they don't have a good clear shot. Well, for Harame Bros, get themselves into the middle of the circle with other teams around them now.
Rami bro, they're playing around the containers here, hoping it will cover them just a tiny bit longer because of how many teams surrounding them right now, including TTQ. There's also the Esports on those elevations and Code, and they're having the exchange of fire between Osja and Code as Unknown being knocked down. We're looking for the Royale who's hiding, but the fight is just next to them as well. Well, back to the fight. Osja Esports spot out another play of Code, and they finish off Unknown who been knocked down early on. That's leaving Code only with 3 players left, but the top as the last member of Osja Esports. Can he clutch for Osja?
Ooh, 21 gets knocked out in the open, and Raimon will pick up the first point for PUBG Esports. Okay, that is going to be the start of the campaign here. Looking for more targets. They're on the other side of the hill. 10 more seconds till we see stage number 6. And they'll be hoping for the circle not to be too far away for PUBG Esports while they try to gather information on where maybe Osja or even Dread is at.
Hey, Ramen bro got the circle despite they having some low grounds, but the compound itself, the compound will cover them so much as long as they can defend it as much as they can. Because right now, Sin and Dread definitely super interested in taking them out. Because on the rotation of the squids, it feels like they're having their vehicles on just to cross over towards the Ramen bro's position. Yeah, while the rest of the team's not inside of a circle, especially coming out from the northern side, Strangers Esports, they need to get out of there. But the problem is, it's not just them. GOT7 is forcing the fight regardless of what a big nade by NC2 just now, dropping so many players of GOT7.
Nice opening nade there, and that is how Stranger Esports will continue to rush in. But looks like Carry managed to get a knock onto 762. And Carry tries to carry his team. He gets another one. Looking for more. Carry to find a member of GOT7. Can he actually do a big clutch here against Strangers Esports? But the answer is no, as NC2 will make sure that they do not take any points.
What a clutch by NC2, not just giving up the opening for the team to go against the GOT7, but they managed to close it up as well. But unfortunately, they're still licking their wounds. Strangers Esports cannot even revive their teammate because Exquisite don't give them any breather at all. Gatslow, unfortunately, will be abandoned by the teammate as at the moment Exquisite showing themselves. But from the pan to the fire, next it's going to be TTQ. But hey, what a swing! Despite being charged by 2 teams, Strangers Esports, they are on fire with 8 eliminations. There's only 2 players going on for actions.
Wow, quick move there by NC2 too. Highlight moments for him, back to back. One with a nade and one with a Russian earlier on. And this is NC2, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if Exquisite will want to take them out, or if they're even able to take them out. Now NC2 is on fire.
I have to say, NC2, the remainers of Strangers Esports, that duo working with 762, that was incredible fight there. Despite they have to abandon their teammate, but hey, it's for the bigger and greater good. But at least they got himself reset as a trio and reunite once more. But here comes Exquisite. Lucci being targeted on them, will try to get those elevations that put up to work. But it's not just Exquisite here. Don't forget about TTQ and, Sin just next to them and Osja just in the center. And got punished straight away from those long shots coming up from different angles entirely. So Exquisite, they have to climb down their high horses if they want to face against Strangers Esports.
And luckily, MM wasn't knocked earlier on. If not, his teammates are kind of far away. So now he retreats back to his other teammates. They're back at least as a duo, +1, who's somewhere else. While for Sin, they're also in the circle. And Stranger Esports, by the edge of it, we're coming into stage number 7 real soon. And Harami Bros, the best position possible in the middle of the circle. All they need to do right now is just wait.
It's all about the waiting game. Harami bro, they got the compound, but they cannot stay indoor because they need to know what's going on the outside. But unfortunately, the terrain is slightly difficult, a bit of concave area for them to stay themselves at. But they can play around the slope of the hill just to get themselves some covers. But Exquisite, they are itchy enough to get into the other side because the circle just moved away from them. A lot of teams coming out from the northern side. PBE, their only contender here is going to be between Dread as well as Harami bro. Or maybe even Goat, just the next side to them. But Strangers, they are the furthest one away. How to get into the circle?
Well, speaking about the circle, Harami Bros has the circle again. Not only that, they have an airdrop in the middle of the circle. It's all stars aligned up for Harami Bros, but they have to make the most out of it with all these advantages. Now, look at the elimination feed. Looks like Dread and Sin spotting heads with each other.
Back to NC2. Lucci follow up from the other side to off angle against Cooper. But NC2 will be picked up. Sorry, 762 will be picked up by his member NC2. That's going to be the deadly duo for Strangers Esports for now. As Squizard, here comes the next Super Pickles prepping it up. It's down to 0. Here comes the toss, hoping it will explode towards the side of the Strangers Esports. Lucci, it's difficult for them to just visualize across the other side of those bumps of hills due to the uneven terrain location. But Squizard and Mam fighting against Strangers Esports, who have some slight lower ground compared to Squizard right now.
Oh, look at this nade. Okay, a bit of an overshot, but at least it gives a signal towards the opponent that, okay, there's somebody across them. Exquisite now, holding their ground. Some of their players still on the outside of the circle. The next challenger is probably going to be Harame Bros. Okay, Harame Bros now in action. Federer sends a nade onto Super Pickle and make sure that he picks up his point.
Squizzer being sandwiched left, right, center. Harame Bro, there's also a Strangers Esports. And it's going to be also Sin coming out across the other side. It's so difficult for Strangers Esports to get out of this pickle. Squizzes is in the same boat as well, but Sen, the last member, will actually share the same boat as Strangers Esports here now. Rank it down to only 40% of HP. Here comes the nade flying over. It will connect, and collateral damage, will it hurt? Not really yet. But here comes the Mem, driving straight in the face of Rankit, but didn't pick out. He's actually giving himself a trap as Arami Bro pinned down on the side of Imam there, and he got knocked down by Sen instead.
Oh, and Rankit got a mem. So that's a point secured towards Sin Esports. And right now, Arami Bros, they're in action. They're looking for more eliminations right now. But they only have 3 players. They still get stage 8 circle. Man, this is ridiculous for Harame Bros now.
It's worth investing the time waiting now in the center here just now. As long as they hold themselves into the barn area, it's going to be okay. It's a fortress for them to hold on to. But PBE, it's going to be the rain of nades coming up from GOAT with those elevations. Momboy, how will they save Raimon from this point of view? Michi at the backside giving some cover fire. But for Yaka and also the rest of the GOAT member that's leaving with only 2 players, they're giving such pressure to a side of PBE they cannot even pick out right now.
Ooh, this name by Yaka! Needed are 2 players for PMGC Esports. What a perfect lead by him. And that could be their opening to come in.
It's going to be go time for GOAT. They cannot wait any more time. The blue zones start to close in. For the side of PBE, down to only 1 last player. Gerald can actually do something about this. But for Yaka, it's all about Spay and Prime. Michi managed to reset himself almost a full HP alive. But for GOAT, they're not willing to commit to it. It's too much of a risk. But from the ban to the fire, PBE, nowhere to run, no high. Dread is going to be stopping them from pushing forward.
We go, Jaro, long range, knocking out money, but Jaro counterfire upon. Looks like Playbook Esports will not be able to collect enough points to overtake Young Radicals in the weekly overalls as of now. Red Esports coming into the circle. We still have the big boys Harame Bros in the game with 3 players.
Lot of 6 across the board for the eliminations. And now another one bites the dust. We're living down to the top 4 teams there as Exquisite. Unfortunately, have to cut their run short at 5th place. But for Dread, they still manage to can pick up that last member that being knocked down and reunite as a full squad and play at their advantage. Barney's still bleeding out, while the rest of the team still only have a true 2 or 3 players, and the last one with the solo player is going to be Sen right now. Rank it, spotted out the players of Dread. But it's a big swing against Harame Bro. Harame Bro might actually score this chicken. They got the most important, the only compound with a full hard cover on this side.
Yeah, that is a good point there. This could bring them their chicken dinner, but they have to do the business. They take out Damon, Federer's knocked back. So a bit of a trade there. As now looking at Harame Bros, they even lost Federer's. Oh no! This is when you mention it. Now they're only down to 1 active player.
The 1 active player will not have enough eyes, but look at the spray! Oh my god, Rankin almost close enough for a clutch, but Damius denied that clutch in the very last minute as the last member standing for Dread is down to mano. Back to us, GOAT versus Dread for a finale in the last map here today.
Oh, here we go. We're definitely going to see a new team getting a chicken dinner here in this final match. Whether it's GOAT, and the final blow came from the other side. And it is Dread Esports taking on the chicken dinner.
Oh, drat, they fought and they fought. They tried so many times. Finally scored themselves a chicken. I mean, hey, at least you don't see another YG who dominates so much here today. But for YG, still such a great run for them. Phenomenal for the entire day. But they didn't actually get themselves lasted long enough till the very end. So that gives us the question, with Dread taking this chicken here just now, who will stand at number 1 by end of today?
It should still be Yangon Galacticos because Playbook Esports, they didn't really do much in that round. They probably got a few placement points and that's about it. So it should still be Yangon Galacticos. And if it's them, at least we have a shuffle up there and not only one team like dominating in what we saw in the previous, in the past few days. And Yangon Galacticos, we still have to give it to them despite them going out early in this round. But overall, they scored 3 chicken dinners today.
Almost scored a 4. I was hoping it was actually a 4 with a very familiar and similar circle just like the last one. But this time the rotation for the teams, they learned from their past mistake, which was the previous Miramar, and they adapting it pretty quickly with the next Miramar, which was the last one for today. So when it comes to rotation, it was definitely a different vibe, especially coming up from like God 7 before against GG Esports. It was GG Esports against RTC. It was a different outcome entirely. But hey, let's rewatch the highlight how Dread scored their chicken.
And it is Jibna with the MVP. Look at his total damage. Just for 2 eliminations, he actually dished out 1,031 total damage. Wow, that is arguably one of the highest today.
By the solo player, Jibna. 2 eliminations only? Are you kidding me? Where did the rest of those eliminations went off to? He got 2 knockouts after putting so much effort in that.
Yeah, I know, right? But maybe it went to his other teammates, so that's fine if that's the case. But if it went to other teams, that just too bad there, because his total damage here is very, very high for the 2 eliminations. Only 1 assist, so that doesn't really tell the story. 2 knocks also doesn't really tell the story. It's more of like, okay, he got the 2 knocks and then he got the 2 eliminations. Whoever he knocks, whoever he gets. 200 heals, so that's about 2 full rounds. Survival time of 28 minutes 20 seconds for Jibna himself, and welcome to the MVP Hall of Fame.
I love the fact that the MVP come out from the chicken dinner team as well. It's nice to see a different team today with Dread Esports finish off their run for the day number 3, week number 3 with 10 eliminations, scoring himself total 20 points for this map right now. 9 knockouts, which mean they managed to steal 1 elimination out of a different teams in the battlefield just now.
Yeah, so long range perhaps, and this is Miramar anyway, as they found the opportunity to gain that 1 extra elimination. So big up for them. 10 eliminations, that means it's 20 points collected by Dread Esports this round, 2 assists, 850 total heal, and the survival time maximum 28 minutes 20 seconds. It might not affect the top, but for themselves, it's all about getting a bigger share of the league prize pool and also potentially a better starting point in the grand finals.
Hey, we still have more couple of days to go, and today I personally love so much for today's game because of we get to see the rise of the teams on the second page here, Cloud. We talked about Dread, we talked about even Strangers Esports got a good run with a lot of eliminations before, but it's just the consistency is always going to be the biggest issue for these teams. When it comes to firepower, no question at all, they are definitely up to par up there. But when it comes to elimination this time, some players got finished off by the blue tank. Thanks to the circle again, it's down south all the way this time once more.
Yeah, feels like a deja vu from the previous round. Almost in a circle, but different outcome entirely. Robo's use, we still haven't got our 300 plus yet, so our closest today was at least like 270-ish. We're still looking for that 300 plus if we could potentially go that far. Driving distance, not as far as before as well, so perhaps learning from the previous round, similar circle, the teams would know how to navigate around this kind of circle more efficiently.
Yep, I guess everybody learned that, hey, hop onto the vehicle, don't make a U-turn, don't yo-yo in and out, and just go straight into the center of the circle will be the best bet for them to survive a bit more longer than they did in the previous map. I love the fact that this time, you know what, the teams that actually dominate over the last map was a different one than the last map here. Grat got himself the chicken dinner, but how much will they push themselves in the overall rankings? We're gonna have to wait and see, but I love the fact we have even GOAT up on the fray at the second place. Sen got himself 12 total points as well. 3 teams with a double digit up here. A lot of 9s down here as well. Harame Bro, Exquisite and Strangers Esports each scored himself 9 respectively, and a lot of 5 when it comes to eliminations. It's gonna be OJ Esports and GG only scored himself those 5 eliminations without any rank points.
Yeah, who needs a placement points if you can get those elimination points in to be on the first half of the match standings, right? On the other end, well, Yanku Galacticos went out 0, and Team Max V9 0 as well, so the boss is definitely unhappy here. Somebody is gonna be in trouble later on. Elevate, also another team with a 0, and RTC, team that had a little bit of hope, 0. Of confirmation, Yanku Galacticos still number 1.
But Elevate managed to push all the way up to the top 4 here. But tomorrow we're going to have GE play again. So GE, they definitely know what they're aiming for tomorrow's performance here. But Exquisite, barely enough. Just 5 more points to crack the triple digit code as well in the top 5. Very close, but YG and PBE, that's going to be only 4 points, Cloud. And when it comes to eliminations wise, PBE is more aggressive than the rest of the team, and next to it is going to be Ozja. Look at the numbers of the eliminations. This top 3 is definitely not going to make showing any mercy at all for tomorrow's as well.
Not at all, not at all. Even Genesis Esports, when they come back, they won't show any of that. On the other page though, so some movement here. On the end, RTC, they moved up a little bit. They are now, or they moved down a little bit. Right now, they are almost at the bottom. So today's performance by RTC is totally different from their day number 1. So they need to try to find like what made them work in day number 1 to come back again tomorrow.
Or maybe the other teams start to warm up by this final week as well, so they're being left behind here, so they have to catch up when it comes to the progress. But tomorrow will be the last day for Group A. Ozja Esports, Max V9, got 7, as well as Exquisite Esports. So it's going to be the last chance for them to push their numbers up before they close up the final week to get into the grand finals here.
Yeah, so there are like a handful of games left. And tomorrow will be another day. Tomorrow, obviously, we will be reintroducing some of the teams that didn't play today. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow as well. In case you have not followed, like, or subscribe to the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports, do that so that you won't miss out on the games tomorrow. And that is it from us at the Caster's Desk. So we'll be wrapping up the show for today. Tomorrow will be another day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo Choo. We'll be seeing you again in the future. Bye!